Nobody wanting to go past Nicky Coates. They're going to try and do the draft towards the line as 5 Stars out on the exit curb and using as much track as he possibly can. Tries to once again break the toe. Bobby Very has also got Barry Burrell right behind them as they come through clearways on towards Clark Curve. Has Coatesy done a perfect job here, or will Bobby Very pick up the slipstream? He's gaining as he crosses the line. It's Nicky Coates who holds it and takes that position. He will be delighted at that. Second place for Bobby Very, third place for Barry Burrell. Josh Corner on the line holds at bay beyond estimate by 0.005 of a second. A photo finish between Corner and Estimate for 4th place. Christian Smith across the line in 6th. Dale Thomas gets 7th. James Ellis in 8th. The championship leader, Larry, in 9th position. Wow, 9th position. We will have a new championship leader at the end of this, because Christian Smith, well, he was only some 6 points behind, but Nicky Coates has gained a whole lot of points on everybody today, with that 9-point advantage that the guys had ahead of him in the championship. The third place man looks like he could leapfrog, but that was a controlled race from Nicky Coates. He did everything he needed to do on his LDC BMW by Frimley Pitts Racing. Waving to the crowd on his in-lap at 65, Nicky Coates from 88, Bobby Very, and 1, Barry Burrell. That's the top 3. They'll catch up with Larry Carter in the winner's enclosure in a couple of minutes. Josh Corner in 4th place, beyond estimate, a good solid 5th, with Christian Smith, Dale Thomas, James Ellison, Kieran Smith and Rob McNeely in 10th place. Outside the top 10, we have got Aaron Dakin, Rhys Coates, Harley Preble in 13th place, with Kenny McLeod, double long lap penalty in 14th, Liam Vella in 15th, and Jordan Bannon in 16th, ahead of Andrew Williams, James Dutton, Luke Foreman and Harry Gower in 20th position. That's the top 20. For any more results, please feel free to head to TSL and they can bring you a full PDF of everything that has just happened on track. We'll pause though and head for a quick commercial break to the studio with Alan.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Happy BMW riders down in Park Fairmay, and a happy Larry Carter to talk to.
Thanks, Al. Bjorky Estimates just picked himself a 200 quid bonus up for Rider of the Day there, so I'm not too sure whether he's a little bit disappointed with being off of the podium, but Scott Grimsell from BMW just gives him the £200 check. He is 5-star himself, just having a chat to the team down here. He needed that one, Nicky. I'll tell you what, a little bit of bad luck in recent rounds, but that was important to get that win.
Yeah, no, I'm delighted, really. Thanks to the team digging in and standing strong, I suppose, when adversity comes your way a wee bit, you know. So I knew after Donington I wasn't going to be plain sailing all season. Sorry. So yeah, we had her down now, and hopefully it's only up from here.
That's well, all it can be, mate, is you've got that championship lead increase. There's Barry Burrell. Made some work for that one, Baz. I bet you she'd done the triathlon now.
No, that's next weekend. That's next Saturday to look. So that's something else to look forward to. No, to be honest, Larry, I literally couldn't stay in the slipstream. My plan was not to mess them up. When we got the plan I had at Snetterton, I was kind of using the same sort of plan where I just sit there and not battle, because if we started battling, I didn't want fourth place to catch up and be a gaggle. I knew there's a little gap behind me. So I was letting them two battle, and I was kind of wanting not to, just to get away from fourth. And then I thought, right, last 4 laps, I'll start making a move and start working my way through. And I couldn't even stay in the slipstream down the back straight along start and finish. So yeah, I'll have to look into that. But yeah, enjoyed it, to be honest. Another podium, and I'm definitely not going to Alton, but I will be there.
You keep telling me that, mate. I'll see you there, Mel. Thanks very much for that. We're going to head up to the podium, see if we can grab a word with Bobby Very on the way. Thanks to Scott Grimstall for £200. It doesn't come out of Scott Grimstall's back pocket, by the way. It comes out of the BMW race budget. I'd like to hasten to that. Can't even get a drink out of him at the bar these days. But anyway, we're going to head up to the studio, up to the podium. It'll take us a couple of minutes to get up there. Alan, I'm sure you've got a couple of messages to read out while we make the trip up the stairs.
We have absolutely loads of them, Larry. Thank you very much indeed for giving me the opportunity to please say a massive happy birthday to Ellie Salmon. First time at Brands Hatch for both of us, all the way from Blackwater in Cornwall. That's from John. Ellie, John, great to have you here at Brands Hatch, and well done for making the journey, a lengthy old journey that to Brands Hatch, but well worth it once you get here. Great to have you here. And this one says, hi team, it's Ant here. Can you give XMT Racing a shout out for us all? Hope to catch up soon. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, shout out to Lucy and Paul from Hertford. First time at BSB, and that comes from James. Thank you very much indeed, James. This one says, my son's birthday, and he loves watching the bikes. Can you please wish AJ a happy birthday, please? Jade, thank you very much. AJ, happy birthday.
Riders making their way up, Al. If you can just have a shuffle around with the paperwork once you get one or two of them other ones. But we'll go to the podium then. Gives me a fighting chance to get down there for the BSB build up to the second race of the weekend.
It's all yours, Larry.
Thanks, Al. Right, I think we are just about ready to go then with this, the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, the main event. And onto the podium for Halliwell Jones BMW. That goes away with number 1, Barry Burrell. Baz makes his home in Leicester nowadays, originally from the land of Prince Bishop there in County Durham. Second position, what a cracking race it was for Bobby Very Racing. The man himself, the number 88, second position to Bobby Very. The Lancashire Red Rose himself. And needing to get back to winning ways after a couple of rounds in the doldrum, taking victory for LDC BMW and Frimley Pits, and for Northern Ireland, Nicky Coates. And Scott Grimstall will make the podium presentation to the third place rider. That is Baz Burrell. Baz, the defending champion. He missed the opening round. He wasn't going to defend his title, but he decided after a couple of rounds that he would do that. Second position then, that goes the way of Bobby Very, the rider from Preston up there. Very good friend with the Mitchell brothers up there in Preston. He's Bobby Very, and taking the race win and adding to his victory earlier on in the season. That goes the way of Nicky Coates on the LDC BMW from Frimley Pits, puts that disappointment of the Knockhill disqualification behind him, and a little bit of frustration at Snetterton last time out. But he is back on top of the podium and looking to land that championship for the first time in 4 years. There we go. That concludes the podium then for the Rocket Off BMW F900Rs. I'm going to head down the stairs and go and see you find on the grid for a chat to at the start of the BSB race.
Thank you very much, Larry Carter. Larry Scoop Carter giving us all the info from the podium there as it happens. And in the background, you probably heard the Superbikes making their way out the grid onto the track, out the pits onto the track. 12-lap race number 2, effectively the sprint race. Scott Redding is on pole from Kyle Wright and Max Cook. Row number 2, Christian Eden, Leon Haslam and Bradley Ray. With the third row looking like Ryan Vickers, Glenn Irwin and Joe Talbot. Row number 4 sees Rory Skinner, Danny Kent and Lee Jackson, 2 Cheshire Moulding Yamahas side by side in 10th and 11th. And the 5th row has Eli Michalczyk, Josh Brooks and Storm Stacey. Row number 6, Jason O'Halloran, the O-Show, is alongside Fraser Rogers Hollywood and Rhys Irwin on the Soul Master Mac Hawk Honda. The 7th row of the grid has Luke Hedger on his Whitecliff CDH Honda, Graham Irwin on the MET Fonacab Ducati, and Braden Elliott on the NP Racing Honda. And on the very back of the grid, the very last row, and in 22nd place, we have Richard Kerr on his SM Racing Honda. That is the grid of Superbikes. We give you 22 bikes. No Charlie Spud Nesbitt this weekend, out with a hand injury, and also Eugene McManus yesterday had a sizable off going in towards turn 1, so he will be resting. And Larry Carter, let's hope it's not too far away from seeing a return from Eugene McManus.
Well, for those people that are assembled overlooking the grid, as well as the mass of colours and promotion material down on the BSB grid, there are 2 legends being interviewed for TV down here. And I'm pretty sure that you people assembled here at Brands Hatch know all about them because they've raced in the British Superbike Championship. One is a BSB champion, and at the risk of just gate crashing the TV interview, what about it? Let's show your appreciation, ladies and gents, for Troy Bayliss and James Toseland. Well, there you go. Let's go and see if we can grab a very quick word, seeing as though TV is there. 2 legends I'm not worthy here. James and Troy, congratulations. We'll have a quick chat with you first, James. When I was here in 2004, I think it was, you were playing the national anthem at the start of the weekend. You ended up throwing the leathers into the crowd. Some memorable moments here for you at Brands Hatch, James.
There really was. I've just said to Troy, I said he should be this side because he was this side in qualifying. He was on pole position, and he said, yeah, but who won? So it was a really, really amazing weekend. Like, I can't believe it's 19 years ago that we were doing battle together. And special times. When you race, actually, you don't realize how fortunate you are sometimes until you look back. And when there was 126,000 fans packed into this place, and we were going hard at it, and the atmosphere that everybody brought, and the memory that I had of winning that particular day, but it's a special feeling to do it in front of so many people.
Sadly, your tenure in the British Superbike Championship didn't last as long as what Troy's did, and wasn't as successful. A broken leg at Cadwell Park on the Paul Bird Honda when you were just starting out your career was effectively curtailed that. But wonderful memories nonetheless of great races here at Brands Hatch over the years.
Yeah, really, I was very, very proud to be Paul's first ever Superbike rider. I've just been speaking to Jordan and Frank, are doing a fabulous job now with obviously Scott Redding. They're still here and they're still battling for championships all these years on. 26 years ago now when I was Paul Bird's first Superbike ride in 2000. And unfortunately, I'm getting to a certain age where I'm nearly as old as the tracks, but it's special to be back.
Yeah, well, they'll never catch me up, James, that is for sure. Thanks very much. And Troy, it's great to have you back here at Brands Hatch, one of the old-time greats, one of my heroes as well. I think you won 3 Superbike races around here. It was never a most lucky track for you, but with the connections with the JC team just down the road from Brands here, I posed a question to you yesterday, and you've had a night to think about it. The highlight of the career. Was it the BSB title that you won in 1999, ending Neil Mackenzie's dominance? Was it the legendary battle that you had with Colin Edwards at Imola in 2002 for the world title, or any of the World Superbike races that you won here, or probably the Valencia MotoGP race where you shocked the world when you did that one?
Mate, first of all, yeah, so happy to be here. Lots of good memories from this place, and was for me starting back in '98 with the GSE squad. I've got to race around here with many, James included, of course, many great riders, and had many great races. It's a track that's so special, and the layout, it's just awesome, and it just brings on really good racing. So, like today, we're going to see some unreal racing, and that's what the fans come to see. It's a perfect track for that.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming across, and we know that you're here with Ollie, of doing a great job in the Supersport Championship as well. But 2 of the legends, ladies and gents, of Brands Hatch. Let's hear it once more for James Toseland and Troy Bayliss. Absolutely fantastic to have them here at the Weekend of Legends here at the Brands Big Bash. With your permission, Duncan and Alan, I'll move in and see if we can grab a quick word with 1 or 2 of the riders on the BSB grid down here, because it is a mass of colour, a mass of people down here on the grid. And one rider that I would like to just grab a quick word with, he's already just getting the different tyres put in, is the Cowboy, and it's Scott Redding. Let's just move around to say, sorry Harry, let's just move in there as James Mead just dials the laptop in there. Well, Cowboy, here we go. Pole position. You just missed out yesterday with that red flag in the race. Obviously, you had a plan towards the end of it, you told me. So here, the shorter race, how's this one going to go?
Yeah, it's a different concept to a race. Obviously, the pace should be a little bit quicker. Game plan, just do the best I can. If we need to fight, try and fight. If we can get away, try and get away. It'll be difficult. But I'm pretty much ready for everything. We made a little change on the bike from yesterday to try and help me. So we'll use this race a little bit of a test for the later race this afternoon. But I'm feeling pretty good. The team's been great with this weekend. So let's get a good start and get stuck in.
And as we always say, ride 'em, cowboy! Yeehaw! There we go. We got it out of him, folks. It's becoming a soundtrack, isn't it?
It's a thing.
Well, there we go. Let's just move through here and see if we can have a word with the champ, the double champion who took victory yesterday. The winning streak continued on. You were made to work for that yesterday, Kyle, with Scott again. A shorter race. He's on pole position. Obviously, you're going to have your work cut out again.
Yeah, for me, obviously, I won that race by being fast at the end of the race, and this race is the complete opposite. So I'm expecting Scott to get a good start and try and do what he did yesterday. But yeah, I feel like my bike may be a little bit better, but we'll see. It's going to be fast, it'll be hard, but yeah, see what we can do.
Great to have a massive crowd here as well, lots of support for you.
Yeah, exactly. You've seen, I've just waved to everyone then, loads more than what there was at World Superbike at Donington, so well done everyone.
Thanks very much. Well, there you go. There is Kyle Ryde, the champion. Max Cook just finishing off his interview with James Whittam. We'll just see if we can grab a word with James. He moves on around the grid. I'll move in and just move past Ian Prestwood, the crew chief for the thing. Well, here, Max, it was a cracking ride onto the podium yesterday. You keep promising yourself this victory. We don't want to put the pressure on for your local round at Thruxton. It would be good to get that monkey off your back now before we got there.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be nice to do it a bit sooner. But yeah, we've come so close, but yet so far as well. So yeah, it's obviously not easy competing up some of the best riders in the world, you know.
Will a shorter race suit you though? Yesterday was a long old haul, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I just hung in there for 10 laps. So I gave it absolutely everything. Obviously, the sprint race now is 12 laps, so yeah, for sure I can hang in there and do the best job that I can.
Well, you always do, Max. Good luck. Thanks for talking to us, Max Cook there, the ever popular Max Cook, and Christian Idden is there just about to put the HGC crash helmet on. Let's just see if we can grab a word with him. Nice to see his crew chief Pete Cheney's former racer down here yesterday. Well, as we said yesterday, Christian, this is a little bit more like it, isn't it? You've got up to speed now and you're where you should be now, battling for the podium positions.
Yeah, I don't know about battling for the podium positions. It was a good way up the road, but no, certainly felt like we maximised the potential yesterday. I had a decent run out, bike was working good. Felt like I didn't have much, well, I didn't have anything left, so yeah, something similar to what we did yesterday would be fantastic.
Thanks very much, Christian. Another rider that is expected to give his all down here is Leon Haslam, who just missed the podium yesterday. Leon, just about ready to go with this one. All the little woes of the last couple of meetings behind you now. You can just miss the podium yesterday. Hopefully you shoot for one this time.
Yeah, we've got the pace for the third. We've made a few improvements today from yesterday, so yeah, fingers crossed we can get away and have a good go.
Thanks, Leon. And one other rider that I'm going to see if I can grab a word with is in the wonderful McCann's livery. This is the tribute to the 30th anniversary Cadbury's Boost livery, and if you've got your cameras and smartphones, everything else out there, make sure you do get a shot of this one. He's just having a chat to his manager, Shane Byrne, down here, as we'll just move in and see if we can grab a quick word. Hopefully, wonderful. I'll tell you what, Brad, you'd be top of the podium if you came to the livery this weekend. Yesterday just didn't quite work out for you. Hopefully you can put things right today.
Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle. Felt good at the start, but just missing sight towards the end. But made a change this morning. Feel like we may have found something, so try and get a good start and settle in.
Thanks very much. And just one final word with Shane Byrne down here, because Shaky, just very briefly, we've had the legends at the front of the grid there. Of course, it was here at Brands Hatch back in 2003 that you came to prominence when you did the double on the Paul Bird Monster Mob Ducati.
Yeah, what a day that was. I still harp on about that now, and it was like 500 years ago or whatever it was. But being here and being at Brands Hatch in the summer, everybody loves riding here. This is a great track for racing. Produced great racing yesterday. You know, we're left with a little bit of a kind of cliffhanger. You know, can Scott Redding take it to Kyle Ryde? Kyle Ryde thinks he's got it covered. Scott thinks he's got it covered too. So trust me, this race is going to be electric, and I know Brad's right up for it as well. It's going to be a good race.
Thanks, Shaky. Well, I was here that day as part of the Paul Burt team, and little did we know. The best thing was it made the national newspapers, that one, and obviously with Paul Burt's poultry background, the Daily Mirror ran the sports headline on the back page. You like this one, when Shaky Byrne did the double over all the World Superbike regulars, Chicken Man stuffs them. With that, back to Duncan Vincent.
On that note,
bombshell.
Could we have a drumstick roll for that? No?
Too late.
Too late, sorry.
Back page of a national newspaper.
Brilliant. I mean, this shouldn't be one of events like that get our sport into the newspaper, because this is real, and what we're about to see is a sprint race. It's a 12-lap shorter race than what we saw yesterday. The 20-lap race yesterday was enthralling. This will be a fast-paced race. If Scott Redding's got to do anything, I think he's got to try and disappear at the start of this one. Redding Power has to bolt at the front. It's a big ask. It's a very, very big ask. A couple of minutes away from going away on our warm-up lap. 30 seconds, in fact. Redding against Ride against Cook. That's the front row of the grid. We're ready in the commentary box. Are you guys ready around the circuit? Let's rock and roll.
The official tyre of British Superbike's live tyre update.
Track temperature 38 degrees centigrade, air 22. All riders on the SC1 front and rear Pirelli tyre. The tyre of choice. Power is nothing without control. And the British Superbike Championship, in association with Pirelli, we are about to get ready to go. As I said before, I think Redding has to try and break them at the start, but that's easier said than done. Alan Woods clears the front because the green flag is waved at the back. The red flag moves. We are under starters' orders. Red lights on, revs up. It's go down to turn one, and Maxi Cook makes a great start on the inside. He's going to overcome Kyle Ryde. Will he lead into turn one? Yes, he will. Stunning stuff from Max Cook on the Bimota to lead through turn one. Here comes Redding up the inside, but no, Max Cook will hold that as they come in towards Druids. The Bimota leads at Brands Hatch as they come out of Druids down towards Graham Hill Bed. Kyle Ryde up the inside of Scott Redding very, very early. Let's hope everybody gets through out of that tricky left-hander, and they all manage that before they go along. Cooper straight in towards another left-hander. Then we'll head on to the Grand Prix loop here at Brands Hatch, which takes us down towards Hawthorns. Everybody tucking in behind the bubble. Good drive out here. Will the Bimota still be leading as it comes back into view? Yes, it is. And he's built up a little bit of a buffer as well. Leon Haslam underneath Christian Iden. Christian Iden leans on Leon Haslam as they go through Eden not wanting to give best as they make their way into Hawthorn. That's a brave manoeuvre. Joe Talbot lurking in the background as well in the second of the Bimotas. He'll be wanting to get a good finish. And Kyle Ryde again giving Scott Redding a little bit of a worry as they make their way up and in through Sheen Curve. Will Kyle going to overtake mode? Sterling's no, he won't. He tucks in behind as everybody makes their way through and down towards the Grand Prix loop. They're about to come back into our view, and the Bimota leads. And lovely sight to see Max Cook on the AGN steel stock Bimota coming through here. The team run by FS3 and into our view past the start line. Max Cook looking strong. Kyle Ryde up the inside. Oh, Scott Redding and Kyle Ryde, how close do you like it? They lean on each other through the heart of Paddock Hill Bend. That is brave as they come. And up the inside goes Kyle. Scott's trying to hang on the outside, but he's going to have to give second best. Well, a big intake of breath was needed for that one. That was very much shoulder to foot peg stuff as we watch Scott Redding battle it out with Kyle Ryde all the way through the heart of Paddock Hill Bend, neither wanting to give best, and Brad Ray having a face full of that one. That was just shows you how much this matters, this sprint race, and how you have to be at the sharp end. Brad Ray in a good fourth place. Well, he said, we've made a change. We think we've found something on this McCamm's Raceways Yamaha and its anniversary livery. And they're ahead of Ryan Vickers. Again, that Honda showing very, very well here at Brands Hatch. The continuation of good form, a good run for Ryan Vickers. Sees him keep that Honda. He can see leaders. He's with them. Yesterday, he finished some 12 seconds off the leader. And he'll be wanting to try and half that gap if he can in this sprint race, or do even better than that. But it's the Bimota of Max Cook that leads at the front. We've seen the KB 998 Rimini look very strong at the start of quite a few races, but it does tend to fade a little bit. But have the FS3 team just dialed that in a little bit better? Big black lines at the back from Max Cook. It looks good, but to keep these Ducatis behind you is not easy. Max, though, has a good front end on that Bimota. He likes it, and what a gorgeous shot, gorgeous pictures going through Paddock Hill Bend. Alan Hyde missing that one as he's feverishly working away in the background, but that was a stunning camera angle. But even better to watch it out the side of the commentary box window. From Druids in towards Graham Hill Bend. Here comes Kyle Ryde up the inside. Lovely late braking manoeuvre from Kyle to hit the front. The nitrous competition Ducati leads, but Max Cook trying to come back on the inside. The ever diminishing gap. Max is trying to lever the Ducati out of the way, but he couldn't quite do that. But that shows you, this is what you need to do to Kyle. You need to pass him straight back. If he passes you, you cannot let him get into a rhythm. As we see him out the back of the circuit going through Hawthorns, he just looks like he's in such good form, in such a good place with that race team. He, Shannon Etheridge, Tommy Hill in that corner for nitrous competition. The switch from Yamaha to Ducati has been a good one. Remember, they were this quick on the Yamaha as well. But Kyle really has gelled with this bike. He put a lot of practice in and invested in himself over the winter with training bikes and various other trips to Spain, not holidays, training trips to Spain as they make their way once again back into the Indy Loop. Kyle Ryde leads, but he's not pulling away from Max Cook. Max Cook very much still in the mix of this one on the Bimota, but the Ducatis just ever so slightly stretch their legs on the run down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Bradley Ray has got Joe Talbot ahead of him, and he now slides past on the inside going through, but Joe Talbot turns it back through the heart of the corner and will take that position on the run back up in towards Druids. Good stuff from Joe. Front row Joe showing no ill effects from sliding off the Bimota yesterday as we get them on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Ryan Vickers still very much up there on the factory Honda effort for Honda UK. And behind Ryan Vickers, we have got Leon Haslam, Christian Iden, Joe Talbot, as we have mentioned, Danny Kent, Glenn Irwin, Josh Brooks, Rory Skinner in 12th. So the two Cheshire Moulding Yamahas. Out of those two, Danny Kent having a better run in this race, but Rory Skinner can see his teammate just a couple of places further up the road. Danny showing good signs in this early stages of the 12-lap sprint race, as well as Glenn Irwin. Glenn in 10th place. We saw Glenn, and we have seen Glenn come good through these races towards the end. He seems to find a bit of form when the tyres start to maybe go past their best. That's where Glenn really comes good. The leaders make their way through the heart of Stirling's. There's a bit of a gap now, forming just behind our third place rider. And in fact, is it the fourth place rider back? Yeah, fourth place rider, sorry, back to Ryan Vickers. That gap is increasing now. That gap where Vickers needs to try and keep in the back of Bradley Ray, and it was actually further back behind that. I do apologise. It was Danny Kent who was making a move in that last lap. As we watched him going through, Glenn Irwin slides up the inside of Danny Kent. And through he goes. Joe Talbot still in a safe place ahead of both of those guys. Druids, lap 5 out of 12. Kyle picks the Ducati up onto the fat part of the tyre and accelerates down towards Graham Hill Bend. Tricky corner because you're leaning as you turn in, so you apply the brakes as the bike's actually at an angle. So your contact patch isn't as big. That's how we see a few bikes fall off there. They're actually braking as they're on too much of a lean angle. And it's a fairly big break as you go down towards Graham Hill Bend because there is a tight, possibly more than 90-degree corner. We're already at Hawthorns after that bit of education about Graham Hill Bend as we watch Ryan Vickers slither his way towards the apex, and Leon Haslam looking menacing, the pocket rocket in 6th place. He wants to get that Vickers spot. He would like to get himself into the top 5 and a little bit further up, but the Ducati, the Moto Rapido Ducati, protesting under acceleration out of Westfield as they made their way up to Dingledale and Sheencurve. Vickers backs it in to Stirling's. You can see just how hard Ryan Vickers is having to ride this Honda. And then the next thing to do is have a look and see where the next Honda is on the actual scoring board, on the timing sheets. We'll look for the next Honda. We've got Vickers, Haslam, Eden, Talbot, Kent. You know, Josh Brooks, the next one, in 11th place. So it shows you just how good a job that Ryan Vickers is doing. As through on Joe Talbot. Remember I said Glenn Irwin comes good later in a race? Well, that looks what he's doing at this moment in time. And that was a fairly robust move from Rory Skinner. Rory Skinner going through. Was that Lee Jackson he went through in there, or was it Brooksy actually? It was a fairly robust move from Rory. Didn't give Josh Brooks much in the way of room. Brooksy had 2 options: lift the bike or join the Yamaha paint scheme. And Brooksy decided to lift that bike, and through went Rory Skinner. So the 2 Cheshire Moulding Yamahas now running line, well, in a tandem formation, trying to get a bit of a slipstream of each other as they come up behind Joe Talbot's Bemota. Kyle Ride from Max Cook and Scott Redding, still your top 3. I do fancy Max Cook for being a bit of a menace in this race, but Scott Redding will be doing everything he can to try and get himself back up there. He's half a second behind Max Cook. Max Cook is 0.8 of a second behind Kyle Ride. So the gap at the sharp end just eking out ever so slightly. A 24.066, the best lap of the race. I don't know if you'd noticed that, Larry, but that's almost that magical 23. So that is an incredible lap record that we've just seen put down by Kyle Ride. 1 minute 24.066. And he is continuing it on as he comes across the line. Then Max Cook. Then we have Scott Redding. And look at this, though. Isn't it good to see Bradley Ray? He said to Larry Carter on the grid, we've made a change. We think we've found something. And that's good because it does look like Bradley has found something. Right now, not on the podium, sitting pretty in 4th place, but eyeing up the back of that Hagar PBM Ducati, lap 7 out of 12. Redding Power running out of time if he's going to do anything about Max Cook on the Bemota, which does look good. It drives off the corner at Graham Hill Bend on the left-hand side of the tyre so well, accelerates along, but then it turns extremely well through Surtees, which is an ever-ongoing corner which takes you back up and onto the Grand Prix loop. You have to pick the throttle up when you're on full lean, and that Bemota just seems to work well in that area. Let's look further back down because Luke Hedger, Fraser Rogers, Rhys Irwin, Graham Irwin and Richard Kerr all together making their way onto the Grand Prix loop. Luke Hedger in a good 16th place for the Whitecliff CDH Honda concern. Dean Hipwell down there in the pit lane had a bit of a chat with us on Friday, and he was in fine spirits actually. Singing the praises of Luke, and happy to have Luke back in the team as well as Hedger flies a few legs off the side of the Honda as he goes in towards Westfield in true Hedger style. Skinner's now ahead of his teammate as well. We can see Rory Skinner ahead of Danny Kent, so that's been a little interchange for Cheshire Moulding TS Yamaha as Kyle Ride crosses the line. Max Cook, Scott Redding. Redding starting to get onto terms with Max Cook. A personal best of the lap of the race last time round for Scott Redding as Rory Skinner goes through and Joe Talbot runs a bit wide. Joe Talbot comes back through and Rory Skinner at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. We've seen that move so many times, but telling Redding, that's a telling lap time, 1:24.534, 0.2 of a second faster than Max Cook, but 0.2 of a second slower than Kyle Ride. Kyle just seems to have a little bit of something else, a little bit of extra speed and pace and consistency in the race. And this is something that the Hager team will be looking at as they get a big drive onto the Grand Prix loop. They try and come alongside Max Cook, but unable to do so. Max Cook will not be wanting to give this second place away. He had a third yesterday. Be desperate for a second, but Graham Irwin on the ground with Also, that looked like Richard Kerr also down. Richard Kerr's back on his bike and heading away. Watch the big screens for a replay. Does Graham fold the front and Richard get involved? It certainly is. Great shape. Oh, actually, Graham getting the rough end of the stick there as Richard Kerr just rides into the back, and a little bit of a hands out from Graham Irwin. Can I not just crash on my own? Richard Kerr, nothing he could do about that. So two of our riders down at the lower end of the order, the MET Fonacab Ducati and the ASM Honda of Richard Kerr. Black and orange flag for Richard Kerr as Reading Power goes into second place. Now the black and orange flag was because he picked his bike up after an incident and rode away. You're not allowed to do that. Simple fact. So get off the track ASAP, effective immediate. And Richard Kerr has done that. But Reading Power has gone through on the Bimota. He's got past, and the Ducati now tries to stretch away and see if he can secure that second place. This, I got to say, it doesn't look easy for Scott. It's not coming easy, but whatever he has got, he's mustering power and speed from somewhere else, because the nitrous coin, nitrous competition Ducati does seem to have a little bit of a competitive edge at this stage of play. On lap 9 out of 12, Kyle is up the road by 2.3 seconds. Now, this is a 12-lap race. We're on lap 9 out of 12, and he is just in another league from anybody else. His last lap was a 1:24.3. Reading did a 24.6. Cook did a 24.8. 24.5 for Bradley Ray. Everybody else after that in amongst the 25s, apart from Glenn Irwin. He set a personal best of 1 minute 24.8. So Glenn Irwin still has a good bit of pace in 8th place as he heads towards the back of the Senkat Yamaha of Christian Idden. Back into our review anyway. Here comes Kyle Ryder, defending reigning champion. He looks in such peak form right now as he crosses the line in the background. We look back to see Scott Redding. Max Cook can't stay with Scott Redding. Max is now under threat. He may pop himself off the podium if he doesn't watch here, because he's got a hungry Brad Ray who wants to do something about that anniversary colour scheme. Yamaha would love to see that on the podium. Joe Talbot again doing the cutback through Paddock Hill Bend. Danny Kent passed him on the brakes now in. Joe Talbot squares the corner off and passes on the entrance back in towards Druids. Danny Kent again tries to come down the inside. It's a late move from Danny Kent. He's going to cost himself and Talbot. Yes, he is. And Brooks is going to take. Brooks is going to love that. Josh Brooks up the inside of Joe Talbot. Yes, he takes that position away. So the Dow Honda letting the youngsters in front of them fool herself into a bit of mischief, and Brooksy, that wise old head, says, I'll take good care of that, thank you very much, I'll take your position away. But Joe Talbot comes straight back through and inside in towards Hawthorns. Brooksy not willing to hang on the outside there. Been there, done that. The man who's won 19 times around Brands Hatch goes up the inside into Westfield though, and this will be annoying Joe Talbot. These position swaps are costing him time as Brooksy goes back ahead on the Dow Honda. That was a lovely manoeuvre. Not like Josh Brooks to throw caution to the wind going in towards Westfield, but Brooksy still wants it, still desperate for it. 19 wins, as we've just said, would do anything to make it 20, but this man who crosses the line is very much in control. Lap 11 out of 12. Kyle Ryde leads, and he's got a 2.7 second lead over Scott Redding and Max Cook, a further 0.6 of a second back from Scott Redding. We've got Bradley Ray, Leon Haslam, Ryan Vickers, Christian Idden, Glenn Irwin, Rory Skinner and Danny Kent, your top 10. Just on the outside of the top 10, Josh Brooks in 11th, Joe Talbot, Eli Michalczyk, who has just gone underneath Lee Jackson. They're swapping positions. Lee Jackson very deep and hot in towards Druids, but manages to keep the place from Ilya. But we are seeing a big upturn in form from this BMW, and that's something that we like to see. The Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team has kind of come alive here at Brands Hatch. We saw it from free practice 1. We've seen it continue all the way through in the races as well. Leon Haslam now past Ryan Vickers. 5th place for Leon Haslam, but Vickers not going away. He's still very much keeping Leon Haslam honest on the Moto Rapido Ducati as they go down in towards the basin of Dingledell. Lap and a half to go now. Kyle Ryde will be just exiting Stirlings and making his way back down towards the Grand Prix loop. We wait for that to come into our view. Here he comes now, and look at the nice commanding gap that Kyle has. But I tell you what, Scott Redding is not safe for that second place because Max Cook looks hungry. On to the last lap we go here at Brands Hatch. Kyle Ryde crossing the line. 2.5 seconds, so the gap's come down by 0.2. Redding looks a bit hot in towards turn 1, but he manages to get it through the corner and get to the apex well. Just a funny view from the commentary box. Looked like he was a little bit out of sync, but he managed to get through, no problem. The leader in towards Graham Hill Bend. That tricky corner. Just get through, execute it perfectly, and on you go. Max Cook, however, has a little bit of movement from the rear of the Bimota as he tries everything to catch up towards the back of Scott Redding. Vickers was up the inside and towards Graham Hill Bend. Vickers is still up the inside and towards Surtees on the Pocket Rocket. Vickers is through on the inside. Lovely stuff from Ryan Vickers. That will put a bit of a smile on Scott Hargreaves' face. I think I saw Neil Fletcher from Honda UK in the pit lane as well. And those guys just need a little bit of something just to give them that little bit extra step forward. And Ryan Vickers, well, he is riding so well this year. And you look where the next Honda is, as I've said, that's a little bit further down the pack, quite a far bit down the pack actually, as they come through the top of Stirling's. On his last lap, it's been a pretty impressive run, and that's putting it mildly. A lap of a 1:24.066, almost back into the 23 club during a race. Incredible. He comes through Clearways, he comes through Clark Curve. It's Kyle Ride towards the checkered flag. Kyle makes it another one at Brands Hatch. Fabulous stuff. Scott Redding second. Across the line for another third place, we have the Bimota of Max Cook. But it's a double for Kyle Ride. He is in such good form, as we also see a bit of a battle further back down between Danny Kent and Lee Jackson. We'll cover those positions in just a second. But what can you say about the nitrous coin, nitrous competition Ducati? Kyle Ride wins. 2.1 seconds was the gap back to Scott Redding on the Hagar PBM Ducati. And in Max Cook, only 0.2 of a second behind Scott Redding. So that was close. Kyle actually flexing his arms there. It shows how hard he was trying. Has he got a little bit of numbness kicked in there? Or has he been holding on that much that he's maybe given himself a bit of a jolt? But he takes a celebration from the other riders as he comes round. Sensational stuff from the defending reigning champion. He has been in sensational form. Ride, Redding and Cook will join Larry Carter down there in the winner's enclosure. And let's run through the rest of the finishers. Brad Ray, a good 4th place, with 5th place Ryan Vickers, 6th for Leon Haslam. Vickers getting Honda UK back into the top 5. Christian Eden 7th for Senkat Yamaha, and a good strong 8th for Glen Irwin. A salvage job for Rory Skinner in 9th place, and Brooksy gets himself into the top 10. Danny Kent 11th with Joe Talbot in 12th. Lee Jackson across the line in 13th place, and Ilya Mikhalczyk comes across the line and home in 14th place. The O Show in 15th place from Fraser Rogers, Luke Hedger, Rhys Irwin and Braden Elliott, the last 2 runners. 19th place for Braden. Fastest lap of the race, 1:24.066 to Kyle Ride. But that 2.1 second gap from Ride back to Redding, that will be the big talking point in the Hagar PBM garage. Alan, what a race that was. It's the same podium that we had yesterday, and I have to say that was a bit of a demonstration there from Kyle Ride.
Kyle Ride is just on another level at the moment, isn't he? Duncan, thank you very much indeed. We have a 20-lap race to look forward to a little bit later on. The 3rd race of the weekend for the Zin British Superbikes. But in the meantime, down in Park Fair, mate, about to welcome the riders down pit lane. What a dominance it is for Kyle Ride, Larry.
There's no stopping him, is there? Just had Matt Roberts from TNT Sports say that they'd had some information to squeeze for that, Ollie, thank you, to say that was 9 seconds faster than any other sprint race here at Brands Hatch over the equal distance.
Wow.
So that just goes to show, it might have looked as though he wasn't exactly pushing the envelope, as it were, but just goes to show how quick they are. And that's 10 out of 14 at the start of the season. Nobody's ever had such dominance at the start of a BSB season before like that. And even when you consider that Brad Ray won 8 of the opening 10 races at the start of last year, then he effectively, nobody seems to be able to hold a candle to Kyle Ride. He's just rolling down pit lane. Here is Scott Redding, just having a chat to the team down there. Scott, you must be a little bit frustrated with that. You give it to your all, but it seems as though Kyle's just at a different level just at present.
Yeah, no. Well, the pace was blistering. Nothing I could respond to, really. I was pushing over my limit. Yeah, I just didn't have the grip to contend with Kyle then, you know. It's like he had another level of grip. Obviously got the bike set up really well. I know he tried to attack a few times and I lent on him. As soon as he come through, it was like a different ball game. So fair play. He had a fast pace. I think the lap time was definitely on the lap record for sure. But yeah, we'll try for the long race this afternoon.
Thanks, Scott. Well, we would expect that. That is exactly how it is. Max Cook is just down here. We'll just grab a quick word with Max. He's got a smile on his face. Just having a chat with Ian Prestwood and Nigel Snook down here. It's another podium for you, Max. Obviously, just didn't quite have the pace to take it to the 2 Ducatis in front of you.
Yeah, well, I led it for a bit. Can't really get much of a better start than that. Just wanted to get the hammer down straight away, and I knew the pace would be quick, but yeah, I did like 5 laps underneath the qualifying time then, so yeah, we weren't hanging about, and obviously, yeah, Kyle was just like an absolute machine, you know, that he's just unbelievable, so yeah, fair play, I just had no chance of staying with him at all, and you know, and Scott come by me, had a few moments on the main straight, and he was just able to breeze by me, but you know, overall, I'm really happy with that result and the performance of the bike and myself. Yeah, a lot more satisfied with that one today, I think. Yeah, really happy.
Important podium for you, Max. Well done. And every now and then you do get a rider that's just dominant. And whether or not, remember that the Ducatis have had 250 revs dialed out of them. And but Kyle Ryde, I'm not too sure. Put him on a Rickman Zundap or a Triumph Bonneville, he'll probably end up winning this race. Just having a chat with Scott Redding there, and two of them just sort of like saying, well, yeah, no answer to you there, mate. You know, and unfortunately it wasn't to be there. There is Kyle. Let's just move and see if we can just grab a quick word. Jordan Bird, congratulations. In a league of your own out there, driver, you just seem as though that you've just got you're just in a sweet spot at present, Kyle.
Yeah, it was obviously unexpected, the pace I was doing. I thought obviously yesterday the fastest lap in the race was a 24.5, and we kind of cleared off, the three of us, so to be sat doing 24.1s, I thought something had gone on, but yeah, I just had great pace there. Felt really good on the bike. The last 4 laps was really tough because I went so fast at the start, but yeah, having a 2.5 second gap with 3 laps to go is a really good feeling.
I was just told that was the fastest ever sprint race here at Brands Hatch, over 12 laps, nearly 10 seconds quicker than you've gone before. Like I say, you're just in the zone at present, and I say you take the front wheel out of this bike, you still win a race.
Yeah, it's just, well, BSB moves on so much. The out lap 1 speed's obviously been the same for 10 or 15 years, but obviously tyres have been different. 10 years ago when Shaky was doing it, they had Q1, Q2, Q3, so they had 3 goes at it, and we've only got 1 on a hard tyre. So coming to the race, like you said, obviously that was a very fast race, I know that. I think last year or the year before when I beat Tommy, we was doing low 25s, and I did that on my last lap when I was cruising around, so the bikes and everything just move on so much and so fast.
10 out of 14, keep it going. Well done you, thanks for that. Well, the TV interviews are just about to commence, so what we'll do is we'll head up into the upper echelons of the podium. Again, it'll be 5 minutes or so before the riders are up there, so whether or not it gives you an ideal chance to get a few of them messages rattled off, Al.
Loads of them, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. Larry will make his way up to the podium. TV interviews are just taking place and need to be concluded before we can get the podium presentation underway, so chance for your messages on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877 is the number. So I stalled on this one just before we got the race underway because I wasn't sure the best way to do it, but I've worked it out now. It says, a very kind person says, can you ask if anybody has left a new visor in the bike park? We have it if they want it. And then this very nice chap, and that is actually his name. He gives his name as Chap. Gives his telephone number, which we're not going to give out. But if you take it along to the Mega Store, and if you have a new visor that you've left down in the bike park, if you describe it to them behind the counter in the Mega Store, that's probably going to be the best way to reacquaint yourself with it. So thank you very much indeed. That's very kind to write in and let us know about that. We wouldn't give your number out on air. Congratulations to Harrison McKay for his back-to-back win. We couldn't be there to support, but we're watching from Lincoln, from Lee and from Nathan as well. This one says, please wish my husband Steve Clark a very happy birthday today. We're watching at the Paddock Hill Grandstand. Good decision. And we're supporting Ben Curry and TJ Toms. Please also wish TJ Toms happy birthday today as well. We travel to every BSB round and enjoy your wonderful commentary. Thanks, guys. Keep up the good work. And that comes from Sandra. Thank you, Sandra. Very kind indeed. Duncan is next to me, so he'll be glowing with that praise and giving a big thumbs up as well. This one says, hello, please wish my wonderful husband Alex a very happy 40th birthday for today. He's chosen to celebrate his big day here at Brands Hatch with his 2 children, Paisley and Ellis, wife and dad. Thank you very much indeed, Emily, and happy birthday, Alex. What a brilliant decision to spend your birthday here at Brands Hatch. And this one says, can I please put out a shout out to Russ? We are here celebrating his 65th birthday today. Travelled up from Bournemouth for the weekend from Jay and from Craig as well. Jay, Craig, thank you very much indeed, and thanks for writing in. This one says, and Larry, if you're getting closer to a podium, then just jump in. Please give a shout out to my mother, Michael. To my mother, I'm not sure that's quite correct. I'll come back to that one. Not sure that's quite as it should be. I think there might be a couple of spelling mistakes in that. Could you please say huge congratulations to Lee on achieving his Junior Explorer badge? Darren, yes we can. Thank you very much indeed. And congratulations Lewis and Steve. Happy Sunday. Thank you very much for that. And this one says, hi, just looking for a mention. It's Simon and down here from Nottingham. First time camping for the weekend with my fiancée Sarah, and I can't wait to marry you, and I love you as well. Oh, and come on, Kyle. You're going to be happy. He's just doing his telly interview at the moment. He's Kyle Ride. What a record in 2026 in the British Superbikes. 10 out of a possible 14 wins for Kyle Ride. He'll be completing his television interview now and making his way up the stairs at the back of the podium. But it's quite a way, isn't it? But the gap back to Scott Redding, second in the championship, Dunk, is still 21 points.
Yeah, all that winning.
Yeah.
And not a huge... And that's the great thing about the point structure that we have. It changes 3 times through the year. The start of the season, we have 18 for a win, then 16, it works its way on like that, 18, 16, and works its way down. It changes when we get into the showdown, and then it changes again for the last race meeting of the year, where you get 35 points for a win, 30 for second. So it does, that's when the big gaps come between first and second. But right now, there's only 2 points of a difference. And Larry Carter, it does keep them nice and close and nice and tight.
It's the latest version of the showdown. The showdown was introduced in 2010, and we've run various versions ever since. And effectively, what it is in the Superbike class, the points do differ in various championships, but just to give you some perspective, when we're racing here for the main part of the season, it's 18 points for a win, 16 for second, 14 for third. But when we get to the final round at Brands Hatch, they do ramp up for the 2 showdown rounds, but when we get here for the final at Brands Hatch in October, it's effectively double points, because it's then 35 points for a win, 30 for second, 27 for third. So you can see the importance that the showdown places on it. The riders have made their way up here onto the podium. There is Scott Redding. Looks as fresh as a daisy, former Grand Prix race winner. He didn't do a lot of winning in his World Championship career here at Brands Hatch, mainly because the World Superbikes didn't come here during Scott Redding's tenure in the World Championship, and neither did obviously the Grand Prix, but had the pleasure of being with Scott, even when he was a 15-year-old and 174 days, when he won the British Grand Prix at Donington Park back in 2007, I think it was. And Scott Redding, well, I was leading the tune. I was doing the cartwheels on the podium, actually. Scott couldn't see it when he was on the Bluesons Aprilia going around the track, but rest assured that was the case. Here's Max Cook. And the rest of the team, here's Kyle Ride as well. Oh, the mother's come to collect it. Oh dear, it's all going to go pear-shaped now when Janine Ride gets on the podium. Anything can and probably will happen. So we are ready to go then with the podium for this round 14 of the Zinn British Superbike Championship. And onto the podium in third position, a 6th podium of the season for AGN Steel Stock Bimoto and Max Cook. Lots of cheers for Max as he goes on to P3 on the podium. Second position, as he was yesterday, an 11th podium of the season for Hager PBM Ducati and Scott Redding. But taking it easy, he's just chilling out on a seat here behind the podium because he's won 10 of the opening 14 races for Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competitions Ducati. Your race winner is Kyle Ride. And Janine, his mum, will go and collect the team award on behalf. Just stand next to Max if you would. Janine, thanks very much. That's Mrs. Ride, that's the mum. Normally dresses up as the granny, the glamorous granny at Cadwell. And we'll ask Mr. Peter Nixon, the managing director of Philip Morris, who is the parent company of Zinn, to make the podium presentation to the third place rider, Max Cook, 8 times now on a BSB career podium and a second here at Brands Hatch following his podium yesterday. Scott Redding in second, 43 times now on a BSB podium and an 11th here at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. The 3 times winner from last year and taking his 10th win of the season, a career 34th victory in his career and a 5th here at Brands Hatch. The race winner, defending champion, Kyle Ride. And Janine Wright, his mum, will collect the team award. Remember her and his dad remortgaged the house twice to allow Kyle to go racing. Thanks to Peter Nixon for making the podium presentation. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect, please, for the race winners. National Anthem. Rocks on with the best ever start to the start of a British Superbike Championship season. 10 wins of the 14 races and podiums in the other 4 as well. Nobody has made a better start to a season, let alone a title defence for the British Superbike Championship. There's in British Superbike Championship other than Kyle Wright, and what a wonderful job he's doing. And one would not bet against it, making it a treble a little bit later on today. I'm pretty sure that Scott Redding, Max Cook and a host of other riders will have other ideas about that, and it is the longer format later on this afternoon. Remember, it is the second of the feature races over 20 long laps. That was the 12-lap sprint race effectively, and yesterday we did see that Scott Redding and Kyle Wright were battling right up until the end with that red flag, so I expect the same again a little bit later on. Did you get wet there, Janine? A little bit wet there, yeah. It's good for there, though. Fault. It's good for there. And it wasn't your son that did that. It was Redding, apparently. Yeah, it doesn't. She said, "Don't matter, I'll get him back." And one thing you do is you do not make an enemy of Janine Ride. I speak from experience there. So that is, she's absolutely soaked through to the skin. It's a poor girl. Absolutely, shorts, t-shirt, the lot. Anyway, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you set that one up, didn't you, Kyle? Yeah, Mum's a little bit wetter than what she was when she arrived at the podium, but anyway, not to worry about that one. But yeah, cheers, Janine. Thanks for that. So there you go, with a slightly damper race winner's mum than what she was before she arrived here. We've got to hand back to Alan in the studio.
Thank you, Larry. All the fun of the podium with Larry Carter.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bond Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at KawasakiExperienceTour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Just past 5 to 2 here at Brands Hatch. That means in just 5 minutes' time, Ben Curry appearing on the Meet the Riders area at the Zin Zone with Dave Neal doing the interviews down there. Ben Curry at 2 o'clock, 2:15 Ollie Bayliss, Ryan Vickers at 2:30, Brad Ray at 2:45, Storm Stacey. He'll have a story to tell about why that race didn't go quite according to plan at 3 o'clock, and James Toseland, one of our legends here at Brands Hatch, at 3:15. That's on the Meet the Riders area down at the Zin Zone. We're getting ready for R&G Moto4 British Cup, 14 laps around the Grand Prix circuit. Let's get over to Duncan.
Before we hit the Moto4, the championship for the Superbikes sees a 21-point lead for Kelride over Scott Redding, and then Bradley Ray sits 56 points behind but moves into third place. Thanks for that, Alan. That's great stuff. We shall now move into Moto4 territory, and what we can tell you about the Moto4 championship, the R&G Moto4 British Cup sees Ryan Frost leading the championship from Jack Dunnaby. The championship lead now down to 12 points after that. Yesterday what we saw was Marco Holt, the rookie, pick up his first victory of the year, and he done that, Alan, in fabulous style, throwing caution to the wind. He didn't look like a rookie out there at all. He held his own with the more experienced riders.
Absolutely superb to watch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think we've got another one of those in prospect today.
You know, have you ever seen a bad Moto4 race?
Never.
That's exactly that. We've had to change our tagline somewhat because it's changed, but it's the same thing when it was a Talent Cup. The R&G Moto4 British Cup coming your way, a 14-lap race around the Grand Prix circuit of Brands Hatch, so longer than what we've just seen for the Superbikes. Frost, Dunnaby, Burrows, your top three in the championship. 12 points separating Ryan Frost and Jack Dunnaby. 17 points covering the top three. Jack Burrows yesterday, well, he was in about absolutely everything. I think he said he was ferreting at one point, and Larry actually picked me up on that one. But the victory did go to Marco Holt. It was a second place to Jack Dunnaby, and then Jack Burrows, you can't take your eyes off Jack Burrows. He's there all the time. He picked up a good podium and was happy with that. As they make their way off for their warm-up lap, 14 laps of racing sees Marco Holt on pole position with 37 from 63 Jack Dunnaby and 15 Harrison Day. Ryan Frost, 24 championship leader, goes from the head of the second row. Alongside him, we will have Jack Burrows and George Bowes. Row 3, number 7, Luke Fitchett, Axel Remisel Lomas 23 and 19 Tyler Humphreys. The fourth row is Ia Devine on 90, 64 Clayton Edmonds and 88 Mason Foster. Row 5, 42 Thorley Trevorrow, 27 Hudson Cooper and 18 Daniel Stevenson. The sixth row, 11 Jensen Bishop, 31 Henry McCartney and 78 Joshua Williams. Row number 7 sees 65 Lily Rhodes, 12 Archie Hooper and 58 Max Rhodes. And on the final row, row number 8, 34 Charlie Cunningham and 87 Ollie O'Gorman. Yes, he is the younger brother of Casey O'Gorman, and as Larry pointed out yesterday, he was even wearing Casey O'Gorman leathers in the pit lane. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was the case, Larry. He had a set of old, maybe Mornlow leathers on that Casey had. Oh, now we have got somebody walking away from a bike on the warm-up lap, which is never what we like to see. Is that Mason Foster? It very much could be one of the Mortimer Racing. It is Mason Foster. What a disaster. So number 88 retires from the race before he has even got going, and he'll be not too happy with that one. We haven't seen what's happened. That looks like it's out the back of the circuit at Surtees. But number 88, Mason Foster, the Mortimer Racing, I'm going to say front runner, because that's exactly what he is. He burst into our scene when we went to Navarra for the first year, and Mason was a bit of an eye-opener, a revelation, you could say. Unfortunately, he's not going to take any further part in this. We haven't seen, yes, he's a faller at Surtees. Oh, we can see it in the background there. So bike comes into view, minus a Mason Foster. Well, that's not very good. That's not what you look for, Larry or Alan. But that leaves a hole in the grid, and that hole will not be filled by anybody. But Mason Foster will be missed from this race because he's somebody who always gives us action. He was going from the 4th row, 12th position. He'll be an interested spectator at the side for the rest of this race. But Marco Holt comes down towards his pole position, where Holt the Bolt will take up that pole position, and he looks up towards the sky, getting ready to go for this one. Can he make it 2-2? Green flag from the back. Alan Woods clears the track at the front. We are about to go racing. If you look for the lights coming on, red lights are on. It's go down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Marco Holt does get a good start, as does Dunnaby. And here comes Harrison Day on the inside. Frosty wants involved. Everybody heads for the apex, and Dunnaby takes the lead as they go through turn number 1, ever so close, and now climbing the hill up towards Druids. That tricky little almost hairpin corner, second corner on the track as they all make their way in, and they do. And Jack Dunnaby leads as they exit Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend. Dunnaby from Harrison Day, from Marco Holt, from Ryan Frost. George Bowes out over the edge of the exit curb onto the area where he's not allowed to be. And the race direction will have one of the strikes noted as Harrison Day tries to go through on the inside but can't make that manoeuvre work. He did try and put himself alongside Jack Dunnaby, but Dunnaby just leant on him going towards the inside of the corner, forcing Harrison Day to just pick it up a little bit on the brakes and not make that manoeuvre. The top 4, Dunnaby, Day, Holt and Frost, as they make their way in towards the Grand Prix loop of Hawthorns for the first time. George Bowes, after that bit of in fact it's Jack Burrows. Jack Burrows up into 4th place, not George Bowes. I didn't expect it to be Bowes because he was a little bit wide at the exit of Graham Hill Bend as he bounced over the edge of the curb and up the green area. As I said, race direction, we'll keep an eye on that. Luke Fitchett looks like he's got ahead of him as well on the track. In towards Stirling's, it's still Dunnaby on the Cavara Projects bike. He'll be looking for his teammate, I believe. His teammate is Luke Fitchett on number 7. And why is he looking for Luke Fitchett? Well, they worked so well together through qualifying, giving little toes and slipstreams around the circuit. Different in a race, so very difficult to get with your teammate and work together. As they come across the line, Marco Holt goes round the outside. Jack Dunnaby gets sandwiched by Harrison Day and Marco Holt. And it's Harrison Day who leads going through Paddock Hill Bend. The youngster takes the lead on bike number 15, but here comes everybody back up the inside. But Day just takes his line and heads towards the apex. Lovely stuff. Is this the first time we've had Harrison Day leading, or have I said that already at Donington? Remind me, refresh me if you can, please, Larry Carter. But the young man in his first year of racing, we've got rookie first, rookie third. That's what we're used to with this class, because they had a rookie win the championship overall last year, and he went by the name of Ethan Sparks. If you remember, young Sparky, he's gone into some great stuff with the Red Bull rookies and is enjoying a great time racing in Europe as Jack Dunnaby pulls out from the slipstream on Harrison Day. They all get a little bit close for comfort in towards Hawthorn, and Dunnaby goes round the outside and lays it across the nose of everybody to take that lead back. These little bikes are all about momentum and keeping as much corner speed as you can possibly get. And I have to say, Jack Dunnaby and Jack Burrows and also Frosty seem to be the master at that. Maybe it's because they're into their, well, they're Ryan Frost into his further in his second year of this, but multi-years in this class does make you into a rider who can understand the tactics and the way the bikes work. But Marco Holt, well, he won yesterday and he's a rookie and he's looking very strong as he takes the lead in towards Clearaways over that tricky bump, down through the compression and then back onto the front straight, the pit straight here, and winding up in the slipstream. Here comes Frosty, here comes Dunnaby. One pops out, they all pop out, they head towards turn 1. Frosty tries to go from 4th to 1st, but it goes into 2nd. And Harrison Day tries to cut back through on Jack Dunnaby as they're halfway down the hill. We have got Jack Burrows, then we have got Luke Fitchett. Luke Fitchett has also behind him George Bowes, then Tyler Humphreys, Axel Remisel-Lomas and Clayton Edmonds. So Clayton Edmonds inside the top 10. He's been a bit of a distant figure in 2026, just unable to give us the results that we know Clayton is very much able to do. He's in the second group, third bike in the second group, as the 2 Fibertech Hondas battle away at the head of that. And that's Humphreys, the young Dundonian rider, and Axel Remisel-Lomas, bikes 19 and 23. Luke Fitchett pops out from the slipstream on George Bowes as they head down towards Hawthorns, but unable to do anything there. And it was it looked like it was Marco Holt who still led as they went out of our sight and along the Derek Minter straight it is. And that straight has now become a very busy area of lots of bikes fanning out, trying to make overtakes, but also trying to consolidate positions and not have somebody overtake them. That's one of the key things of the Moto4 British Cup as well. You don't want to lose too many positions. Yes, you get a lot of help from slipstream, you get a lot of holes in the air, but you've got to be tactical, and this is seeing racecraft at its best. Oh, now somebody had a bit of a problem there. Very, very slow. Who's that? Jack Burrows. Jack Burrows in problems there, heading down towards the Grand Prix loop. A lot of bikes fanning out, and that's almost, if I can use the word, obliterated the pack, Alan. Didn't that give us a bit of a frightening commentary point there?
It did a little bit, yeah, but we need to see the replay to see exactly what happened. But a big wiggle at the back, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jack Burrows in mid-pack. I believe it was Jack on bike 16 on the RK Racing Burrows Engineering bike. We'll hopefully get a bit of a replay of that, maybe from a different angle, but it's a different place, difficult place to get a camera shot off, to be honest, as we see Marco Holtz, Jack Dunnaby and Ryan Frost heading down towards Graham Hill Bend. Harrison Day in 4th place over the wrong side of the curb and into no man's land, which again will come and count as one of his strikes in that area, but he's in a good 4th place ahead of George Bowes. Behind George Bowes we very much have a bit of a gap back to Luke Fitchett, and then Luke Fitchett behind him has got Axel Remisel Lomas, then Burrows. Has Burrows? Yeah, Burrows seems to be on a bit of a slide. Remember, Burrows was a podium man yesterday, finished P3, but he can't help what's happened in this race. But that was a bit of a moment. He's popped out, he's now behind Clayton Edmonds, pops out to have a look up the inside into Westfield. And did he make that manoeuvre work? As we looked at the top of the screen, yes he did. He gets through on Clayton Edmonds. So we can see Jack Burrows, Clayton Edmonds, Isaiah Devine and Tyler Humphreys all making their way through that area of the circuit up towards Sheen Curve. But meanwhile, back at the front, well, there was a bit of a hand grenade thrown into it and it kind of separated the pack. But we've come away from that now, and it's very much a line of bikes again, led by the Cavara Projects Honda of Jack Dunnaby. Sliding into 2nd place goes Ryan Frost. Frosty tips himself in behind the bubble. Marco Holt is well trying to pick up a slipstream, but you can see the difference the slipstream makes here. Frosty got a big slipstream from Jack Dunnaby and it dragged him forward and past Marco Holt. As good as Holt was trying there, everything was tucked in. He wasn't in that still air, he was in the actual active air. There's a good way to describe it, Alan. And that active air was slowing him down. The still air, the slipstream drags you forward. And we saw that with Frosty. Graphic example of a perfect small bike slipstream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the sharp end. Dunnaby, Frost, Holt, Day and Bowes. Behind Bowes, just agonisingly off the back, is Luke Fitchett, the teammate to Jack Dunnaby, who will be trying everything to get himself up there. Not necessarily to help Jack Dunnaby out, but to help Luke Fitchett's own championship. Oh, rider down there. Is that a Fibertech Honda? That could be Lomas as we look at that, as we see him walking away from it. Could be Surtees again as we look at the back of the commentary box, trying to figure out where we have lost our rider. And we'll come back to, it's up at Druids actually. It's a Fibertech Honda, and it was actually 42 Thorley Trevorrow. So the young rookie Thorley Trevorrow steps off his bike up at Druids, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals taking Thorley to a position of safety. He was wanting his leathers unzipped there, because when the airbag goes off, it's like you're getting a hug from Larry Carter. It's a very big compression. Trust me, Alan. You would make that whimpering noise you made a couple of minutes ago when the adverts would play. It would be exactly what you would hear.
Can I just add that I don't make a habit of giving bear hugs to Duncan Vincent, Alan Hyde, or anybody for that matter.
Yeah, unless you're paid. Yes, absolutely. Don't know where that come from. Crossing the line, we see Jack Dunnaby still leading the way, and it's getting quite tight behind him, but this four have, I was going to say, settled into a rhythm, and then George Bowes pops himself in, and Luke Fitchett puts the fastest lap of the race in, a 1:35.5. He was quite defensive there, Larry Carter, wasn't he, Alan? He was quite in the defensive, not wanting to admit to giving us a nice hug in the morning and when the commentary team get together.
Yeah, very defensive.
Yeah, a little bit over-defensive, some would say.
Yeah, too defensive.
We'll come back to that later on. Making their way through Graham Hill Bend, along the Cooper Straight, in towards Surtees. Very impressed with Dunnaby. Jack Dunnaby has his second year in the championship. He picked up his first victory last year, if you remember, at Assen. Race number 2 at Assen for the, as it was the RNG Talent Cup then. It's now the RNG Moto4 British Cup. But that race victory unlocked something in Jack Dunnaby when he was over in the Netherlands. He came back and he won the next race when he was at Alton Park, and that's where Jack Dunnaby really started getting into the swing of things. He had podiums before that point, but Dunnaby riding so well as Frosty has a bit of a moment there. That's a warning for Ryan Frost. The back just let go as he was making his way through Westfield down towards Dingle Dell. And I have to say, that's enough to give you just a little bit of a, okay, that's where I am in the limited grip. And there's a tiny gap opening up behind Jack Dunnaby, but the slipstream will be so powerful. Watch the replay of the big screens, just there. In fact, it was a bit of a slide that went through the front of the bike towards the back slid, then the front slid again. That was a full-on oscillation, Alan Hyde. In fact, that's what we're going to call that.
Good word.
I like that, yeah. Strong. in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Marco Holt up the inside, and also Harrison Day looking at Jack Dunnaby, but looking from a long, long way back. What we do see with these young racers is fabulous racing and also amazing racecraft. They've been racing for such a long time through mini bike series, maybe the Cool Fab series, and then they find their way in towards this paddock. They haven't just started. When we say rookies, we use kind of tongue-in-cheek with that one. Rookies in this class, but they will have been racing for a long, long time before they do get to here, such as Marco Holt and Harrison Day. 2 rookies in the class, but a lot of experience under the visors as they go onto the Grand Prix loop, making their way along towards the Hawthorns area of the track. It's very much still, how many bikes do we have in this group? A 5-bike group as they accelerate, heading towards Hawthorns. The speed these bikes carry going through Hawthorns, the way they attack the corners, all about momentum, as we say, keeping that momentum going. And now they're starting to trip over each other as we're just getting towards the halfway point in this race. They do give them quite long races. That's one thing we can say about the R&G Moto4 British Cup. Long races. As I said, they're longer than what we've seen earlier on for the likes of the Superbikes. That was a quick 12-lap race. But as we make their way round the back of the circle, oh, bit of an error there and a little run wide from Ryan Frost. Frosty will be not happy about that one. And he'll be looking back over his shoulder any second now. Just a little bit wide through Stirlings, and that will definitely cost them as they come onto the straight. Look at the gap behind the third place Harrison Day as Dunnaby picks up the huge hole in the air, pops out from the slipstream in that still air and goes to the front. No, in fact, no, he doesn't, because from third to first goes Harrison Day. And he doesn't then run wide as Dunnaby manages to come back up the inside in towards Druids. Will look real time out the side of the commentary box with the stalker binoculars, and Day manages to hold it as they then make their way from Druids down to Graham Hill Bend. As they get to the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, they'll find themselves making their way around to the next area of the track, which is along the Cooper Straight and in towards Sturties. Just pulled the headphones off my head trying to stand up there.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. Had a slight moment there. Don't stand up when you're standing on your cable. Doesn't work. Broke my nose with the headphones. Harrison Day on lap 8 out of 14 heads down towards Hawthorns, and that was a lovely manoeuvre we just saw from that young man as he went from third to first and did it so at Paddock Hill Bend, of all places to go through. Extremely fast entry. And yeah, the team will be happy with that one for Harrison Day. And he now holds off Jack Dunnaby, the LRA Moto, supported by HV Solutions, Harrison Day on 15. And Harrison, quite a popular name for kids, I must say, in the bike racing scene. Harrison McKay, Harrison DeSoy, Harrison Crosby. We've seen quite a few of them.
I noticed that as well, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a nice name as
Alan
well.
has kind of fizzled out, hasn't it?
In fact, we're out in the 70s, mate, isn't it? I mean, dearie me. Yeah, let's not get started on Duncan or Larry. But as we watch them coming through, a good move there. Harrison Day managed to keep Marco Holt at bay. Jack Dunnaby ran wide through Stirlings, and that's put Ryan Frost back up into third place. Dunnaby looks a little bit like he doesn't want to be anywhere apart from the front, as he goes back through Ryan Frost and into third place. Was that Burrows? Is that the returning Jack Burrows? Yes, it is. So it's taken Jack Burrows some time to get back towards the sharp end after that slight moment that he had coming out of, shall we say, Stirlings down towards the Grand Prix loop. It's taken quite some time for him to get back into the swing of things. Just off the back of this group, we've got 23 and 64. That's Axel Remisel Lomas and also Clayton Edmonds. They are in 8th and 9th. They're just off the back of the 7-bike train that we can see making their way onto the Grand Prix loop. Once again, all tucked in underneath the Cheshire Moulding Bridge down towards Hawthorn. About 128, 130 miles per hour for Fitchett, who's deep in the slipstream. That's still here. The man at the front pushing 127, and the guys 4 or 5 bikes back, the miles per hour go up each time through that sector. So very impressive to see the slipstream actually comes back, and you can see it on the screen in the sector speed traps. But Harrison Day, this is the longest we've seen Harrison Day leading. And that LRA Moto team down in the pit lane. Oh, it goes down in towards Stirling's down he goes, unfortunately, and into the air fence for young Harrison Day. We saw him moving around there, but it started to move before that. He had a warning coming through on the entry towards Sheen Curve, and he folds that very early. That was like the Ryan Vickers move that we saw yesterday. He's up on his feet getting helped away, and that's a good sight to see, because that ladies and gentlemen, was a fairly big thump in towards the recticel, but thankfully it was a nice soft air recticel. It still stops you at a pace, but young Harrison Day, well, we could see that one coming. He had that little bit of a wobble before it, and if you see a replay on that, I'll talk you through what I saw. He comes through here, and he has the first wobble here on the brakes, just there. The back end kicks, and it puts a little bit more extra weight in the front, and nothing he can do about that as he goes in towards that recticel. Well, thankfully up on his feet walking away. He'll get checked over in the medical centre, but Alan Hyde giving us a little squawk from the studio.
Well, it was a quick one, that, wasn't it?
Didn't scrub off much speed, did he?
No, very little.
No, great shame that, and it was such a great ride from the rookie. Look at this, 3 abreast down towards Hawthorns. Marco Holt didn't know where to go there. He was kind of stuck in the middle with you. Was it Clown to the left of me, Joker to the right? Yeah, you could say something like that, because it was Frosty and Dunnaby. You can decide which one was the Clown and which one was the Joker. But you can see Marco almost thinking, I don't want to be in the middle of this. And he lost the position to Jack Dunnaby, but he did keep Frosty behind him as they made their way into Hawthorn, that incredibly fast corner. Still 128 miles per hour on the Moto4 bike as they make their way in there. Past the area where we just lost Harrison Day a lap ago. Clayton Edmonds now trying to bridge the gap. He's got ahead of Rimisel Lomas. Clayton Edmonds now finds himself in 7th place, so if he can make that jump, he'll get onto the back of this pack, and that's all Clayton needs. He just needs to get to the back of the pack, and then he can pick up the slipstream, and away he will go, Alan. You looked towards me like you were going to say something, sorry. Lap 11 of 14.
No, I'm just looking at you.
Oh, okay, that's lovely. Like Larry's cuddles away. Let's have a look up towards Druids for real time. At the side of the commentary box, there's a move from Ryan Frost trying to go up the inside, but it's Jack Dunnaby who holds that position. As we look back to Clayton Edmonds and Lomas, they're just fractionally off the back. And the thing is, with this big train, the bikes will naturally go faster in a straight line down towards Hawthorns and then back towards the Grand Prix loop. As he tries everything to close up on the brakes, he can't force it too much, otherwise he'll end up riding off the edge of the Pirelli tyre that we're on this year. Down towards Hawthorns, lap 11 out of 14. It's the RNG Moto4 British Cup race number 2, and it's Jack Dunnaby toe-to-toe with Marco Holt. Holt the Bolt, as Larry Carter found out Marco's nickname was. A lovely nickname he's got there. And he's just ahead of the Rhino. So can Marco Holt bolt the gate and stop the Rhino coming past him? Well, there's a really terrible saying, but we're going to stick by that one. Also, a bit of an issue for Burrows again. Burrows losing a lot of time going through Westfield and the Dingle Dell section of the track, and that's opened up a bit of a gap behind Frosty. So, and then he closes it up in the brakes. Such an attacking rider, Jack Burrows. He closes it all up in one section of the track. Down towards Clearways they come. Jack Dunnaby has led so much of this race, he hasn't really seen what these guys behind him have got. As they come onto the straight, slipstream, they cross the line. Dunnaby holds the lead. We just saw the knees pop out from Marco Holt ever so slightly. If you flash back to Snetterton, I held my breath there because Jack Burrows went round outside of Frosty and then cut back across his front wheel like Frosty didn't exist on the track. That was a very, very brave manoeuvre from Burrows, but he's back towards the sharp end, and that's where we expect to see Jack Burrows. But remember Snetterton, they were coming up from Murray's, the last corner, up the centre straight towards the first corner, and Dunnaby, rather than roll the throttle, would just put his knees out, just drag his knees in the wind to use them as a natural air brake, and that seemed to work ever so well for him. And then we just saw a little bit from Marco Holt doing that. Now, onto the back of this group has come Clayton Edmonds, as the three in front of him play a little bit of funny games with each other, decided to walk each other over from one side of the track to the other. And Clayton Edmonds now comes through. Will he make a manoeuvre on George Boson towards Westfield? Yes, he doesn't. He thought about it, 95% committed, and then decided that discretion was definitely the better part in that one. It's a tricky corner. It ripples on the way in, and there's bumps all the way through the heart of that corner at Westfield. And that's one of the great things about the Grand Prix loop. It's got so many areas of character. Some people might say, oh, you need to resurface that and make it smooth. But no, you want to make it difficult. You want to have bumps there, which keeps everybody, racers, riders, all on their toes. About to start lap 13 of 14. Lap 12 comes to an end and they cross the line. Marco Holt with the slipstream being broken from Jack Dunnaby as they cross the line. Jack Dunnaby tries to go up the inside, but it's actually Jack Burrows, his namesake, who goes through on 16, and he puts himself in the second. Frosty looks like he wants to go up the inside of Dunabee, and Jack Dunabie's teammate Luke Fitchett looks on as well. Frosty attempted to go through on Dunabee, but Dunabee, being aggressive, didn't want to lose that third place. Just let the brake off and rode a little bit further around the outside apex and was able to hold the position. But he runs wide now through Graham Hill Bend. He takes Frosty towards the inside of the track. Frosty won't like that, and he'll just go deeper in the corner on the brakes. And again, Jack Dunabee trying to be a little bit cheeky, but has a bit of movement. That's going to cost him big time as he comes onto the Grand Prix loop. He's now got Clayton Edmonds tucked up in his slipstream, and his teammate Luke Fitchett are there as well. Meanwhile, we're a bit of a change of the lead as we come to Hawthorne. No, we have a change for second place. Ryan Frost goes ahead of Jack Burrows. And there's so much happening in this Moto4 race, it's actually hard to keep up with it. It was Dunabee was going into an ever-diminishing gap towards the apex at Westfield, and the gap was being closed by the side of Jack Burrows. But Dunabee now goes through in Dingledale and Sheen Curve. Not really an overtaking place in other classes, but the Moto4 guys really making overtakes in places that we're not used to seeing these happen. And it's starting to get a little bit lively and a little bit spicy because, well, we're coming into clearways on lap 13 out of 14, and we're about to start what, Alan Hyde? The last lap.
Last lap.
Yeah, so that's big time now. This is time to show your money and your metal as Frosty leads across the line. Dunabee trying to go round the outside. That's a big ask. Up the inside as well goes Marco Holt. Did Dunabee make that work? That was an incredible run from Jack Dunabee on the Cavara Projects Honda round the outside of everybody down towards Paddock Hill Bend. But more impressively, round the outside of Ryan Frost. It's not easy to pull a manoeuvre on Frosty like that. He's such a wily competitor, and he knows exactly what he's doing as they come through the exit of Graham Hill Bend and head on for another lap along the Cooper Straight for the final time into Surtees. There's a look up the inside from Ryan Frost on Jack Dunabee, but Dunabee holds him at bay. Only just. They head down towards Hawthorns, everything tucked in. Here comes Frosty. He knows he's got the slipstream. There's nobody pulling him back, slowing him down. He'll feel that. He'll pop out. He'll get alongside Dunabee, but he knows that Jack Dunabee aggressive as they come. But Frosty goes through on the inside and he takes the lead. Does he run wide through the heart of the corner? Yes. Back on the inside comes Dunabee, and Marco Holt tries to, but he gets his nose well and truly chopped off and removed from Ryan Frost. Now, this is where Dunabee seems to be at his best, through Dingledale, Sheen Curve and Stirlings. And we also saw him quite happy to lead out of the last corner yesterday in towards Stirlings. Oh, Frosty has the back moving about. Thankfully, he doesn't do what we saw Harrison Day doing into that corner, and he holds that position now. A couple of slow riders ahead, but they're not going to come into this as we in towards clearways for the last time. It is all about the drag race towards the line, and again, keeping it tight. But here comes Frosty. He's going to use the slipstream. Here comes Burrows as they come down to the line. It's Dunabee again. Jack Dunabee wins it. What a race for Jack Dunabee. He wins from Ryan Frost and Jack Burrows. Fabulous stuff. Another victory for Jack Dunabee. He'll be happy about that one, picking up a win after a good second yesterday. Marco Holt not on the podium after his victory yesterday. But we look a little bit further down in the pack because, we're kind of preoccupied with that huge battle at the front. This is Henry McCartney, who we can see coming in to the Grand Prix Indy Loop. Henry making his racing return on the Stanford Honda, number 31, gets himself tucked in behind the bubble. And Henry McCartney with a bit of a slipstream race with Daniel Stevenson. Daniel Stevenson round the outside, and Stevenson will finish in 12th, and Henry McCartney in 13th place across the line. The results are confirmed. Jack Dunabee is your race winner, your victor, your happy man. From 24, Ryan Frost, and 16, Jack Burrows. 4th place was Marco Holt, with Luke Fitchett a fine 5th. Clayton Edmonds, well, that's green shoots of progress, into 6th place. George Bowes in 7th place. Axel Remisel Lomas, Azir Devine in 9th, and Tyler Humphries rounds out with another good 10th place. Further down behind that, we have got Cooper, Stevenson, McCartney, Williams and Bishop down to 15th place, with Archie Hopper, Lily Rhodes crossing the line in the background. We wait for Max Rhodes, Ollie O'Gorman and Charlie Cunningham to come through as well. They'll pick up positions 18th, 19th and 20th. But the RNG Motor4 British Cup race number 2 is all about Jack Dunabee. He takes another fabulous tactical victory. Our last 2 riders cross the line, and we will now pause for a very quick commercial break with Sir Al.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out, search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And without further ado, let's get down to ground level and join Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al. The riders are in the slightly detached Park Fermé area because of, as we mentioned yesterday, there's certain branding elements that we've got to respect for the junior rider classes and what have you. So if you're looking across at the main podium with the Zin branding back there, unfortunately you won't see anything because you've got to look some 10, 15 feet and below that, whereby we're undertaking the podium just directly underneath the main podium with the backdrop for the R&G Motor 4 British Cup. Shane Byrne just about to have a chat to Jack Dunnerby for TV, and we'll wait for the other riders to make their way down here. See the tall figure of Jack Burrows just having a word with the team down there. He gives away a lot of horsepower, does Jack, due to his 6-foot frame out there, just 16 years of age, but still that was his 7th podium of the season. Happy enough with that, Jack? It was a fair old scrap out there.
Honestly, I'm just glad to finish that race. I think it was on the 3rd or 4th lap, I missed a gear, and then whenever I tried to put it back into gear, it went back to gear again, and I think it was Luke Fitchett that hit me, and honestly, I'm just thankful to even finish that race, never mind be on the podium. But yeah, just big thanks to the team for giving me a great bike.
It was a great ride. That is Ryan Frost. Ryan, do you want to just pop up here and we'll grab a quick word with Frosty? Well, those are important points, mate. It wasn't quite the victory he wanted, but it's good to get on the podium after yesterday.
Yeah, if I could swear I could at the end of that race. No, it was a tricky one. We just kind of bided our time a little bit there. Obviously, we lost it just at the line, couldn't do anything else. But congratulations to Jack. Obviously, he rode very well. He deserved that win. But no, head up going into MotoGP. We know we've done good there before, so still in the championship lead.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Right, well, we'll have a word with Jack Dunnerby at the end of this one. Let's get them up here then in round 4, race 9 of the R&G Motor 4 British Cup. And onto the podium for a 7th time this season for Burrows Engineering and RK Racing. And for Northern Ireland, it is Jack Burrows. On the Jack, P3 for Jack. 2nd position for Fibertech, Michael Laverty Honda. An 8th podium of the season for the championship leader, Ryan Frost. And with 3 wins in his last 4 races, a race victory for Cavara Projects and RS Racing. The race winner for Scotland, Jack Dunnerby. And the RS Ryan Saxby team get the team award as well as they join the riders on the podium. And Richard Hutchins from R&G will make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, Jack Burrows. The rider across from Cookstown in Northern Ireland, his dad John, one of the leading lights in Irish racing for many, many years. As Jack gets the P3. Ryan Frost, he wasn't on the podium yesterday. He said, I might have to swear after that one. I'm glad he didn't. But he gets P2. And Jack Dunnerby the rider from Ayrshire there in Scotland. He gets his third win in the past 4 races, did the double at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago, and he's back on top of the podium here for Ryan Saxby and Cavara Projects Racing. The team get the Manufacturers Award as well as the riders hold the trophies up, boys, up in the air. There we go, for TV, for the various photographers, as there we go. Jack, could you just grab a quick word there? That was a hell of a race. I didn't want it to finish.
Yeah, that was hectic, honestly. At the start, I knew it was going to be a huge pack. Obviously, from last race, it was hectic. Same with this race. But no, I kind of knew to stay at the front because the people were behind. They were, going really well as well. It was unfortunate that Harrison crashed from the lead. He was going really well. And, yeah, no, I'm happy to come away with first. I've caught back up in the championship. And, yeah, looking forward to Silverstone.
Yeah, it's going to be an important round for you. You've won 3 out of the last 4 races. You're the former rider going into that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm feeling good.
Well done. Thanks. Keep up the good work, Jack. Thanks for talking to us. 15-year-old Jack Dunnerby just ahead of 16-year-old Jack Burrows and a positively ancient 17-year-old Ryan Frost boxing out the podium here as well. So just goes to show them. Make a note of them names. They are stars of the future. The Pirelli National Superstock riders are getting ready to go out for their next race. I'm going to head down to the grid, see who we can have a chat to. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Larry. And of course, when he talks about Silverstone, a very important race that. It's as part of the MotoGP weekend. So something to look forward to for these young riders. Right, Larry is absolutely correct. Pirelli National Superstocks are coming up next. He's heading out to the grid. I'm going to get through a couple of your messages while Larry makes his way down there, and particularly for Charlotte. Hi, Charlotte. I'm going to read this one out now because I feel rather sorry for Charlotte. She says, please do read this out as I've been sending messages all morning to the wrong number. And she sent me a couple of screenshots to prove it. She wants to say, please could you say a big happy birthday to my gorgeous husband, Simon Percival. We are up at Paddock Hill Bend. We're camping here all this weekend for his 50th birthday celebrations. Lots of love from wife Charlotte and 3 children, Summer, Indiana and Bo. There we go, Charlotte. Hopefully you heard that when it's nice and quiet here without the bikes going around the circuit. And a very happy birthday to your husband. Shout out to all of the recovery crew. Hashtag Orange Army. You work so hard and do such an amazing job. Especially that Marshall I rather like. Love from Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure that Marshall knows who they are. And this one says, please can we have a shout out to Jules Stevenson and Rook in their marriage yesterday, kicking off married life with a day at Brands Hatch, and congratulations to Julian and Jonathan, and good luck to all of the riders. Thank you very much indeed for sending that in. 127 times in total, so we got there in the end. And please give a shout out to my mother for her big 60th birthday, also to my boyfriend Jackie, who is here for her first BSB weekend. Woohoo! Thanks guys, love you. And that comes from Meg. Thank you very much indeed, Meg. And this one says, I'll do that one later. There's too much to read. Afternoon, guys. Going to give a shout out to Graham, who is marshalling a paddock at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, and his birthday is Wednesday, 21 again. Andy, thank you very much indeed. Graham, happy birthday on Wednesday. And this one says, could you please wish Freya a very happy 21st birthday? She's spending her birthday here at BSB, cheering on her favourite rider, Brad Ray. And that comes with thank you from the family as well. I wonder, is Larry down there just having a look out? I can't see.
We are, but
you
we're sadly bereft of motorcycles at
Oh,
present.
yeah, so you are.
Yeah, the pit lane doesn't open for another 4 minutes, so we've got a little while. We've got 5 or 6 minutes before I can jump in and have a chat with anybody.
I've got messages to get to, Larry, so don't
Fire
you worry
out,
about that. So can you say...
Ride 'em, cowboy! Yeehaw!
Thank you, Larry Carter. He's getting rather too into this yeehaw, I'm afraid. Can you say hello
Has
to...
he been drinking?
No. He's high on the supply of the day.
I like the yeehaw. I
Yeah,
really do
the
like
yeehaw
the
is
thing
good.
that Larry and Scott have got a thing, haven't they?
I just got, when Janine Ride was exiting the podium, then she was wearing more alcohol than a brewery, so no wonder if we're a little bit high and inebriated down here.
That came from Scott Redding. I saw him eyeing the whole situation up.
Cowboy himself is rounding them up, wasn't he, boys?
He was indeed. This one says, can you say hello to us at our very first BSB meeting? Jennifer Allison Philippa, Sue, Deborah, Annabelle too. Thank you very much indeed. Hi guys, great to have you here. And a shout out to Joshua Williams, 78, riding in R&B Talent Cup. It's not Talent Cup anymore, it's Moto4, but we know what you're talking about. You're doing well after recovering from an injury. Stay safe and have fun. Also, to your team, Dunsley Heat Racing, love from Nanny Chris. Nanny Chris, thank you for writing in. And this one shows a big shout out to Ride Culture Clothing, lads, for making me welcome last night. That comes from Steve. Couple more to get through, and then hopefully you'll have bikes within distance. No, a little bit more time to go yet. Ralph wants to wish his dad Tommy a happy birthday. We're hoping for a Scott Redding win in the final race. I'm sure there's a few of you dotted around the circuit. Yeehaw. And this one says, hi, could you say hello to Rodney, Jackie, Liam and Daisy from Falmouth in Cornwall. We're here with the family, Siobhan, Scott and grandson Harley. This is our 9th year to Brands in July and enjoying all the racing as always, and a big thank you. And this one says, can I wish Will a happy birthday, sitting down at Clark Curve with Ruth, Jill and Ali, drinking cold cans here, cheering on the Northern Irish lads. This one, oh that's nice, it's a thank you from Steph. Thank you, Steph. And this one says, hello, please could we have a birthday shout out for her birthday next week to our friend Paige, who is camping here for the weekend and enjoying the racing with her partner Josh and children Sarah and Harry and friends as well. Thank you from Charlie and from Hannah. This one says, hi guys, enjoying BSB here at Brands Hatch. Here's my program, and just to prove how many autographs you got on the pit lane walkabout, Sue, very impressive. One of the great things about a BSB program, and they are available, if you haven't got one yet, they are available here. You might still get autographs of some of the legends that we've got here at Brands Hatch, so well worth getting. And
how many did she get in the quiz on page 49? That is a big question.
Well, that's a very good question, but Sue has got all bar 3 of the current BSB riders and a few legends at the bottom, Larry. So
good effort.
You'll be impressed by that. Yeah, that's very impressive. Have you got bikes yet? No, you haven't. They're lining up at the bottom of pit lane, so I'm going to be able to carry on with this. Can you send a message to my husband, Stephen, one of the marshals at Sheen Curve, and also the other marshals around the circuit for the wonderful job they do, and heart emojis at the bottom of that one. Please give a shout out to Graham and Jackie. Thanks for looking after us for the past 2 weeks. Happy 65th birthday to Graham for yesterday from the Northern followers and Oscar as well. And this one says, can you wish Matt and Kirk a very happy 50th birthday? Mark has a couple of years to catch up, but also celebrating a birthday. Matt, love you always, from Anita and Co. Apologies, I missed out Cheryl. She also has a birthday celebration with lots of love from Anita. And this one says, hi all, can you have a shout out to Elliot from Biggleswade here for first BSB weekend with his dad. Great, I think we're almost up to date. Quick shout out for Paul and Sarah to Brands after 20 years. Last time here, mechanic for Gray Haslam and D&B Racing on the 2-stroke 250, and it's Paul's 61st birthday. Great racing all weekend, absolutely loving it. Paul, thank you very much indeed. And that is it, we are up to date. So that means if you send in a message now over the course of the rest of the afternoon, we might well get a chance to get round to you. It's on WhatsApp, Charlotte, WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Don't send random messages to some poor person with a similar number. 07482 877 877, and it's on WhatsApp only, or you can email the studio at bsbradio.com. And we do have a couple of emails. So this one says, can I wish Lisa a happy 53rd birthday today, watching on the bank opposite the garages? And that comes from Kev. Larry.
Yeah, Alan, I'm in awful trouble down here on the grid.
Oh, dear.
Oh, I'm in awful trouble.
Oh, dear.
Because I put it out there that, you know, the Eddie Allingham Motorhome Key saga?
Oh,
that,
yes.
We go back to Knockhill about till 1900 and frozen to death. Well, Eddie's just come across to me and he's grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and said, listen, Carter, I'll have you know that the motorhome keys were nothing to do with me. It was my son, David, who is to totally be blamed for this. I said, well, why let the facts get in the way of a good story there, Eddie? And either way, David Allen is a lot taller and a lot bigger than me, and I'm scared of him. So, but just to put things right, Eddie, it was David's fault that the motorhome keys got locked at Knockhill and you had to stay for an extra 5 days.
100%, Harry.
We've put that one to rest. There we go. You can get the lawyers off my back now, Eddie. Thanks for that one. Thanks, mate. Yeah. So it was David. Oh dear, it all gets a bit frivolous in the Brands Hatch sunshine, doesn't it? But yeah, imagine that, just locking yourself, you're ready to go home and locking yourself out of the motorhome, and you had to stay for another 5 days until such time. The problem was it was the ignition keys that could get into the motorhome, so they had accommodation, but the old, obviously they didn't want to hot wire the thing or do whatever you do to it. So I think it was actually a borrowed motorhome, if the truth be known.
Oh dear.
So yeah, well, the riders have made their way down here onto the grid, and aforementioned David Allingham that was down there, he took the victory yesterday, and he's just having a bit of a crack there with race director Stuart Higgs. Well, D-Bomb, yesterday's victory, you were saying that it was cut short by a couple of laps, but you said it's okay listening to Luke, and Luke had a plan for the end of it, but so did I. Well, here we are again, so obviously you did the double here 12 months ago, looking to box off another double victory.
Yeah, you know what, it's going to be a good battle. I see Josh Owens there is in third place too on the grid, so you never count anybody out. But yeah, as I said yesterday, you know, we had a bit of a plan too. We were taking off some laps nicely, and come towards the end of the race, you know, we were going to start pushing on a little bit. So you know what, I'm looking forward to a good race, and hopefully it all goes good.
Wish you well, David. Thanks for talking to us. Another rider, he's got the race face on again. He's never had it off for a weekend, has he? And that is Luke Mossey. Luke, you'll be delighted to know that we've had loads and loads of messages into BSB Radio just wishing you all the very, very best for this one. Lots of local support. And they're all saying that you could definitely do it this one.
I've been saying that the last 4 rounds. Yeah, we'll certainly be having a go. You know, it was unfortunate yesterday. I blame Stuart for that. But yeah, it's Sunday at Brands Hatch in the sun. You can't beat it. So yeah, we'll have another go today, and we'll try and get that first win.
Yeah, we'd love to see it at top of the podium there. We've got still a few minutes to go, so we can just have a chat with a couple of other riders. Is old Danger Scout about here? I think he's just nipped off to the boys' small room actually to just relieve himself. In fact, yes, he is over there. Close your eyes, kids. It's nothing to see over here. But there is old Lewis. They have toilets in Scotland these days, don't they, Lewis?
I don't know, yesterday I needed a wee dribble as well. I think you're waiting about all day and getting
too much information, too much information.
I know, yesterday was good, back on the box. Hopefully we can do today the same, if not a wee bit further up. So get a good start, get away with these boys and try and be a bit closer than we were yesterday.
Yeah, well, you were on the podium yesterday, so I'm pretty sure that that is going to be the case again there. There is Danger Scouts down there. Josh, I would shake your hand, mate, but obviously I'll just give that a little bit of a swerve this time. But here we are. Where did we finish yesterday? P5, just missed the podium, but obviously shooting for it this time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I dropped back to about 8th or 7th on the first couple of laps and worked my way through. I just got past Swanee, but obviously there was a red flag for Declan. Hope he's all right. So, yeah, it meant I got back to 5th, but most importantly, we got on the front row today. So, hopefully I can stick with the 2 boys at the front and should be in the fight for the podium, I think.
Love to see you up there, especially the top step, Josh, if you can manage that one. Danger Scouts. Well, the original Danger Scouts was Mark Heckles, but nowadays he's made the mantle his. There's Scott Swan just having a chat to James Whitton, but let me have a chat with the old Spitfire pilot, because it's been a while, Tom Ward, down here, local track from just down the road at Canterbury. You had a wobble around here at the No Limits, I think, meeting a few weeks ago, and certainly proved that you don't lost none of the old form. But what a disappointing end to last season when you were in with a shout at the championship. Trying to get it up there and put it on the podium here at Brands?
Yeah, that's the plan, yeah. Have a bit of fun, go out, enjoy riding the bike, enjoy riding the track, hopefully put on a good show for the fans.
No, that's all you can do. The local track, lots of local support. Good luck, Tom. Thanks for that one. Well, there is Scott Swan. He's just having a drink of water. Feeling good for this one, Swanee?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Yesterday was pretty tough. I had no grip at all. Don't know whether it was the heat or, well, I'm pretty sure it was the bike, but the heat had a big part to do with it. So today it's still warm, but I tried something in warm-up and it felt a lot better. So I'm looking forward to getting stuck in this one, to be honest.
Yeah, well, you know your way around it. You've won around here in the past. That is the case. And sad news for the Rapid Drive Live Honda squad of Martin Blainbridge and Claire Armstrong. We're not going to see Ash Barnes in this one. And no serious injuries to that crash yesterday, but it is a bruised sternum, we understand, and he's been ruled out of this one. Well, let's have a very quick word with Deco O'Connell, because I tell you what, I don't know how many mirrors that you've broken just lately, Deco, but you certainly need a little braking fortune and a little bit of good luck to come your way.
Yeah, well, like you say, mate, we've not been the best luck at best of times, but we're showing true pace. We just need to bring a race together, really. Do my head in a bit now, but we keep chipping away, is what it is, and yeah, we keep building. And
enjoy that drive back to Scotland with a trophy, hopefully later on. That is the case. The rider that lives very close to the Knockhill circuit up there in Dunfermline. So that is the top 3, 6, 7 riders that we managed to have a chat to, and if we had a word with your favourite, then that's great. If not, well, I do apologise. We go as far back as the grid as we can, but with less than 3 minutes to go now, that's our cue to leave the grid to start the build-up to this, the second of the Pirelli National Superstock races yesterday. A lot of support for the local rider Luke Mossey. Remember, he's won BSB races around here at Brands Hatch, yet, albeit on the Indy circuit. But if he really needs to think about this championship that he missed out on last year due to injury mainly, then he really needs to start getting the better of D-Bomb, David Allingham, who is being the person to beat in this championship so far this season. Which way is it going to go, Tunk? I don't know who my money's on. Who's yours on?
Fabulous, Larry. Well, I heard from my favourite, and that's Larry Carter. I don't know if anybody else heard from their favourite, but there you go, Larry. Fabulous stuff, fabulous work down there on the grid. Thank you very much as we get ready for our Pirelli National Superstock race. 14 laps, same length of race as we have just seen for the RNG Motor4 British Cup, but done at a slightly faster pace. But I'm pretty sure it will be just as enthralling as we saw the small bikes giving us a huge gaggle going round. Can David Allingham do what he's been doing so well throughout the course of 2026? Can D-Bomb make it a double at Brands Hatch? You never know, I may see him in the departure lounge tonight at Gatwick. It's a place where we do seem to bump into each other after this Brands round. The SMS, Nickel Oils rider, high-fives one of these mechanics and left with just the team boss on the line before we get going. He has been in sensational form this year. D-Bomb picking up 5 victories along his way, and the championship lead is very much his. He's on pole position from Luke Mossey and Josh Owens. Great to see Danger Scouse in the front row of the grid. Lewis Rollo, after a sensational run yesterday, finds himself head of row 2 alongside Scott Swan and Tom Ward. Declan Connell has Ash Beach and Billy McConnell for friends on row 3, and Matt Truelove, Simon Reed and Callum Bay are on the 4th row. The 5th row of the grid, Dan Brooks, Cam Dixon and Blaze Baker, with the 6th row being Jamie Coward, Jack Bednarek and Ricardo Brink. John McGuinness goes from the head of the 7 rows alongside Jamie Van Shakliris, JVS, and Sam Cox making his racing return on the Armada Marine Cable SC31 Honda. The 8th row has Thomas O'Grady, Paul Cunvin and Gavin Watts, with Lee Healy, the head of the 9th row, with Jamie Dexter and Harrison Crosby. We've got Caden Wilkinson, Jeff Van Carster and Charlie White for company on row number 10. And on the 11th and final row, David Williams, Jake Major Bird and Tommy Jones. Now, I'm Duncan Vincent, but I'm joined in the commentary point by Dave Hewson. Dave, you're here because you don't have a rider on track today. Can we have an update about Ash Barnes and the Rapid Honda?
Luckily, Ash isn't too bad. He's quite sore. He gave himself a decent beating yesterday. So he is in one piece, and he will be back on fine form at Alton Park in a couple of weeks. Bike's been fixed. The team have worked really well, so he will be ready to go, but we decided to give him the day off.
Well, it was a fair bang he took down there at Graham Hill Bend. I actually watched it, unfortunately. It didn't look nice, and it was an outlap as well, was it? Or it done an outlap in his first push lap.
Yeah, it was his first flying lap, and he'd actually backed off a little bit on the outlap to make sure he had plenty of room to go for his push lap, so he might have dropped a couple of degrees of tyre temperature. But he was definitely trying when we looked at the data, so we don't fault a lad for trying.
No, absolutely you don't, and Rapid Honda doing a fabulous job with Declan Connell and with Ash Beach through Ash Barnes through 2026, that's for sure. But thanks for joining us once again in the commentary point. It was great to have your input yesterday. Dave, a man, a racer himself, and renowned crew chief as well, and a man that likes a vlog. You still doing your vlog? Your blog
Yeah, we
thing?
are doing, yeah.
Okay.
Check him out on Obsession Engineering on YouTube.
Yeah, you're all right. I'm only joking. I watched
Nice easy plug for me. Thank you, Doug.
That's fine, Dave. I watch a lot of your stuff, actually. It's quite good, especially if I've got a long haul or if I've got a long drive. I kind of jump about podcast to podcast, and it's a great thing. The joys of modern technology, you can pick and choose when you want to watch stuff, and there are some great shows out there on YouTube, and yours being one of them. Now, Callum Bay has been given the black and orange flag. Oh, good grief. Number 80, Callum Bay, has been given the get off the circuit flag. Now, was there smoke coming out of that bike? We don't know, but Callum's coming in pit lane, looking down the side of the bike. Scoop, I don't know if you're still down there in pit lane. As they were making their way down towards Hawthorns, I was a little bit hesitant to say, did I see smoke in the background? But let's hope we didn't. But there's been no official explanation. But number 80 has been given the black and orange flag. Poor Callum Bay. The team run to his assistance. And I can see one of the MSVR team doing an inspection of that bike. Steph Curd, who's down there having a bit of an inspection, he'll be telling him what's wrong with that bike or what's missing. But we are just about ready to go under starters' orders. Alan Woods is off the track. The red lights come on. And it's go for the super stock. It's a good start from Declan Connell. He launches forward. Dave Hewson's happy with that as they head in towards Paddock Hill Bend. But it will be David Allingham. Oh, who's that down? Somebody, was that Declan Connell? Was he helped by Wardy there? Down into the gravel at turn number 1. It was tight with Wardy and Connell going through the heart of that corner. And it is Declan who's gone off into the gravel trap on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. As we have a bit of a look at the rest of the guys coming through and out of the inside of Graham Hill Bend. We wait to see what happens with this one. Yellow flag down there. The marshals very much in attendance. And that was a good start from Declan. We saw Dave, you getting excited of the third row launch that he did very much get. But it was very tight with Wardy coming up the inside, and then down they've gone in that area off the track. Declan getting up to his feet and helped away, which we like to see. That's good to see. We get taken to the medical centre for a bit of assessment, but yeah, not a great start to the race here, Dave, for you guys. No, it's been a bit of a, should we say, mostly down weekend, unfortunately. We've had some good pace, but everything's gone against us a little bit, but it's good to see him up and about. It was definitely busy in the first corner. I saw Matt Trulove also had a great start from the row behind, and I think might have also maybe got pushed wide in that. So yeah, but we have got David Allingham leading from Luke Mossey and Lewis Rollo, with Scott Swan ahead of Josh Owens, and then Billy McConnell up there in 6th place as they make their way on to another lap. They're coming past our point for the first time in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Thankfully, the yellow flags have been withdrawn as we go in there, and everything is now good to go. Good to see Skippy McConnell again, looking very sharp up there at the sharp end on that brand new BMW that he is riding, and it's starting to come good. It was good for the last race for maybe 6 or 7 laps. Now watch this, watch the replay. Tom Ward up there instead of Declan Connell, bang into the side of him. Yeah, that was not Declan Connell's fault. Tom Ward was on he was going into a hole that was ever diminishing. He rode into the side of Declan, put Declan down, and then unfortunately Declan into the side of Matt Trulove, Dave. Yeah, that was very, very tight. A little bit, I have to say. First corner is always tight here, and yeah, I think with Wardy, he was in a gap. He probably didn't really have much of an escape route out of that, unfortunately. So yeah, to me, that's a bit of a first corner incident, really. Yeah, no jump starts, but we'll see if that comes under investigation. I'm pretty sure that the race direction will look at that because there was a contact and it caused another rider to crash. But we'll see exactly what happens. Tom Ward with that one, getting away with it in 7th place. Ward, he wouldn't do that intentionally. No, he's not that type of rider. I want to say that right now, but you're right. He was kind of going into a zone that was just going to disappear. It's one of these things. As a rider, you're in that situation. There's not a lot you can do. No, I've been on the floor at Paddock Hill Bend myself, and yeah, it gets very busy in there, and the race very much filters down to one line. So yeah, it is definitely one of those incidents. But Ward, he's an absolutely spot-on lad, and a lot of experience in endurance racing, so he definitely wouldn't have meant anything by it. Absolutely. David Allingham still leads. Luke Mossey 2nd place. Lewis Rollo a fine 3rd. As through goes Josh Owens, but he'll run a bit wide through on Scott Swan. Can he hold that? No. Swanee back up the inside. The two former Superbike racers together, battling it out as they come through the heart of that corner. And then we are very much involved in a big titanic battle with Scott Swan, Josh Owens, and then Billy Skippy McConnell, as we watch the leaders start to put a little bit of a gap between the guys who are 1st, 2nd and 3rd. They're pulling away from that battle of Swan, Owens and Billy McConnell. But great to see Billy McConnell having this turn of speed. This is what we want and expect to see from Bilby. As Lewis Rollo up the inside, well, he was come from quite a far way back there. He just had to. We could hear you in taking breath, so we know it's close.
Yeah, it was a very serious look that up the inside. I do think the second group with Swanee and Josh Owens, I think Josh, it was a bit of a move into paddock, and I think it's cost them all a few tenths, so hopefully they can calm down and get back onto the leading trio.
Yeah, all very well having a manoeuvre, but Josh Owens did run him and Scott Swan wide. But they need to now work together. They both got the pace. Both former Superbike racers. In fact, that's 3 former Superbike racers behind the top 3. That's how impressive this class is. In fact, they're all ex-Superbike racers effectively in the top 6. Oh, Josh Owens! Josh Owens, is that Danger Scouts down? It is. What a shame. That looks like he's possibly going over the top. Is it coming out? Yes, he has. That'll be an over-the-top job coming out of Clearways and Clark Curve. He's far enough round the corner. The visor was off the helmet, so he's had a fairly big whack. Yeah, that's a shame for Josh off the SAF SAF Holland Honda for GR Performance down in the ground. They're already one rider misses. Matt Truelove comes in. Was that Matt Truelove or was that JVS? It was. We'll come back to that as Josh Owens slowly getting to his feet. Now watch the big screen, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Owens full lean angle. Whoa, that's a big high side. That's similar to what we saw Chris Sheridan do last year. And Skippy McConnell gets a face full of Danger Scouts Josh Owens there. That is going to hurt in the morning. That impact into the ground there goes through the pelvis, goes through both legs. And the safety car has been deployed. A great shame for Josh Owens. He's had a very, very bruising year. Not something that we like to see, but down in the gravel and getting a little bit of help from the medical team up at that end of the circuit. So a great shame for Josh and a great shame for the bike. But, well, Dave Hewson, it's good to see him sitting on the marshal's chair there. That will have knocked the air out of Josh Owens, but he's a tough cookie.
He is a tough cookie. You'd actually see as the bike flicked him over the top, you actually saw the airbag deploy as well. So that will have taken quite a lot of the impact out. So that's why he's able to get up and get moved. But
and there's the safety car. The safety car's not out because Josh Owens is hurt, ladies and gentlemen. It's because we have got what we call as debris on the track or track contamination between Clearways and Clark Curve. So the marshals need to get on there, and first of all they've got to move the bike and help Josh, and they've done that, so they've neutralised that side of it. They need to then do the circuit clear up side of things. And yeah, watch the replays again. This is a huge high side, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it flicks him up. Watch the airbag just start to go off. In fact, I think it's gone off there already, is it not?
Yeah, it went off nice and early, so it will have definitely helped help when he reset onto the floor. But I'll tell you what, Billy McConnell, he did some good avoiding action, not only to avoid Josh, but also to stay on the circuit. So.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm wondering if this is going to take more than a safety car. Look at the marshals. This is teamwork at its best here. Race director Stuart Higgs will be fully aware of the debris that they have up there. I'm just wondering if this will maybe escalate from a safety to a stoppage just so we get the sweeper out there. But thing is, it's 2.3 miles. It's a big enough circuit. If we get a team of marshals out there and all work together, they will get that cleared pretty quickly. The
circuit is quite wide though, and you can quite easily get down the inside, but it looked mostly like as the bike's gone onto the gravel, it's flicked a load of gravel onto the circuit, which obviously they need to get clear. But the marshals, they're all on hand and they're doing a mega job.
Yeah, not great for Josh Owens, not good for GR Performance or SAF Holland Honda, but out of the race in dramatic style goes Danger Scouse. Not what his girlfriend Ellie's needing either. They've just got over the pain of losing their little dog Reggie, and now Josh goes and does this to himself as well. Now they've pulled the marshals off the track, but they're all still standing there. Chris Glendenning will keep them tight off that gravel as they do. He and James Hales in that car, letting the riders know, basically follow me, stay, and the riders will have seen it in the last pass, and the marshals will spring into action after the last bike goes through. And then they've got some, I don't know, maybe 2 and a bit minutes, 2.3 miles off Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit to do a bit of cleaning again. Now we're going to see a different replay here in towards turn number 1. This is Luke Mossey looking up the inside of David Angham, and when that was all going on back there, Mossey took the lead of the race.
Yeah, we've missed that one completely, Doug. Certainly I did. So yeah, it was an absolute quality move from Mossey, to be honest. Nice. He must have got a really good run out of Clearways and just the standard pass into paddock. You can go quite tight on the line. It's just a case of making sure you get the bike slowed down enough.
Now, I'm keeping an eye on our information screen. So number 33 went to the medical centre, 84 into the gravel at Druids. We didn't call that, we saw it on screen, but that was Gavin Watts, the Oakham rider on the British Army Motorsports Fireblade. Unfortunately, he's out of the race. I saw a Tag Honda come in. Now, I'm having a look. Do we still have a True Love out there? Yes, we do. So it'll be JVS who is in the pits, yeah. Jamie Van Shakliris came into the pit lane off the second of the Tag Honda, so he's out of the race, and Josh Owens. I've got to say, Matt Truelove is a lucky man to still be in this race after what happened with that kind of stack-up job at turn number 1 on the first corner. But still nothing about the contact with Tom Ward. So, you know what, they're maybe just badging that as a racing incident in towards turn 1. But I'm pretty sure Wardy will go and see and check on Declan Connell. But as far as it goes for you guys at Rapid Honda, it has been a weekend of not ups and downs, as you say, mostly downs. But let's hope that Declan is okay and Ash Barnes they both can recover. And we'll see you guys at Oulton Park.
You will, definitely, yeah. I mean, the nice thing is the lads have shown really good pace over the weekend. We know the speed is there. Sometimes you don't get luck on your side, and this weekend's definitely been one of those.
Yep, as the track has all but been cleared, and their fabulous work from the Port West Race Safe marshals. Race Safe, we were honouring 30 years of the Race Safe organisation over lunchtime. Myself and Stuart Higgs gave out some lovely commemorative certificates to some of the founding members. 8 of the founding members were here, including our Chief Marshal John Proctor. John didn't like speaking into the microphone. It's quite funny, but you know, the job these guys and girls do trackside is absolutely phenomenal. We've now got a blower, so you can brush the track, but what the blower does, the blower gets into the actual kind of grain of the circuit to see how porous it is. It gets all the dust out of all the cracks and the natural pores that the track has. So it's just about using all the available tools that you have to yourself. A brush will never get put on the sideline, but a brush and a blower, perfect.
Exactly, they've got the right tools.
Do you have one
for
in the garden? You're one for the garden now?
I'm not one for gardening now.
Funny that.
Yeah.
There's not enough mechanical oil in the garden, is there?
If I could get a sit-on lawnmower that went fast enough, I'd be more interested, but then I'd run out of garden very quick, I think.
You'll have leaf blowers for cooling down bikes, you know?
We do, yeah.
I bet you do, exactly. But it's all about using the correct tools for the job and anything that makes your life that little bit easier. Safety car is now going to be ending. Okay, so the race is still 14 laps long. Safety car's ending this lap, and you can see that because the lights are now off the safety car. Larry Carter, I'm just going to see if you're around. I take it you'd have saw, or you would have caught that instant for Josh Owens there. Good to see Josh okay, but that certainly would have rung his bell going down there.
Yeah, it was a big one, wasn't it? And Josh doesn't have small crashes, does he? He always manages to dig himself to ground at some rate of knots. But safety car ending, lights out, race about to resume.
Good stuff, Larry. Thank you very much. Glenn Denning and Hales head for the pit lane, and here comes Luke Mossey. He brings him round towards the line. Mossey and Allingham away. They've got the jump on Lewis Rollo as they head in towards, and Allingham strikes while the iron's hot. He feels like he's kept enough heat in those tyres, and through he goes. Mossey tries to come through back on the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. That's a classic manoeuvre here at Brands Hatch. And Mossey shows his experience, and it pays off for him. Lovely manoeuvre back up the inside of Paddock Hill Bend in towards Druids to take that position back. The fastest lap of the race is actually held by Lewis Rollo, a 1:26.355 for the man from Gifford, who sits in 3rd place.
There's not a lot of difference between them either. Mossey, we talk 2 1,000ths of a second difference between the fastest laps. There is always an element, I always think, that sometimes it's easy to follow. Yeah. So Lewis just being that couple of tenths back from them, you can have a little bit of a rabbit to chase, and sometimes that is quite nice. Some racers love being out the front. I tended to always go better with a rabbit to chase. So.
I was never out the front, Dave. Yeah. I was always looking at a pack. I was racing, yeah.
Yeah, I was very rarely out the front, but I often had a gap in front of me. So.
Yeah, I like it, Dave. Through Sheen Curve they come, and Luke Mossey, I know Luke Mossey likes to lead from the front. It's a trait that we've seen from Luke Mossey, but he can fight his way through a pack with great ease as well as he comes down and in towards the Grand Prix Indy Loop. Mossey from Allingham, from Rollo, past where we lost Josh Owens in spectacular style some 3 or 4 laps ago. Up over the top, definitely rung the bell of Danger Scouse. Whereas David Allingham again just levels Luke Mossey this time. That's a better move. He doesn't need to make the pass completely, but again, he runs a little bit wide through the heart of the corner, and that gifts it back to Luke Mossey. So he's doing the right bit of work, but then he's almost making too much of the pass too soon.
Yeah, it's quite a difficult pass into paddock, because as you tip in, the track's dropping away so much that the front will be moving quite a lot as they're trailing the braking, and it's really easy to just run it a little bit wide. But Mossey's smart enough, and he's been around long enough that he knows that if he hits his brake marker, if Allingham comes underneath him, it's pretty solid chance that he's going to run wide, and then he just squares him off out the corner and has a go back. But it was interesting to see the complete variation in line coming out of Clark Curve as well. Mossy had like a lovely old sweeping line almost around the outside of the circuit, but it's not mattered now because Allingham's got in the lead anyway.
Allingham back through in the run down Pilgrims into Hawthorns. Lovely stuff from D-Bomb on the SMS Nickel Oils BMW. Possibly a little bit wide through Westfield, but he manages to hold that. That's a tricky corner, that. I was round there in the safety car doing laps at lunchtime, and the bumps start on the way into the corner. The bumps start as you turn in. You go through the apex, it ripples all the way, and the track drops away from you. And you feel that in a car, so you'll feel that even more on the bike, and you can see some of the riders always struggling ever so slightly with Westfield. One of those really tricky, challenging corners which takes you in towards Dingle Dell. Is 1, 2, 3, 4 at the sharp end now. Swanee has got himself onto the back of Lewis Rollo as they head in towards Paddock Hill Bend. I've got to say, I think Lewis Rollo wants to make a manoeuvre and look mossy.
Yep, he was definitely having a look up the inside there. He just wasn't really close enough to make a concerted effort of it, but he was pretty smart that he just pulled it back onto the correct line. And even into Druids there, Mossy had a little bit of a look up the inside of D-Bomb, and Rollo, he realised that, so he kept the what would traditionally be the slightly quicker line, the wider entry, tried to square him off. And it's always a little bit, if you can run the line you know you want to use, you're not on the side of the tyre for quite so long, and you're saving a little bit for later.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we've actually seen David Allingham be good at. Oh, Sam Cox is on the ground. Is that Sam Cox, actually? No, it's the other one, isn't it?
It's the third Armada bike.
There's that many Armada bikes, we get confused. So that is that. Let me have a look and see which one that is. If it's not Sam Cox, that will not be. Let's have a look and see who that one is. I'll pop up on our screen in a second. Was it 13?
Yes, it was.
Tommy Jones, Tommy Jones, So there's been confusing. There's been that. It's almost not been Rent-A-Rider, but there's been a revolving door at Armada with Emily Latty, Tommy Oliver, Tom Ward, Sam Cox, and Tommy Jones. Anybody else fancy a ride on that one? If you're quick, you will definitely get it, but a shame for
I'm not
Tommy
that quick,
Jones.
but can I have a go anyway?
No, you can't, Dave. You're a bit busy with Matt Bainbridge and Claire Armstrong building bikes back together for them right now to be playing. But look what's happened at the front here. The three at the sharp end have just put a bit of time into Scott Swan. So whether Swanee made a mistake on that lap, let's look at lap times. 26.9 for Swan, 26.7, 26.5, 26.5. So, yeah, Swanee just dropping a little bit of time through the back side of the circuit, but he still has the fastest lap of the race. We're past 2/3 distance now, and we're on lap 11 out of 14. Still, David Allingham, with 6 victories to his name, leads the way, and boy, does he look good on that SMS Nickel Oils BMW M1000R. The thing with David is he never looks out of control. He never looks like he's stepping over the mark. The bike's not jumping around underneath him. He reminds me of a really good 250cc rider, wheels in line and doing the job.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he's hitting his markers. You can tell with Mossy he's running a little bit more mid-corner speed in places, a little bit more maybe entry speed, which is a bit of a trait of the Honda, but it means it's quite difficult to pass another bike if you're having to run like that. So he keeps just having a bit of a look up the inside, but he's not really quite close enough at the moment.
Druids claims another victim. Charlie White, has gone down. Not Charlie Watts, he was a drummer for Stones, wasn't he? Charlie White has gone down up there, bike number 44. The Southampton rider making a racing return to True Heroes Racing.
Coming out of Stirling's, Swanee was almost on the grass. He's certainly pushing to try and keep with them, but I think maybe the scrapping between Mossing and Allingham earlier had slowed them down and gave Swanee a chance to get on him, and he's just struggling with the pace a little bit.
It almost hid what the problem was. Swanee doesn't have that pace. The other guys slowed it down, and Swanee came back up towards him, but as they start to behave themselves at the front again, those three, the two BMWs, first and third, and the Honda in the middle, with a bit of an advantage as the Port Race Safe Marshal struggled to move the Charlie White bike, as Tom Ward was having a look through the inside there, but he won't be able to do that. Incident at turn 2, on lap 2, turn 11, under investigation. Remind me, what was that? Incident on lap 2 at turn incident turn 2, lap 11, under investigation. Yeah, what was that? What was that? I can't remember.
Somebody must have had a bit of elbows into Druids, but we maybe didn't see it on camera.
I wonder if that was a Tommy Jones incident. Yeah, we didn't see that. We just saw the tail end of it sliding along the track. Yeah, so that could be, as Lewis Rollo goes into second place ahead of Luke Mossy. Lovely stuff. Lewis Rollo, new year for him, new challenge, new bike, new team, you name it, new everything. And Lewis Rollo is rising to the challenge. Larry Carter did mention this morning that normally known as a wet weather rider, I'm going to back up my good friend Lewis and say we have seen these performances before in the dry, and it's something that I expect from Lewis, and Lewis expects it as well. So to see him at the sharp end after such a disastrous year last year with the injury at the start of the year, and Wardy did get through on Billy McConnell, so that's another talking point. But great to see Lewis Rollo ahead of Luke Mossey. Can Lewis Rollo, can he? Could he? Maybe he could.
I'll tell you what, it was on the move on the way into paddock that
wasn't it just
that lap. So he's definitely having a go.
Could he have a shot at Mossey? A shot at Allingham? We saw this at Snetterton. Larry Carter called it so well at Snetterton, but it just looked like he had a technical, maybe a liquidation issue on the bike. We didn't actually get told the story, but Larry did such a great job of trying to get it out of him. He got a nudge, a wink, and a smile. Yeah,
but he's closed the gap absolutely right down.
Now, for a minute, I thought that was Swanee. I got a little bit excited in myself because it said 45 on his.
I think it was 55.
Yeah, but there was 2 numbers on his back.
I know it is. It's Swanee.
Yeah, Swanee
up at Druids.
Yeah, Swanee up at Druids. Looking at the side of the commentary box, can see that now. So Scott Swan has stopped up at Druids, and that puts. Oh well, that's great shame. That puts Tom Ward up into 4th place. Well, I suppose it's not a great shame that Tom Ward's in the 4th place. It's a great shame for Scott Swan. We don't actually know what's going on with that bike. He's riding it down the side of the tyre wall. He'll park up as we have a lap and a half to go, and David Allingham still with that 2.5 tenths of a second gap. It's not comfortable, Dave Hewson, but it's enough.
Yes, and especially because they're on equal machinery as well. The 2 BMWs out the front. It's a good package, but it's difficult to fight somebody on the same bike because the chances are their bike's going to be strong in the same places as yours. So I think he's going to throw the kitchen sink at it still. Yeah, Luke Mossey's got that thing tied in all sorts of shapes and sizes. He comes from such a far way back. Can he make his apex there? Will he run wide? Wow, what a manoeuvre from Mossey. He come from a week away to go through on the inside there with such an overspeed in towards the corner. First and only time you'll ever hear me saying that phrase, actually, as we come out of Druids. Great stuff from Luke Mossey. Not so much for Lewis Rollo. Lewis has got his face full of Malenko by Paget's Honda, the team which he used to race for in this Superstock Championship, as we go onto the Grand Prix loop for the last time of asking in this Pirelli National Superstock race. Mossey, he's going to throw the kitchen sink at this as well. Yeah, definitely. I didn't expect that move, to be honest, but you could see the way the 2 bikes work differently, that Mossey was able to get up the inside and still get the bike turned into the apex. That was very impressive. He did have a little bit of a slide coming out of Druids, but he's absolutely on the back wheel of D-Bomb. I think Mossey into Stirling's here. I can feel it through the bottom of Dingledale. If he gets through Sheen Curve, can he put that bike up the inside into Stirling's? There's a bit of a gap there, though. David will have to be cautious through here. Mossey's not close enough. Mossey didn't have anything through that area for David Allingham as we come through Stirling's for the last time of asking. Down towards Clearways. Allingham goes defensive a little bit too early. About to come back into our view is David Allingham on the SMS Nickel Oils BMW from Luke Mossey as we make our way through Clearways onto Clark Curve. Allingham's going to make it 6 wins in the year. He crosses the line, and what a display from David Allingham. Clean and clinical once again. Allingham delivers and takes a victory at Brands Hatch. Mossey in a fine second, and another great podium for Lewis Rollo coming across the line in 3rd place. Tom Ward 4th place across the line with Billy McConnell 5th. Matt Trulove in 6th place. Now that's a recovery ride and a half, because he was down through the gravel as well at Paddock Hill Bend on lap 1. Yep, and that will, I suspect, have been partly adrenaline fueled that comeback. Adrenaline fueled by Matt Trulove. D-Bomb, is that 6-7? Is that what he's doing there? 6-7, you know that, Dave, yeah? I don't know that. Oh, you don't, that's okay. No, you must be younger than me, Duncan, if you know what that is. Clearly. Simon Reid in 7th place, Blaze Baker in 8th, Dan Brooks in 9th, and Cam Dixon, the birthday boy during the week, comes home for a good 10th place. Ricardo Brink, Jack Bednarek, Jamie Coward, McGuinness, I never even mentioned him, in the points for John McGuinness in 14th place, Harrison Crosby in 15th, and Sam Cox just outside the points on his racing return. Thomas O'Grady, Lee Healy, Paul Cunvin and Jeff Van Calster round out the top 20. What a race that was. What a race that was. Dave Hewson, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry you had to see what happened to Rapid Honda there, but let's hope that Declan is A-OK. Okay. Thank you, Duncan. Always a pleasure. Absolutely no problem. Dave Hewson join us in the commentary box. Larry Carter, that was something just a little bit special. Before we hand down to Scoop, we'll run ourselves a very quick commercial break up here in the BSB studio.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection, and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at BritishSuperbike.com, and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
It most certainly is, and we will be handing down to Larry Scoop Carter, who, Scoop, you should be down there. What a race that was. You can't write a script for Superstock, but David Allingham, wow, isn't D-Bomb on a roll?
Yeah, remind me, Dunk, did we have a safety car yesterday as well, just before the red flag? I seem to think that we did.
Larry, that's more than 20 minutes ago, so I'm stuck.
Because I remember Luke saying something about safety cars, red flags. Just have no luck, do I, with this job, and so it's turned out once again. Well, there is Lewis Roller just having a chat to the team down here and just debriefing. And if I can just venture the question to you, Lewis, that was a little bit closer out there. It's the same 1, 2, 3 as yesterday, but a lot nearer the leading duo today.
We're definitely there now. That's the closest we've been to a win this season, time-wise, obviously, off of David, and to actually pass Mossy there and be in the mix. And I felt really comfortable. The bike's been amazing this weekend. I felt good. We've definitely moved forward, and I think now I'm getting comfortable on it and we're finding our way. Hopefully we can keep this rolling and have some fun in the next few rounds and hopefully move up the box.
Well, back to Alton Park, where you got your first podium of the season next time, so the omens are good with that one. Well, Luke Mossy, I've been around, I've known Luke for a long, long time. For him, his twin brother Jamie used to race, but Luke, you could do no more really. You were rode your little cotton socks off there to try and get that victory. Safety car didn't help you again, I guess.
No, I'm not accepting defeat. You know, we're not waving the white flag. You know, I must sound like a broken record. We know how good the BMW is in a straight line, and yeah, I really enjoyed that. To be fair, you know, yesterday I was a little bit deflated with it, and but yeah, nice to do a longer race. Then, you know, I felt really comfortable. Yeah, 2 weeks, Alton Park, another 2 races, so.
You can't dwell on this, can you? You're a professional racer, you've been around this, you've had more disappointments than finishing second in a Superstock race in your career.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 2 years ago when I didn't have a ride, you know, we was absolutely over the moon with our first third place at Snetterton, so yeah, to be on a roster, you know, we're not annoyed, you know, I'm more than happy. I feel like I'm riding like my best before I had the accident at Thruxton, you know, 8 years ago, and you know, I'm still only 33, I've still got a lot to give in this championship, maybe even Superbikes in the future, but yeah, tap on the back for that, and then we'll move on to Alton.
That's all you can do, Luke, and that's where he got his victory last year. Well, David Allingham down here is just having a chat with Shannon Etheridge, the crew chief for Car Ride. Well, D-Bomb, you've done it again. A double last year here at Brands Hatch. You managed to do it again and put yourself well in command of this championship now.
Yeah, you know what, man, as I said to you yesterday, Larry, I had a plan too, you know, and I knew that the last couple of laps there I pushed on quite hard, and my bike's feeling really good, mate. My team's amazing. I've got some really good people around me, as I says. I said to Shaggy, I'm just blessed at the moment, you know, to have so many good people around me, and that's what's happening here. That's why the results are good.
Yeah, well, keep it going, David. Thanks very much for that one. Well, the sun is streaming down here in the Parc Fermé area. It's the hottest it's been all weekend, in my view. So if you are out there, just take a little bit of care, folks, in this sun, because it is nudging 25 degrees out there, and yeah, if it's warm on old Scoops forehead, it's going to be warm on your torsos and legs and arms and everything else. So just take a little bit of care out there in the sun. I'm going to head up to the podium again. Take me a few minutes to get up there, Al. I'm sure you've got one or two bits and pieces you need to do in the studio.
Thanks, Larry. I'll take this back while we wait for the podium to happen. A good few messages coming in there in that last session as well, but Larry hit me with a question. Can you remember yesterday if there was a safety car? For the life of me, I can't. I need to apologise for that, Larry.
We should know that.
I know,
as
but
professional broadcaster, we should know this, shouldn't we, Dunk?
It's hard because I then go and do Thrill of the Race filming, and I have absolute. Rogie asked me a question. I'm like, who was on pole, or what happened there, or who did this? So, yeah, you need to give me a little bit of a second there. Hi, could you please give a shout out to Duncan for being a great dad? This isn't for me, obviously. I'd like to point that out. This message has come in, but it hasn't been given, and there's no name on it. Actually, it might come from Luke. So Duncan being a great dad, and to his girlfriend Grace for trying the best in everything that she does. That's come from Luke. I wonder if that's actually Luke Fitcher that message is coming from, that because his dad is called Duncan.
Well, unless you've got a new girlfriend called Grace, then that definitely isn't from you. Because the other thing that gives a clue away is that Duncan Vincent, was it your daughter Lola that managed to get hold of your mobile phone?
Yes.
And how old is she now?
Lola's 16 in December.
She's 16. She decided that it wasn't cool having a dad called Duncan anymore. So she took his mobile phone off him and rearranged one or two of his contacts in there. So me and Alan Hyde and everybody else at Duncan Vincent's friends, rather than getting DV or Duncan or whatever, he's now known as Dunk Vincent. And it's all due to a 16-year-old daughter, Lola.
Kids and technology, they know stuff we don't.
Dunk is obviously a cooler name than Duncan or DV or other names that we've got here which aren't broadcastable again. Right. But anyway, yeah, so known to one and all as Dunk Vincent from now on.
Yeah, I like it, Larry. It makes me sound kind of cool, you know? Maybe
Well,
think of a
I
nickname
guess that whichever school that she's probably finished school now, but there aren't too many dunks there in the schoolyard these days.
No, that's very true, actually. That's very true. Another one, can we have a shout out for Ollie and Vicky Crossley and Wayne? That's from Oliver. No problem, we've done that. Big shout out to my group from Brighton. That's Brown, they come up for the weekend. Booze and bikes. Well, that sounds good, as long as you're not mixing the pair of them together. You have to do them separately at separate times, and that's from Abby. Hope you're all having a fabulous weekend like I have. That's Abby Jackson. So, yeah, booze and bikes is fine, laddie, as long as you separate them and you don't do them together. It's not cool. Please shout out to the lads at Palm Bay Garage, having an amazing time at the BSB today. Well, that's great. That's from Ben. Yeah, I like that. The more people that we get giving us shout outs, the better. Don't be shy. It's nice and easy to get in touch with us. You can do that by texting the tower. Alan Hyde will be back. He's just away spending a penny. You know what he's got to do. He's cooped up in here all day, so we've got to give him a little bit of time. But you can text Alan on 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp.
I hope that is spending the metaphorical penny in the gentleman's room. Because
he won't have his wallet out, that's for sure.
One thing for certain, I've never seen Alan Hyde spend a penny in a bar or a shop or anything else like that.
That's like the dodo, isn't it?
Yeah, it's you know where he's gone. He's gone to the press office to see if there's any more of the old Boost bars there.
Well, he may well have done so. We've just seen Lewis Rollo complete his TNT interview downstairs. Luke Mossy now going into his, whether these are live or being pre-recorded.
Oh, this is all live, Dunk.
All live, there you go. So
we've got a few minutes before they come up to the podium.
A couple of minutes till they come up. The next race that we're waiting for is the feature race for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, and that will be an 18-lap race. Yesterday we were enthralled by seeing Ollie Bayliss do the business, and he'll start from pole position. As I look out from the commentary box, I can see girlfriend down there, Keisha is down there, and the team getting ready as Alan Hyde has made it back here, and he's still got a big wallet, Larry, just to let you know. That's exactly what he has not been doing, is spending any of that harm.
Full of Boost bars?
Yeah, probably is. Yeah, absolutely. But when he was away, I played an advert, Alan, just to let you know. So I hope you're proud.
Okay. I can see that. Yeah.
Did you alter all the buttons on the deck as well, like that, so to make sure that he doesn't have a clue what he's doing?
Spilt Coke over the desk and Pepsi Max in the feeders and everything.
Not fizzy drinks. No, anything but fizzy.
So we've got Larry waiting for the podium. You missed a fabulous Superstock race there. But
we had it on the telly.
Oh,
so,
did you?
Yeah.
You were also doing something interesting. Have you got any good gossip from us from what you were doing?
No.
Can you share?
Well, let's just clear this up because we've just saw the series that Alan Hyde's just been to the small boys' room out there. So you're not suggesting that whichever one is visited, there's a TV screen in there and an audience, are you, Doug?
I went to have a chat in PBM Hospitality with Scott Redding, and he was late, fashionably late. The meeting after the race went on a lot longer than expected, and he was saying, I just want a bit more from the bike. I just need a little bit more from the bike. And then he called me out for being late for the last 2 times that we should have done hospitality chats over at PBM.
Well,
so
Reading
it was,
Power called you out.
Yeah, he called
like
me
that.
out. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Sorry, I did say sorry.
That was a bun fight I would have liked to have seen. Alan Hyde about 5'2" and Scott Redding about 7'3".
Yeah.
And the two of them are having a Barney in the PBM Hospitality Suite. We're selling tickets for that one.
It was all in the best possible taste.
I like how he called you out, though. That's good. That's good.
He did. Got a laugh as well.
Well, the riders will be making their way up to Larry Carter for their podium to be conducted. We're just looking at some highlights of the actual race, and one of the highlights was the David Allingham overtake in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but Luke Mossey chopping straight back to try and get through. Those two went at it hammer and tongs. Lewis Rollo got himself into second place for quite some time, but ultimately it was David Allingham who came away with his 6th victory of 2026 on that SMS Nickel Oils BMW. He has been on a bit of a sensational march, and he leads the championship comfortably as they will be making their way onto the podium to take the Baglieti Prosecco and their lovely BSB trophies. Just the one race for them this weekend. That's the other thing that Luke Mossey alluded to. He's looking forward to getting back to Alton Park, where Mossey was victorious last year at Alton Park. We have seen him victorious there in quite a few classes that he's gone to, but also it's a place that David Allingham knows and enjoys.
Well, he does need to start winning again, and Luke is the first to admit that. The riders have made their way up here. It's like the old joke again. I refer to this every now and then, isn't it? The Englishman, the Scotsman and the Irishman walk onto a podium and they have a joker called Scoop to what happens next? Well, I'll tell you what happens next. We go with the podium because the riders are made their way up here. Richard, the Fothergill, gives me the thumbs up there, so I think we are ready to go then. They're just watching now. That was Josh Owens, by the way, that went down there, boys. So looking at the screen, say, who's that that's gone down? So let's get them out here then in round 5, race 7 in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, and onto a podium for a 3rd time this season for Motorrad Central Edinburgh, Emblav BMW, and for Scotland, it's Lewis Rollo. Second position for Milenko by Padgett Sonder, and for England, it's Luke Mossey. And for Northern Ireland, an SMS Nickel Oils BMW, the race winner and championship leader, David Allingham. And the team award as well goes to the Sean McShane Nickel Oils BMW squad of D-Bomb. And we'll ask once again Pirelli to make the podium presentation. Simon Carter making the podium presentation on behalf of Pirelli to the 3rd place rider, Lewis Rollo. Adds to his podium of yesterday and one earlier in the season at Alton Park. Luke Mossey, a 6th podium of the season, still looking for that first elusive race win here this weekend. It's not going to have to come at Alton Park. And David Allingham, D-Bomb, takes the race victory. His 6th win of the season, increasing his championship lead. And the SMS Nickel Oils BMW squad get the team award as well. So that just about concludes the podium then for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. They'll let loose with the Baglieti Prosecco, supplied by our friends up there in County Durham, Lanchester Wines. Thanks to them for all their support with the various bubbly and fizzy and everything else. So with that concludes the podium. We're going to head down to the grid to see who we can have a chat to in the Quattro Group British Supersport race. With that, back to the studio.
Thank you, Larry. Can we have a shout out to Andy Fennick with the Stratford crew? I've supported Harrison McKay the last 5 years through the BTC, and happy for his win. There we go. Hi to Andy. Loads of messages have come in while I've been away from my desk for just a few moments. So maybe, Duncan, is that opportunity for me to say hi to a few people?
Yeah, I used a few messages as well, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I used your laptop, I used your desk,
did
your computer.
you?
I even sat in your chair.
Did you?
Sorry, mate.
You see the furrowed brow now.
Yeah, everything changed at the commentary point at that moment when Vincent knew he'd overstepped the mark.
Thank you, John, for bringing Tracy to her first of many British Superbikes. Hi, guys. Great to have you here. Can I please have a massive shout out to my biggest brother, Tommy? He's treated me to a day out for my birthday. I love him so much. Been the best birthday ever. We're in the Paddock Hill stand from Joseph and Oscar. Thank you so much. Great to have you here, guys. And this one says, can you please give a shout out to Jensen, who's 4, Sonny, who's 3, and April, who's 1. It's their first time at BSB and they are loving it. Also a shout out to the adults, Matt, Clive and Penny as well. Having a great time here at Brands. That is very good to hear. And please can we have a shout out to and congratulate Russ and Dom from Shoreham, who got engaged this weekend. Congrats, guys, from the SEC Bikers. This one says, please say happy birthday to Ollie. He was 61 yesterday. We're all loving the racing, from Hatch and from Angus as well. And this one says, good luck to Cameron Hall, number 48, and TJ Toms, number 2, from Sue and Daryl from the Isle of Wight, watching from pit entry, expecting a wave when finished. There we go. Larry Carter is down on the grid.
Like the spring-like gazelle that I am, running down.
That was impressive.
Was it? Got the steps in this weekend, don't we, Al? That is the case.
Do.
Well, one rider that's getting the steps in on a motorcycle is Ollie Bayliss, because yesterday he took victory on his debut at Brands Hatch and didn't quite box it off at Thruxton. But it'd be good to do a double here at Brands Hatch, Ollie. You've already got one win under your belt. At least you know which way the track goes at turn 1 now.
Yeah, exactly. It was a really fun race yesterday, so I'm hoping we can finish it in the same way. But I'm sure these guys will give us a good battle, and we'll see how we go.
Dad enjoying his day at Brands Hatch?
I think so. I ain't seen much of him, so but no, I think he would.
It's probably the best way, that, isn't it?
No, it was good to have a win for him yesterday, so hopefully we can do the same today.
Good luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Well, that is one of the Aussies there. Ben Kerry has just nipped off for a call of nature, so the second of the Aussies on the front row of the grid is not quite there. Jack Kennedy, the 5 times champion here, looking for that first victory of the season yesterday. Jack was on the podium. Getting a bit sick of these P2s now, Jack. It's about time we had a win, mate. Can you deliver today?
Who you telling? Yeah, another second yesterday. Gave it absolutely everything. We'll see if we can go one better today, but obviously don't want to overstep the mark like I've done in previous races this year. So we'll see what we can do. It's going to be a long race. 16 laps here last year, 18 today. So let's see if we can put on a show like yesterday.
It would be good to see you up there on the top step, Jack. Thanks for that. Good luck. And here is Luke Stapleton. He's just underneath the brolly. We're going to have a positive chat today. Did you watch the match last night, Luke? Wasn't it a good one?
I did, mate, yes, it was a good one, yeah.
We're not going to talk about motorbikes, are we, today? So, anyway, it wasn't the best of days yesterday, P7, but you're giving yourself a reasonable chance here from P4. What can you do?
Yeah, there was a couple of mistakes on my part. Turn 2, ran deep, lost quite a few places and just made the race difficult. So, okay, we're struggling for a bit of pace at the minute. Everyone can see that. So, we need to maximise what we've got. Take the most from what we can, and we didn't do that yesterday, so we need to do that today and make amends and move on to the next round.
Hope to see you on the podium. Thanks, Luke. Well, we avoided that one, didn't we? Here is Ben Curry. If all else fails, talk about the football. well, Ben, yesterday it was, is it fair to say it was a little bit of a hard work to get onto the podium yesterday? Today's not going to be any easier, is it?
No, that's it. No race is easy, Larry. You know what it's like. It's cutthroat out there lately. It's proper intense. It's proper flat out like all the classes. You know, we've seen it in Superbike, we've seen it in Supersport now, where you just got to be on it every lap. So I'm pretty ready for 18 laps on the rivet. So yeah. So hopefully the R9 holds together and we're good to go.
Bring it on, and you're not going to let another Aussie win, are you?
I've had enough of that one already. There, I've had a few sly digs over the weekend, saying, "Oh, there's a new Aussie in town," but there absolutely is, and he's absolutely on it. So I've got to bring my best here to try and beat him.
Yeah, thanks. And it certainly is going to be a little bit of a warm one. Well, who else have we got down here? We've got Hazard Trulov, the second of the McCann's Yamahas down here. Where did old Hazard finish yesterday? Oh, P4 yesterday for Harry. Well, your teammate was on the podium yesterday, Hazard. Love the moustache. It's coming on a treat there. It's getting never much like Burt Reynolds with each and every passing weekend. But can you get up there and put it on the podium? Because you've done it a couple of times this season.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, it's everyone's trying, so it's pretty hard. But as long as I'm breathing, there's always the opportunity, isn't there? So
that's one way of looking at it, mate. Let's be optimistic about this.
Yeah, well, I think if we're ever going to have a chance, we may as well do it now. So just as long as I can stay with him, and Ollie's obviously got good race pace, and he's always fast at the end with those World Superbike races being a bit longer. So we just try and keep her head, keep fast, and see what we can do on those last few laps.
Wish you well, Hazard. Thanks for that. The rider that will be heading to his local round at Cadwell
Larry,
Park.
I'm really sorry to do this. I've got a very important message because two cars need to be urgently moved. One is a blue Peugeot 107 GL05 VVP, GL05 VVP, dark VW Tiguan as well, MV75 ZNN, MV75 ZNN. They are in the way of an operational route, and they will be towed away if they don't get moved immediately, I'm afraid. So thank you, Larry. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay, Al. We've got to get the domestic messages out to a big crowd here at Brands Hatch, and obviously we need everything to go swimmingly. Well, here is the number 24 of Oliver Barr down here. Well, OB, you've been knocking on the door of a podium so far this season. It's going to be a little bit warm for a Scotsman, though. It certainly is for a Northerner.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the heat is class. Honestly, everyone else is complaining, but I feel like we can't.
You're a dude, though, aren't you? You just love it.
Yeah, you got to love it because it doesn't come down very often. But yeah, podiums. I feel like we've got the pace. Shown we had the pace, but just not sort of linked everything up yet. But hopefully it'll come soon.
Give it a good go, OB. Thanks for that, Oliver Barr, on the first of the Binge Pro Ducatis. Let's just see if we can grab a quick word with the fast-talking Yorkshireman, now based in Ramsey in the Isle of Man, and that is Dino Harrison. Dean, yesterday with P6. Dean, I tell you what, mate, it's been a good summer for you on the roads. Hopefully you can transform that into a podium here like you got at Donington Park here in British Supersport.
Yeah, we'll have a go from here, I think, so get a decent start. Yeah, like yesterday's race, we were there the whole race, to be honest. Battling at the front, so hopefully we'll have another go in this one.
Well done, thanks, mate. Well, the second of the factory Hondas there is Dino Harrison. Sadly, we're not going to get a word with Carter Brown there. And let's just check in with the team here, Lewis Brown. Right, Lewis, I've got the pressure gauge in my back pocket here, mate. Are we good to go with this one?
Mate, don't even go there. Yeah, get it for
But you've got your back out there, got yourself a decent lap time and put yourself on row 3 of the grid, so giving yourself a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, like, I started 7th yesterday and just went backwards. I knew there was something wrong, so I thought, it's better to come in, fix it, and see if we can sort something out. Managed to fix it, went back out and did 28.5, which put me 9th on the grid, so we've salvaged something. My pace is low 28s, high 27s, which is what the race pace was yesterday. I'm hoping that I can get stuck in at the front and,
If I know Lucas Brown, he'll do exactly that. And just very, very quickly, with Carter Barr, feeling good for this one, Carter? Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good, buzzing for it. Had a good race yesterday, so I want to build on that today.
Thanks very much. Well, there you go, the first 3 rows of the grid. Don't often get that far back on the Supersport grid, but we did have a little bit of extra time. So hopefully, once again, we've had a chat with your favourite rider.
Extra time? Don't talk about extra time. We're not talking about football.
Oh, no. Oh, that was a conversation I had with Luke Stapleton, didn't he? He absolutely wet himself laughing when we said we're not going to talk about motorbikes today, because every time we've stuck a microphone in front of me, he's been moaning about these new restrictions on the Ducati that have been brought in and how the world's got to end tomorrow and everything.
We keep on football.
But yeah, so if ever you want to put a smile on Luke Stapleton's face, don't talk about motorbike racing, which is a bit difficult when you're at a British Superbike Championship round, isn't it?
Just a bit. Larry Carter, thank you very much indeed. It is the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, the feature race of the weekend. 18 laps around the Grand Prix circuit here at Brands Hatch in the sunshine. Brands, thank you very much indeed for all of your messages you're sending in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. We'll still have a few opportunities over the course of today to give you a shout out on air. Happy birthday to Paul Thompson. Well done for surviving this long. We're all here cheering on Carter Brown, CB74 opposite the garages. Love from wife Chris, Liv, Debs and Paul as well. Right, let's get back to the commentary box and join Duncan.
Thank you very much, Sir Al, and well done, Larry Carter. Great grid walk as ever. Yeah, 3 rows of Supersport. I was thinking this is pretty impressive. It's going on, and it's nice to hear from so many of our Supersport racers. I didn't hear the Luke Stapleford interview. I was actually, when Larry went to him, I thought, oh no, I don't know how
this... Did you watch the match last night?
Yeah, I think that was for the best, actually. I was worried. That could have gone one of 2 ways with Luke Stapleford, but... Ollie Bayliss is on pole position. Let me give you the grid from Ben Curry and Jack Kennedy. Luke Stapleford's on row 2 with Harry Truelove and Oliver Barr. Dean Harrison's alongside Carter Brown and Lucas Brown. Carter Brown had a sensational ride yesterday. Lucas Brown, well, he had a good salvage ride actually, because he went out there with overinflated tyres, had no grip, couldn't stop the bike, couldn't turn the bike. Came in thinking there's something not right here. The team found the problem, sent him back out, and he got a lap time, so it's put him up in the third row of the grid. He's on ahead of the fourth row which is Lee Johnson, Corey Tinker and Jamie Davies. The fifth row of the grid is Cameron Hall, Mikey Hardy and Max Wadsworth. Jack Mahaffey, Cameron Swain and TJ Toms make up row number 6. And row number 7 has got James McManus, Cameron Fraser and Adam Hartgrove first. Cameron Swain first cup, Adam Hartgrove second in the cup class. Row 8 has Freddie Barnes, James Alderson and Skippy McConnell. He's bound to be a little bit tired after what he's done today and this weekend. He's been out and been on a couple of bikes doing a lot of laps, fresh from a stock race into a super sport race. Row number 9, Josh Bannister, who tipped off yesterday at Druids, Stephen Thomas and Ben Tolliday. Row 10 sees Keogh Walker, Craig Kennelly and Dave Tiling, and Harvey Claridge is on the back row of the grid. 31st position. That's not where we used to see in Harvey Claridge at all. Work to do from there. But the Super Sport race, the feature race, is 18 laps today. Yesterday we had a shorter race, so 18 laps, a little bit longer. The Triumph, we have been told, doesn't look after its tyre towards the end of the race. Ollie Bayliss will have to be a little bit more cautious the way he starts this race in order to make sure he's got something to go at the guys towards the end, because you know the Honda looks after its tyres so incredibly well. But can Jack Kennedy pull another miracle race to take the battle to these guys at the sharp end? And then again, you can't discount the 2 R9 Yamahas that are very much in the mix as well. We get ready for the start of the Super Sport feature race here at Brands Hatch. Alan Hyde's ready. Duncan Vincent's ready. The big question is, are you ready? Green flag at the back. Alan Woods leaves the track at the front, makes his way to a position of safety, and we're ready to go. Revs go up, red lights on. And it's go down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Good start from the middle of the front row from Ben Curry. Oliver Barr charging through on the inside as well. Slots himself into a nice comfortable position on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend. But it's, Ben Curry who leads as they come up and in towards Druids for the first time. He's quite hot over the crest of the hill, but he gets it back to a pretty late apex. Late enough to be almost out of the corner. And Ollie Bayliss in second place. Coming through the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. We watch this live at the corner of the commentary box to make sure everybody comes through. They do. Then it's Jack Kennedy, Oliver Barr, Luke Stapleford goes up the inside of Harry Truelove. A lovely manoeuvre from Luke Stapleford. Behind Harry Truelove, we have then got Carter Brown on the second of the 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducatis, making their way over the crest of the hill in towards Hawthorns. Wow, Ollie Bayliss round the outside of Ben Curry. That was something just a little bit special. The Triumph really working well in the high revs there, pulling out from the slipstream and getting past. And then Ben Curry just balking himself a little bit going through Westfield, held up Jack Kennedy and is giving a little bit of breathing space to Ollie Bayliss, and that's not something you can do. You can't give Ollie any opportunity. You can't give him any advantage around any circuit, never mind the Brands Hatch GP. Somebody pretty wide further back. I think that was one of our Hippo Suzukis. That could be Mikey Hardy, because he's the first one ahead of Jack Mahaffey as we come back through onto the circuit. In fact, we'll maybe correct ourselves on that as we go in towards turn 1. It very much is Ollie Bayliss at the sharp end. Ollie Bayliss looking strong as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. Keogh Walker with a big look up the inside further back down, and he makes that position work. Keogh Walker runs a little bit wide at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, and through back on the inside goes the man he was battling with. That's just at the bottom of our timing screen. I think that was James Alderson. He passed and he got repassed. Bayliss has a bit of a wobble from the back of the Triumph as he makes his way out and along the bottom of the Cooper Straight before he gets to Surtees. Bike number 68, the Macadam Triumph Macadam Factory Racing Triumph. The 765 works so well in the hands of Ollie Bayliss. But there's no, I mean, you can't compete with track time and bike time. That's what Bayliss is getting. British Superbikes, then British Super Sport, then World Super Sport, then British Super Sport. 3 weekends on the bounce. He has been a busy, busy boy. Luke Stapleford has just gone past Oliver Barr in towards Hawthorns. Lovely move there for Stapleford on OB. And that's something that Stapleford, well, looks like he's got a little bit more fire in the belly today. A few more bullets loaded into that gun, bringing himself into contention. You can see Jack Kennedy just ahead of him and Ben Curry, and he's not being dropped away. There's been a little bit of an off-colour Luke Stapleford, And I've kind of stayed away from him because I don't like approaching him when he is angry. That's one thing I don't like. Making their way down across the line. Once again, Ollie Bayliss still in the lead as we go in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Catching up massively on the brakes is Luke Stapleford. Stapleford strong in towards Paddock Hill Bend. And ever so strong on the brakes, but manages to lose a little bit on the exit. Keogh Walker, Surtees. Has Keogh Walker retired or has he gone down? They stopped with a technical problem at Surtees, says Keogh Walker. That's not good. So that's the area where they're coming to. It looks like the Port West Race Safe Marshals have tidied up around there. I managed to make that area good. Oh dear, Freddie Barnes is down at Druids. He's up on his feet walking away from the Sencat Triumph. Let's see a replay of that. In he goes, drops it at the apex. Freddie Barnes slides out from, where was he? 22nd place, just behind TJ Toms. And that's not good for young Freddie off that Sencat Triumph. He'll come back to race another day. Rider okay, up and walking away. Freddie Barnes will be back at Oulton Park. Ollie Bayliss, across the line last time, had 0.2 of a second, and he's just a bit of a metronome. When he starts getting going, every lap, tick, 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 hits all his apexes, does everything absolutely perfectly. But he does have the style that his dad had, that little bit looser, a little bit deep in towards Stirling's. Just as I'm giving him a compliment there, he almost blows the corner and he gets put down to second place. Because through on the inside goes Ben Curry. So, well, that's a commentator's curse. Maybe I need to stop doing that, Larry. But that was a manoeuvre that Ollie Bayliss cost himself going in towards Stirling's. Through on the inside went Ben Curry, and now through on the inside goes Jack Kennedy. A chink in the armour has appeared on Ollie Bayliss on the Triumph Macadam Factory Racing 765. And here comes Stapleford up the inside. Well, they're ganging up on Ollie Bayliss, and he's not going down without a fight, but he gets just forced wide by Luke Stapleford. So Bayliss from first to fourth just needs to control alt delete. Needs to take a little bit of stock here. Watch the big screens. In too hot. Little bobble from the back of the bike for Ollie Bayliss. Misses the apex. Runs wide up onto the exit curb. And just that little bit, maybe in the wrong gear at that point, and couldn't get it back to where he needed it to be. Number 37's Corey Tinker, and he's now off at Druids. So we see a few of the photographers in the background there. We'll be trying to get some pictures of that. Tim Keating up there from Impact Images will be homing in on that. But what a shame for Corey Tinker. He was having a really strong weekend. It fringes the top 10 yesterday, if memory serves me correct, for Corey Tinker. And unfortunately, that's not going to be back and working for him in this race as he puts the JDM Ducati Josh Davis Motorsport bike down on the ground. Change of lead though, it is Ben Curry from Jack Kennedy and Ollie Bayliss in third place. He's ahead of Luke Stapleford again. Then it's Ollie Barr, Harry Truelove, Carter Brown, Dean Harrison, Lee Johnson, Lucas Brown inside the top 10 on his MSG Suzuki. Is he the first Suzuki in that top 10? Yes, he is. And that's quite a change. Remember, the Suzuki was ruling supreme last year. Oh, what's happening there? Luke Stapleford very, very wide at Paddock Hill Bend. We can see that from the commentary box window. He tripped up just over a couple of the guys going in there. Kennedy goes to the front, Curry second, Bayliss third, but Luke Stapleford cost himself oceans of time going through Paddock Hill Bend, and Oliver Barr has jumped on that and gone straight ahead. He's used that very much to his advantage. And OB puts himself into fourth place. Now, we may see a replay of Luke Stapleford there. Did he get it wrong on the way in, or was it just that much happening in front of him that they were all trying to trip over each other? Keep your eyes on the big screen. I'll alert you if I see anything, and you guys can watch it as well. If you're listening at home, well, Stapleford going very wide round the outside white line at Paddock Hill Bend, giving a place to Oliver Barr, and back down to fifth place after that. Bit of a charge through the field for Luke Stapleford, the former series champion, the former superbike racer, the man who we've seen racing in World Supersport as well. I mean, his lap record only got beaten. Did it get beaten actually at Snetterton, Larry? I can't remember. That stands from the Profile Logistics Triumph here.
Yes, it did, and I think it was Luke that got established the new lap record done.
From 2015 that stood though, that lap record.
Yeah, 11 years.
Incredible length of time for a lap record to be held for the Profile Logistics, the orange and black Triumph that we used to have. And Stapleford now goes back through on the inside to take Oliver Barr. And it's Stapleford, Oliver Barr, Harry Truelove, and Carter Brown in the mix of that as well, behind Carter Brown, Dean Harrison, and then, the General Lee Johnston. But Stapleford will be ruining that little error that he made down at Paddock Hill Bend, which cost him so much time as leaders make their way in and through Druids. There's a group of three at the front. It's Kennedy, Curry and Bayliss. We watched them in live timing coming out the side of the commentary box. out of the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, and then the two Binge Pro Ducatis now hunting together. Lucas Brown's a little bit detached, and he's got Jack Mahaffey behind him. This is a much better showing from Mahaffey in 11th place. He would like to get himself into that top 10 if he can, because Mahaffey's next track is one that he's been to already. He goes back to Oulton Park, where we saw him very good, going very well at the start of the year. If you remember, Jack Mahaffey was thinking about podium presence at Oulton Park, so it'll be interesting to see what we can get from that. But a great shame looking back down. Corey Tinker, out up at Druids off that Josh Davis Motorsport Ducati, the lovely black and purple machines that we have from JDM. And Corey Tinker will be kicking himself for that, because we have seen flashes of speed from Corey Tinker. If you look back to race number 1 yesterday, Corey Tinker was in 9th place, so there was a good result on the horizon for that young man and that team, but unfortunately it's not come around. Finds himself in the dust up at Druids, but he's perfectly okay. That's the most important thing. As the leaders cross the line again, lap 6 of 18 complete. We start lap 7 of 18, and through into the lead goes Ben Curry as they go through the heart of Paddock Hill Bend. Ollie Bayliss watching on from a distance on that one as they make that manoeuvre, and Ollie Bayliss, well, he's a bit of a computer as well. He takes things in. He knows he's made that mistake as he went into Stirling's. Now, leading is maybe not the best thing for Ollie Bayliss to do. Following and pouncing towards the end of the race is possibly much more advantageous for Ollie Bayliss. Then he will be able to make those manoeuvres, but learn off these guys, because there is a chance, I'm told, that he may come back here at the end of the year if he's in the championship hunt, and that's something that we just need to keep our eyes firmly on. As we see Kennedy having a little look at Ben Curry as they go in through Hawthorns. The first, second and third together on the road. There's half a second back to Stapleford. We'll keep our eyes on that gap. It crossed the line. In fact, it's 7/10 of a second. They crossed the line with 7/10 of a second of a space between them, and we're still at that. Bike number 19 has no working transponder, so they're manually timing Harvey Claridge. Whether that's not been put back on the bike is something that we'll need to keep our eyes on as they make their way down in towards the Indy Loop again. And look at Stapleford. Look at Luke Stapleford. I can see that. It works, Alan. Stapleford working incredibly hard to draw himself up towards the back of Ollie Bayliss. He won't make the same mistake twice, Luke Stapleford, that's for sure. He crosses the line. Stapleford has found 5/10, a half second in that lap, and he's dragged himself up to the back of Ollie Bayliss, and he's brought Harry Truelove, or bringing Harry Truelove with him. Stapleford now all over the back of the bike which he rode last year. He knows the strengths and weaknesses of that Triumph, but he had always thought about getting on the Ducati for quite some time. Stapleford throws his leg over the Ducati and instantly maybe wishes he was still in that Triumph. That's something for you to think about, Larry. Is that the vibe you're getting? I don't know. That Scars team's a good little fit for Luke Stapleford. They seem to get on ever so well. And it's a long season. That's what we need to look at. Let's not look too much of the here and now. As out of the Jack Kennedy slipstream goes Ben Curry, but he doesn't go through. Kennedy now leads as they hold the same line through Hawthorns and work along the Derek Minter Straight. Before, no, Luke Stapleford, that's not a place you want to go overtaking. That was a look of desperation in the face of Luke Stapleford there. He's got a much more calm overtaking him than that place. But maybe that's what he needs to do in the Ducati now, Larry. Maybe the famous Stapleford overtakes that we have seen in the past aren't an option at this stage in the Ducati's development phase. Maybe he's having to think about different places to overtake, to upset the rhythm of these other riders. As we come in and through Clearways, grabbing gears on the side of the tyre, through Clark Curve, onto the start-finish area, crossing into Paddock Hill Bend. They fan out, but it's still Kennedy who leads at the sharp end. The pace, you're asking? Well, we're doing 1 minute 28.5. And you know what? I'd say this is a group of 8 bikes, maybe 9 bikes if you put Carter Brown and Lee Johnson in that, and I think I will. I'll look out the side of the commentary box window, I'll watch them coming in towards Graham Hill Bend, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bikes all together with Lucas Brown, agonisingly off the back. Just desperately wants somebody to play with Lucas Brown, and he can't get onto the back of that big line of bikes. But this is a proper super sport race that we are seeing, as we're just approaching half race distance, lap 9 out of 18 as they go under that bridge. Every time I go under that, it catches your eye line as you go towards it, and it's such a cool effect as the bridge lifts up and the track drops away from underneath it, as Kennedy holds Ollie Bayliss, who's now popped into second place. So Bayliss maybe has an idea just to follow Kennedy, and he could use him as his marker. We've said so many times in this championship and in every broadcast that we do that, Alan, Jack Kennedy really is the benchmark in this championship. And if Kennedy can hold that position at the front, Bayliss will be happy to follow him, you would imagine.
It's such a pack, though, isn't it? Following, it is a high-speed game of chess, this.
That's a very good way of putting it, Alan, as they make their way through Clearways and Clark Curve. I think Bayliss wants to get back to the front, actually. He's going round the outside and towards Paddock Hill Bend. Kennedy will see that coming all day and say no. And Stapleford goes ahead of Curry. Puts the Scars Ducati up into P3. So there you go. Another high-speed chess manoeuvre. Wonder what type of chess piece Luke Stapleford would be if he was a chess piece. Oh, Ben Curry almost trips over Luke Stapleford there, picks the bike up and causes his teammate an absolute headache. Curry shaking his head there. We could see that, Larry Carter. It got a bit close, that.
Donington Park last year. There was no love lost between them there. I just think they're just taking each other off the Christmas card list again.
Now, if that's how it's got to be, that's how it's got to be. Stapleford comes and runs a little bit deep, but turns back to his apex. I don't know what Ben Curry was expecting. I wonder if Ben's actually shaking his head at himself for getting sucked into that
Difficult
hole.
to tell, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. Because Luke Stapleford couldn't suddenly become invisible. He was never going to disappear, and Curry was a little bit like Tom Ward, going into the ever-diminishing gap with the side of a Ducati looming large. Well, the Donington saga rolls on. They were friends, but if that's who it's going to be, Larry, that's who it's going to be.
That was a quote, wasn't it, Dunk?
It
exactly as Ben Curry said afterwards. Now we know the rules. If that's how it's going to be, that's how it's going to be.
Let's watch them out for the remainder of this race as we have a bit of an eye on them. What it has done, though, is it's opened up that pack, and the person I feel sorry for, Harry Truelove, he'd done absolutely nothing wrong there, but had to almost turn hard left because his teammate was almost stopped in front of him. Across the line they go once again. Kennedy holding Ollie Bayliss just at bay, and Kennedy's doing that by being extremely late on the brakes in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but still managing to get an apex every lap, get through that corner, and then get back on the power down the hill. So very, very impressive run for Jack Kennedy. So we were talking about it being a 9-bike train. Let's watch them through Graham Hill Bend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we could say it's still 9, but a little bit detached from each other. And off the back, still very much Lucas Brown and Jack Mahaffey to make it 10 and 11. But it's Harry Truelove who we need to see if he has got pace in him this weekend, because Harry Truelove finds himself in 9th, 0.3 of a second of Carter Brown. But there's a gap between Lee Johnston and Ben Curry as well as Bayliss looks towards the front again. But again, Kennedy holds his own on the brakes. That CBR 600 RR, the bike, the Honda UK bike, very strong on the brakes. And Kennedy, not shy about chopping the nose off anybody in this class, but clean rider, hard rider. You don't win all those championships by being a nice guy. That's another way of looking at it. But he is a nice guy. So that's a contradiction in terms. Let's focus on the race as they come through through Stirling's down towards the exit of the Grand Prix loop. Underneath the bridge, the Supersport barrel comes into view and Bayliss goes back to the lead. Over the bumps on the track, surface change as he comes in there. They accelerate across through Clark Curve. Bayliss back to lead. Here comes Stapleford on Jack Kennedy. Stapleford up the inside. Lovely. Takes one, tries to take two, but holds back and slots in behind Ollie Bayliss. This is looking a little bit like, touch wood, vintage Stapleford as he works his way back towards the sharp end. Again, takes that little strange line in towards Druids, misses the initial apex and cuts it back. Almost squares the corner off like he's on a larger capacity bike, which he is, as they make their way out off the bottom of Graham Hill Bend and along Cooper Straight. Look at this. Bayliss is actually trying to bolt for this year with lap 12 of 18. It looks like Ollie Bayliss is putting a charge in his personal best through sector number 1. We watch to see what Luke Stapleford does coming through the next sector. We'll see Bayliss pop up first. Yeah, Bayliss. In fact, Stapleford a little bit quicker through that sector, so he's pegged him back by 2/10, as you can see that. Luke Stapleford looking pretty good as Stapleford. I may be a fair weather friend, but I do like that. He gives me a hard time, but it's all in jest. But once that man puts the helmet on and closes the visor, Larry Carter, we know he is a fierce, fierce competitor. And he is a bit of a stalwart in the UK paddock. He's all over the back of Ollie Bayliss. And this Ducati just looking a little bit more lively, a bit more sprightly and fresh in the hands of Stapleford as they make their way in towards the Grand Prix loop. Oh dear, Jack Mahaffey, is that a technical or has he gone down the road? Now, I think it was looking like he was picking something up there. 93 entered the pits, but I thought that was Jack Mahaffey, actually. Oh, he's fallen at Surtees. Rider okay. Stapleford takes the lead into Paddock Bend. Trying to cut back is Ollie Bayliss, but there we go. The Scars Ducati gets himself to the sharp end, runs deep in towards Druids and just gifts the lead back to Ollie Bayliss. So we're seeing Luke Stapleford making this quite a difficult task for himself. He caught himself up earlier on. He dropped to the back of the pack. He's worked his way through the pack, back into the lead. He's in the lead for about 150 yards, runs deep into Druids, and Ollie Bayliss thinks Christmas has come early, and through he goes. What I can tell you is that there's a bit of a gap happening now behind one of the bench pro Ducatis, and that's Oliver Barr, back to Lee Johnson and Harry Truelove. But where's Carter Brown gone? Bit of a large gap back to Carter Brown for some reason. He's still badged as being in 9th place, but Carter Brown's lost a whole heap of pace over the last couple of laps, and we saw him remove himself from this group. There's only the one yellow Ducati in that pack, the 3B Construction Ducatis by Binch Pro. Dave Binch looking after the bikes off Oliver Barr and Carter Brown, and we're about to get a lap down for one of these riders. Is that Dave Tiling? It is. He stays well out of the way of this bunch of riders coming through. The blue boards illuminated for Dave Tiling, and he keeps himself to a position of safety as we make our way across the line once again with lap 14 of 18 starting. Getting to the business end, Stapleford back in the mix again with Ollie Bayliss. He's seen what he needs to do. He's watched Ollie Bayliss, he's passed Ollie Bayliss, and then he gifted it back to Ollie Bayliss. So we'll need to keep our eyes and see what happens throughout the course of the next 4 laps. But this has got mouth-watering prospects all over it, with Bayliss leading the way. Remember, if you have to look at the championship coming in towards this one for Supersport after yesterday's race as well. I'd like to point that out. Luke Stapleford has a 28-point championship lead. Now, that's quite chunky, Larry Carter. That's quite chunky. That's purely because there's been a DNF for Ben Curry and 2 DNFs along the way for Jack Kennedy. Ollie Bayliss is already up to 5th in the championship, only 77 points behind. So Luke Stapleford cannot afford to give Ollie Bayliss 5 points at every round. It will come down to a head at some point, but it does look like Bayliss and Stapleford have got a bit more in the tank and are able to pull away now from Jack Kennedy. We have seen a personal best first sector for Ben Curry, but has Jack been a little bit slow through any of those sectors? Well, a 15.7 second lap for Jack Kennedy, 15.7 second sector. The second sector looks like it's cost him just enough time. As you can see the gap as they come back into the Grand Prix Indy Loop. 2 bikes at the front starting to generate a bit of space between themselves and Jack Kennedy as they come down the street. Here comes Stapleford round outside. I tell you what, there's nothing wrong with the speed of that Ducati as he just powers out, mirror signal manoeuvres Ollie Bayliss on the way down the straight in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That was a good sight. Good to see. We've got a happy Luke Stapleford. Maybe a little bit of gearing work has been done. He needs to stop it at Druids this time, can he? Yes, he does. He gets his apex. Stapleford leads with lap 15 of 18 started. Bayliss straight back up the inside in towards Graham Hill Bend. And with these two tripping each other up, it's going to bring Jack Kennedy back into the mix. Oh, I like this. I do like Supersport. Stapleford back up the inside of Bayliss. Through he goes at Surtees. We've seen a few riders going astray there. And then Stapleford stops at mid-corner to try and get the drive out. But that's just brought everybody together. And now there's a whole group of them as they head underneath the bridge in towards Hawthorns. Nice tactic from Stapleford there. Stopped at mid-corner. Couldn't let Ollie Bayliss use the advantages that the Triumph has in certain areas of winding itself up into peak RPM at the end of the main straight, the back straight there. And he just didn't allow that. He balked him a little bit through the apex of the corner as they make their way from Dingledale over the crest of Sheen Curve. Lee Johnson still hangs on the back behind Harry Truelove, although he's starting to show a bit of a gap now, half a second behind the back of Harry Truelove as they make their way along in towards the Grand Prix section once again. Luke Stapleford leads as they come through. Ollie Bayliss tucks into the slipstream, has to pick himself up just ever so slightly. Can he pull out from the slipstream and go past? The 3-wide Kennedy goes from 3rd to 1st, utilising the slipstream and plays an absolute blinder going through. And look who else we've got in the mix this. We have barely mentioned him, Dean Harrison. This is a flying ointment for a lot of them as wide again at Druids goes Luke Stapleford. Ollie Bayliss gifted 2nd place again. Then Ben Curry, then it's Dean Harrison. 2 Honda UK riders in the mix of this one. And if Jack Kennedy could get his teammate through, if Honda could utilise that second Dean Harrison bike, well, we've seen Dean on the podium already this year. There's no reason why we can't see him on the podium again as they make their way along. And underneath the bridge, Ollie Bayliss pops out from the slipstream. Jack Kennedy chops the nose from Ollie Bayliss. Bayliss has to settle for second place in behind. Stapleford comes charging through the corner ahead of Ben Curry. Then it's Truelove ahead of Dean Harrison. Behind Dean Harrison, it is still Oliver Barr in 7th place and Lee Johnson slightly detached from the back, as is Oliver Barr. There's a gap happening behind Harry Truelove, back to Oliver Barr, and OB's going to have to work pretty hard to try and get himself back up into that battle, back into contention. Lap 16 of 18 about to be over as we make our way in towards the Indy section. You'll see them bursting into your view. Here they come. The Quattro Group, British Supersport Championship, riding absolutely at the best as they come onto the Brands Hatch Straight. That was so close for Ollie Bayliss to Jack Kennedy. But Kennedy just holds Ollie Bayliss out and says, you're not coming through in the inside here. But that was, that even got Alan Hyde's attention, how close that was in the straight. It's not really a straight, Alan, is it? It's a big, long, gentle curve. It takes
it is a curve, yeah.
To Paddock Hill Bend.
Off camber.
Off camber,
yeah.
Exactly. From Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend. We look at the back of the commentary box. Has the Triumph saved enough tyre? He's got a good drive off of there. He's going to go up the inside into Surtees on Kennedy. Here comes Ollie Bayliss up the inside. Can he make the apex? Yes, he can. Bike looking a little bit lively underneath him, but that's the way he likes it. So similar to his dad's riding style. But Ollie Bayliss has morphed and made this into the much more modern era. Yes, Troy used to have the bike moving about underneath him. But Ollie Bayliss very much leaning off the side of the bike as all these new young... Oh, who's that down in the background at Hawthorns? Oh, Oliver Barr slides off at Hawthorns. Down he goes in the back. The background, we're just going to see a bit of a replay of that one. We'll catch up with what's going on, I should say, as OB is up on his feet. I can't tell you, Anthony Ness, if you're listening. The Marshals making headway to get that 3B Construction Ducati moved. OB goes down at Hawthorns, and that was such a flash in the background. It's taken a bit of Lee Johnson out of that equation as well, because the General was right behind Oliver when he went down going through that area as we watch them coming back across the line. Lap 18 starts now. This is the last lap of the Quattro Group British Supersport race. 24 Fowler at Hawthorns, rider OK, officially badged on our screen. Oh, Ollie Bayliss out over the green at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend on the last lap. He runs wide. Now, did he run wide to drop a position there? Because that's what your World Championship rules could possibly be. Or did he just run wide? Well, either way, he's given the position to Kennedy after he was out on the green on the last lap. He goes back through into the lead and takes it at Surtees. Well, it looks like it's between these two guys. It also looks like the Port West Race Safe Marshals have cleared up that issue down at Hawthorns, which is a fabulous bit of work to be done. As we're going to see a replay of this, Oliver Barr in through the... it's Ollie Bayliss out onto the green. Out onto the green on the last lap. Not good. And he knows he's done that. He knows he's made a mistake. He stays wide. I think he's intentionally, Larry, given the position to Jack Kennedy there. He's dropped the position.
It has to be a minimum of a second, Dunk.
It's going to be under investigation, Larry. And that's all we can say, as Bayliss now either has to bolt and see if he can get a second in the pocket, but I don't think he's going to manage that as good as this will be. Down towards the Indy Loop for the last time. Ollie Bayliss has been pretty faultless apart from the last lap. First corner incident, we see him coming through. He accelerates towards the line. On the road, Bayliss wins it, takes a checker flag. It's 2 from 2 for Ollie Bayliss. We'll see what happens after the flag. The checker flag flies here. Bayliss from Kennedy from Stapleford. Ollie Bayliss, Jack Kennedy, Luke Stapleford towards the end of that one. It got a little bit messy at the back of the circuit as well. Ben Curry with a fine 4th place. The eyebrows go up for Alan Hyde. He doesn't know what to do with that one. Ollie Bayliss, well, taking the applause, the congratulations, but we await. We await, because one thing about motorcycle racing, they apply anything very quickly. Very quickly after the race. There's no judicial rooms that you need to go and sit in. It's very done, very matter of fact, quickly. But we'll take what we see on screen for Ollie Bayliss winning from Jack Kennedy and Luke Stapleford. Ben Curry in a fine 4th place with Harry Truelove in 5th. Dean Harrison an excellent 6th. Lee Johnson in 7th. Carter Brown ahead of Lucas Brown. And Cameron Hall in 10th place, Larry. That's gone a little bit unnoticed for the G&S Kawasaki racer. That's really strong showing for Cam Hall. Delighted with his top 10 there. Jamie Davis in 11th, ahead of Max Wadsworth, TJ Toms, and Adam Hartgrove 14th place and wins the Cup class. He wins that from Cameron Swain, who comes home in 17th, and James Alderson in 21st. But a very interesting race there. That was fast. The fastest lap of the race was a 127.733. 127.733, and that goes to Luke Stapleford. And we have I think we'll have a much happier Stapleford on the podium, and that will make me happier, Larry, because I can now go and speak to him after the day and not fear for anything. But what a great super sport race that was. As they make their way back round, if anything else pops up on screen, we will let you know. But we'll hand back to the studio for a quick commercial break.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
I wonder what the atmosphere is like down in Park Fairmay. Are they sort of on tenterhooks? The one person that can tell us is Larry Carter.
All pretty convivial and friendly down
Good,
here.
good.
Everybody just congratulating each other. Ollie Bayliss and Jack Kennedy, they gesticulated that the bikes are a little bit loose out there. But yeah, Jack, I can only imagine what he's feeling at present, because that is his 7th podium and still looking to try and get that first victory of the season. Well, Jack, it's going to come at some point in time, but boy, it came close that time.
Yeah, well, I won't be from the lack of trying anyway, Larry, that's for sure. My God, I gave that absolutely everything. I really thought it was done sort of halfway through the race, especially when Luke came past as well. And the lads started ding-donging a little bit. I was like, just dig deeper, and I dug in, I just got onto the back of them, like, +0 the whole time as well. You know, I didn't get a minute to breathe in that race. It was just hectic, and any opportunity I saw, I just went for it.
Well, he did a cracking job.
Happy to hold off Luke in the end, I think, which was a big feat today. He must have put back in the old motor for that race because he was flying.
Oh, I'll leave you to tell him that one. Oh dear, just as we thought we'd even things out.
Love it. Everything's nice. There's the hand grenade and I'll walk away.
Anyway, we're not going to talk about motorbike racing, are we, Luke? Apart from it looks like you're back up to where you need to be.
Yeah. As I keep saying, the last few rounds have been difficult. We felt like we was doing a good job as a team, and yeah, we got pulled back slightly, so that probably affected the job a little bit. And we need to move on now. We need to forget we've got what we've got, and we make the best of the situation. So it's good for the championship. We pulled a few points on Ben, and I enjoyed that one. I had no more. There was no more in the tank. We gave it his best, and the best today is third. So we'll take that.
Yeah. Chuck suggested there that you haven't put the old motor back in, have you?
I've what, sorry?
You haven't put the old motor back in, have you?
We'll say nothing. We'll let him think that one, eh?
Brave man, Scoop.
Yeah, well, there's nothing like pouring a little bit of oil on troubled waters, is there? It's going to take a little while to get hold of Ollie Bayliss, but because he's just finishing off the TV interview with, Jack Kennedy's finishing off the TV interview, and then they're going to grab Ollie Bayliss, so it might just be a little while before we get Ollie on that one, but we will do that in due course. But yeah, that really has sort of open things up again. And I think with each and every passing race victory, this imponderable that we've been talking about, Dunk, with doesn't he race at Brands Hatch at the end of the year? I will need to just check the calendar out to see which event it does clash with. You World Superbike aficionados will already know that one, but if that is indeed the case, and he has a choice to make between potentially winning the British Championship, and let's face it, when he's won at Snetterton, he's won at Knockhill, he's done the double here at Brands Hatch. What's that? That's 4 wins so far in the half dozen races that he's been here for. So yeah, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to work out the fact that continue this run and he will be in with a shout at the British Championship, and it will be vital that at the end of the year, when the points start ramping up, that he does need to start doing that. Just very quickly, Ollie, congratulations. That's a fantastic double at Brands.
Yeah, stoked. You know, the commentators said I ain't been too happy when I won, so I thought I'd let everyone know why. I said at Knockhill, if I did the double, I'd buy myself some new bicycle wheels. Didn't do the double. Said the same thing for Snet, missed out by an inch. And now we do it, so I get some new bicycle wheels.
You're going to have to treat yourself then.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm stoked.
Well done, thanks, Ollie. Well, we'll go up to the podium again.
Larry, Jerez is the clash.
Right, okay.
Pirelli Spanish round at Jerez, so there's something to think about.
Thanks very much. Well, there's no point really posing that question at present because no decisions will be made, will there? But the fact is that when he told me at the start of his tenure here in British Supersport, yeah, I definitely won't be at Brands Hatch at the end of the year, and he's gone on from, oh, well, I might be, and now it's probably getting to the point, well, I probably will be, but all will be revealed in due course, won't it? So, Dunk, Alan, it'll just take me a couple of minutes to get up to the podium here. I'm just going to hand back to you for a few messages, perhaps.
Well, keep your ears on, because this one is a nice message, and it is directed to you, Larry. Robert here. We've been camping all weekend. Again, a shout out to Larry for providing and editing the great value for money BSB programs. Great content and so much information as usual. Brackets, PS, maybe he could sell his wares and edit and produce one for World Superbikes as well. Best wishes from Robert. Thank you very much indeed, Robert, and I'm sure Larry was listening to that. Thank you very much indeed for your message on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877. Superbikes on circuit. It's coming. Race 3, 20 laps.
Yeah, just on the subject of that, there is a contract with the World Championship organisers to do the programmes. We've said if you want us to help, we're more than happy to do so, but currently there is a contract in place with the organisers of the World Superbike Championship, so we'll stick with what we're good at. We'll stick with the BSB programmes. Thanks for your comments, Robert.
Yeah, very kind indeed. Can you please shout out happy 11th birthday to Richard, whose birthday is tomorrow. Have a mega day and enjoy the racing. That comes with love from Mum and Emma as well. We're here cheering on Lucas Brown in Supersport here at the Desiree Wilson stand. From Edward and Adrian, my dad. I think you're ready.
I think we are. The riders have just made their way up here, and Richard Fothergive's given me the thumbs up to that. Jack Kennedy's just venturing that question to Luke Stapleton. I don't think he's been met with such a happy response, actually. Oh. Let's get the riders out here then in Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, round 5, race 10 on the ongoing series, and onto the podium for an 8th time this season for Scars Racing Ducati. That goes the way of Luke Stapleford. He's making his way out onto the podium for an 8th time this season. 2nd position for Ireland and Honda Racing UK, Jack Kennedy. But with his 4th win of the season on the Macadam Triumph, and for Australia, it is the race winner, Ollie Bayliss. And great to see a legend of the sport, Darrell Healy, the boss of GSE formerly, is here to collect the team award on behalf of his sponsored rider. And we'll ask Quattro Plant, John Miff, to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider. That is Luke Stapleford, an 8th podium of the season for Luke. And it's great to see he's got his mojo back, isn't he, after that 7th position yesterday. He is back on the podium and just increasing that championship lead for now. 2nd position then for Jack Kennedy. 7th podium, still looking for that first elusive win of the season is JK, as he gets another podium to take back across the water to Dublin. And taking the victory once again for the 4th time this year, Ollie Bayliss. And Darrell Healy, the legend that is GSE, Groundwork Southeast, who manages to get onto the podium with his sponsored rider to collect the team award on behalf. Darrell, very quickly, it's great to see you here. Thanks so much for what you've done for motorcycle racing over the years and obviously continuing to do so.
Yeah, it's great to be back at Brands, especially celebrating their 30th year in BSB. Yeah, haven't been actually for about 10 years, I think, back to BSB. So great to come back and support Ollie and the Triumph team.
Yeah, there's always room for another Superbike team if you ever find a couple of quid down the back of the sofa again.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see.
So, great to see you, Darrell. Thanks for talking to us. The legendary Darrell Healy. Well, that then concludes the podium for the Quattro Group British Supersports. I'm going to get on the hoof and get down to see who we can find on the grid for the Zinn British Superbikes. Back to the studio.
You'll be there very quickly, Larry. We know you can do it gazelle-like down to the grid in the sunshine. The scene is set. All the personnel are down there. Bikes making their way around to the grid. It is the Zinn British Superbikes in association with Pirelli. Race 3 of the weekend. The ITS Tools King of Brands title and trophy to be awarded at the end of this one, Duncan.
Yeah, Kyle Reid on pole position from Max Cook and Bradley Ray. This 20-lap race. Scott Redding with Leon Haslam and Ryan Vickers on row 2. Christian Edding, Glenn Irwin and Rory Skinner have for company row 3. And row 4 is Danny Kent, Josh Brooks and Joe Talbot. Lee Jackson, Jason O'Halloran and Eli McCalchik make up row 5, with row 6 being Luke Hedger, Storm Stacey and Fraser Rogers. Graham Irwin goes from the head of the 7th row alongside Richard Kerr and Rhys Irwin, and Braden Elliott on his own at the back. But it's Kyle Reid on pole position. Can he make it 3 from 3? It'll be interesting. Scott Redding will come out. An angry Scott Redding is usually a pretty fast Scott Redding. That's something that we have seen in the past. But it's good to see a nice busy grid of Superbike racers, some lovely VIP guests, and the teams all down there as they prepare for race number 3. Larry Carter, this is another 20-lap race. This is a full distance race, the same as what we saw yesterday on this Saturday. We've had the sprint today, but this one is just ready to enthrall us.
This is going to be a duel in the sun if ever there was one, isn't there? Temperatures rocketing up here. It is going to be the hottest part of the afternoon already. The Omologata pole position watch has been provided to Kyle Reid as he sits proudly on pole position, just having a chat with his personal manager. Tommy Hill, the 2011 British Superbike champion, and just kicking in the last of the gel down the throat there as he gets a drink of water as well, getting hydrated before the race. Well, youth, here we go. A verge of a Brands Hatch treble, which is a track that you've had so much success at over the years. That would just be the icing on the cake and a wonderful weekend, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. I've had a splendid weekend, done all the hard work, bike's working really well. The temperature's probably a little bit higher than the race earlier, but yeah, I don't expect anything else. It's going to be fast between 4 or 5 of us. Long old race, everyone's tired, so yeah, just get a good start, get my head down, see what we can do.
Well, we're going to put it to the test out there, aren't we, folks? Because we've got a massive crowd here at Brands Hatch, and thanks to each and every one for coming along. Come on, he's made history by being the fastest ever rider around the Brands Hatch circuit. He's already done the double. Let's hear it for Kyle Reid! And a massive crowd cheer there for Kyle Reid, the double champion. I'm going to move in with Max Cook down here. Max, who's had a wonderful weekend so far. It's been a double podium so far for Max. Oh, it's going to be a hot one, this, Max. 20 long laps, the hottest part of the afternoon.
Yeah, I feel pretty good, to be fair. I know, yeah, obviously it's the last race, so not too sure how fast the pace will be, but you know, we know we've got a good pace for sure. I think, yeah, the sprint race is definitely pretty good for us. So yeah, just going to try and do the same again, get away at the front, and see where we end up.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of crowd support for you there. They've already been asking where the merchandise is for the young gun aboard the AGN Steel Stock Bimoto. Let's hear it for Max Cook. He gives the thumbs up to the crowd, and wow, good is this to see the local rider down here on the front row of the grid. It's been a bit of a tough weekend for him, for Bradley Ray. He's had an 8th position. He salvaged it with the 4th last time out, but with the boost livery, the retro livery down here, that was a little bit more like it last time out. Brad challenging up there in the leading bunch to try and get on a podium. Can he go one better this time?
That'd be the aim, yeah. Found something in that race which was quite nice. It's clear the boys have got some good pace. Hopefully with what we've done in between these 2 races will give us a step to at least go with them at the start. I think the last sort of 6 laps is going to be tricky, but yeah, you know me, I'll dig in.
We don't know other way to do it. Well, folks, he is the local hope here at Brands Hatch. He's Kent's very own Bradley Ray. Let's hear it for the support for Bradley Ray! Well, thank you. Well done, guys. Thanks very much for that one. I'm going to move back a further row to the grid, and there he is. Squeeze through there, sir. Thank you very much. And Scott Redding is down here. It's a little bit further back on the grid than perhaps what you would like, Scott, but this is your race. This is the one, the 20-lapper in the heat of the day. This is where you're going to come good, is it?
Yeah, hopefully. We made some changes in the sprint race and it wasn't really better. It was quite hard for me to manage. So I struggled to get a bit of a lap time, so I've got the consequences for it. But like I always say, racing's racing. We've gone back to what we had yesterday, something I feel confident with. It's going to be a hard race, so every lap just giving the maximum I can give, and we'll see what we can do.
Round 'em up, Rodeo.
Round up, Rodeo.
Let's hear it for what about any Scott Redding fans out there? Let's hear it for the Cowboy, Scott Redding. There's plenty of support for him down there. 4.5 minutes to go. Who we can go there for? The Pocket Rocket, Leon Haslam. It's been one of them weekends for Leon where he's been knocking on the door there or thereabouts. Just need to get away at the front, Leon. Just hang in there. You just never know what might happen.
Yeah, no, we feel that we've got that pace. We're just hanging on the back of that podium. Not getting the best of starts, and I want to do a lot of work early doors, but hopefully we can get a bit better one and try and get away with the top 3.
Well, there's a lot of crowd support here for you. Come on, folks, let's hear it for the 2018 British Superbike champion. Any fans out there for the Pocket Rocket, Leon Haslam? Well, there's a ripple for him, and a rider that's been riding out of his skin all weekend. He had a big crash earlier on in the weekend, and that is the number 7, I should say, of Ryan Vickers. Ravi squeezing there. He's got his mentor, Roger Marshall, alongside him. Ryan Vickers down here. Ryan, it's been one of them weekends. It's P6, P5, just a couple more positions to be going. You're in that podium battle at one point in time. Hopefully this can work out for you.
Yeah, it's not easy to be in the podium battle. We're doing our best. Let's see, we get a bit of a better grid start this race. Starts have been amazing. Let's get another one of those, get on the back of these guys, let's dig in and see where we end up.
Well, that's what it's all about. Well, we know that there's a lot of people travelled down from Norfolk to be here this weekend. Let's hear it. Any fans out there for Ryan Vickers? And come on, he says. And what about it for his brolly dolly down here, the 12 times British champion, Roger Marshall? You got a bigger cheer right than that. Well done. Well, we're not going to get any further back with that little bit of fun and games on the grid there. Christian Hinton is there, as indeed is Glenn Irwin and Rory Skinner all the way down from Perth in Scotland. So we're going to vacate the grid down here. Once again, in this wonderful Brands Hatch sunshine. Summer has arrived, if it ever went away. And once again, we're going to do the duel in the sunshine here in the Garden of Britain, with 24 of the best motorcycle racers on planet Earth set to do battle around this wonderful 2.3-mile Brands Hatch circuit. Who is going to take victory around this wonderful track as we go into the third and final race this weekend? A grid full of superstars set to enthrall you here for one last time here at Brands Hatch today, and to call it the voice of British motorcycle sport once again this season, Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Larry Carter, as we get set for the Superbike finale, a 20-lap race around Brands Hatch's Grand Prix circuit, and Kyle Ryde sits on pole position. He also sits on top of the championship, a 21-point championship lead. But he has got 20 laps of work to do. Max Cook sits alongside him. Max Cook has been so good off the starts on that motor. And actually, the way he's angled already, he's ready for a start, angling down that track. Bradley Ray on the front row of the grid with the anniversary livery could be a dark horse, somebody that we need to keep our eyes very much on. But then the Cowboy, the comeback kid on the second row of the grid. Well, Alan Hyde did a chat show with Scott Redding earlier on, and you said he was a little bit different from what you usually get. He's focused.
It was a longer post-race debrief after race 2. He was just telling Larry that he's gone back to the setup that was on the bike yesterday. He was happier with that. So I reckon this is the one for Scott.
Yeah, temperatures have gone up a little bit outside as well. Larry Carter will agree, and he'll have felt that out there. He said earlier on at the Super Sport race that it was a bit warmer, and I was standing
red hot, Dunk.
Yeah, red hot. I was standing on the balcony having a bit of a watch, and I could feel the heat, and you could feel the tension, and it's in the air, because this is the one that they want to take the victory for. Remember, it's all about the King of Brands as well, an extra trophy that comes with it, and then we will move on to Oulton Park. But before we go there, we have got unfinished business here. Kyle Ryde sits on his nitrous competition Ducati, and he is ready to go. Ready for the off, ready to do battle like a defending reigning champion would. Alongside him, the young hot charger, Max Cook. Max has been fabulous this weekend. They just need a little step change on that lovely motor that they've got there to try and keep up with what we have in these Ducatis. This will be an interesting one. We get ready for the last time this weekend. The bikes are going to go out for their sighting lap. Cheer for your favourites. Hope they win. Let's go racing.
The official tyre of British Superbikes live tyre update.
Brands Hatch Race 3, we have 39 degrees track temperature, 25 degrees ambient, Alan. It's warmer than it's ever been. All riders on the SC1 front and rear. This is the third race of the day for the Superbikes. This will be an absolute cracker. We get the bikes lined up on the grid. The green flag at the back. Alan Woods clears his position and makes the red flag safe at the side of the track. We're under starters' orders. The red lights are on. It's going. It's not a good start from Max Cook. This time it is for Redding. Scott Redding is going to come round the outside of Kyle Ryde. He leans across the nose and Redding forceful as ever, but it's Bradley Ray who leads in towards turn number 1. Redding already up the inside. Scott Redding striking while the iron's hot. He goes to the front. Kyle Ryde tries to follow through and does so. Forces Bradley Ray ever so wide going through the heart of Druids. But what a start that was from Scott Redding as he already powers his way along the bottom of the Cooper Straight in towards Surtees. Sensational stuff. Redding Power has the elbows out. Redding Power is a little bit angry and miffed. He's got a setting back on that bike that he enjoys, one that he liked from yesterday. As we make our way on towards Hawthorn, it goes quiet in the Grand Prix Indy Loop area just now as Redding already goes through the heart of Hawthorns. Max Cook moves into third place. So Brad Ray, good start, but he's dropped 4 places now on this initial lap. He's down to 4th. He's got Ryan Vickers breathing all over him as they go through Westfield, and that Honda is starting to look like a bit of a weapon in every race we've had here this weekend as they go over Sheen Curve in towards the exit of Stirling's. Scott Redding, well, he spoke with Alan Hyde earlier on at the PBM Hospitality. He wasn't a happy bunny, said Heidi. And he's back here. He's got his tail is up. He's in the lead. Kyle Ryde has a race on his hands. This time as Max Cook goes very wide through the heart of Clearways. Lucky to keep that one on terra firma was young Max. And he opens the door for Brad Ray. But Brad Ray does not go through on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend. But Max throwing caution to the wind there and really carrying corner speed as he went through Clearways. Thankfully he manages to get that back, but Kyle Ryde working away incredibly hard as Eli Michalczyk misses the apex at Druids and lets Storm Stacey through. Oh, Rory Skinner lifts up Joe Talbot. Good grief, Skindu. That was a little bit robust as you go through Graham Hill Bend, but all fine and love and war and all that stuff. They're still friends, they're still upright, but that will be in the memory bank for young Front Row Joe on the second of the Tuba Motors. As we go down towards Hawthorns, let's get into the rhythm of the race. Let's let it unfold and see what we've got as Vickers comes up towards the back of the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam. Haslam's actually making moves here because Vickers was behind Bradley Ray, but he has got the Pocket Rocket past him now on the Moto Rapido Ducati. So Leon Haslam showing that he is still very much a force to be reckoned with in this paddock. The gap across the line from Reading to Ryde was 0.3 of a second, 0.333 exactly. What will it be this time as we come through? What Scott doesn't want to do is use too much of his tyre, but having said that, it's almost hard to do that this year on that SC1. It performs so well across the distance of a race. As we go in, half a second Scott Redding has got on the field. Now, if you remember back, if you were here on Friday, or you may have been listening, Scott Redding was a whole 0.4 of a second up on everybody in the free practice session, free practice 2. He looked so good. He was in control. He was back to the Redding power that we all know and love. That's just drifted away a little bit through the course of the weekend. The temperature did dip away yesterday and a little bit this morning, but as Larry Carter says, it's back to red hot, love, and that's where we were on Friday. I maybe put the love in, I shouldn't have put that in, but it's back to being red hot, and that gives us that feel.
On driver.
Gives us the feel back, doesn't it, Larry? Redding liked the heat on Friday. He was fast, and that's where we're getting back to now. You said it was hot over there, and you're absolutely bang on.
It said, and if you remember, with that race just going a couple of laps short, it was the most disappointed rider out there yesterday was Scott Redding, because he felt that he had something to give on the last couple of laps. So he's trying to make a break at the front of it. It might be red hot out there, but it's red hot Redding that's leading this one.
Oh, Larry, you should be a journalist. That was fabulous. I like the way you come out with that one. We just saw Storm Stacey going past Jason O'Halloran in the O Show, put Storm Stacey into 12th place. And Storm retired from the last race. Alan Hyde actually highlighted to us. We missed that one. He must have come in
early on.
Yeah, he must have come in quite early in the race. He didn't catch it when everything was all happening as they crossed the line. That half second has grown to a second. My eyes might be calibrated. Oh, 0.6 of a second. I need to get them recalibrated before I come back from holiday. Yeah, sorry about that. But it's a bigger gap than we've seen. Redding, 1:24.6. That was the magic number when Scott Redding was owning and dominating free practice 2. 1:24.6. It kept on flashing up for Scott Redding lap after lap after lap. He would go to 24.5, maybe down to a 4, but always constant that lap time. Kyle right now can't do that. He's doing a 24.7 as Fraser Rogers enters the pit lane. What a shame for Fraser Rogers coming back into the pit lane from his Tag Honda. He'll bring that into a position of retirement, and that's a great shame for Hollywood himself, wanting to impress on that Tag Honda, wanting to be one of the riders who gets the Ducati ride in that Tag Honda stroke Ducati team for 2027. But that's quite a distance away. But this is a time of year that riders need to impress, and contracts will start to be talked about in the not too distant future if they haven't already been talked about. Through Sheen Curve they go. Redding still holds 0.6 of a second as we make our way back down towards the Indy Loop. In fact, it's up to 0.7 of a second now. He's put an extra bit of time in, as we can all see him coming past the lovely Brands Hatch Centre, tucks in behind the bubble, through Clearways, through Clark Curve. Redding, well, an angry Scott Redding is a fast Scott Redding, and this is what we've seen so much of Scott in his comeback to the BSB. It's great to have him here, but we always see him getting stronger through the course of a weekend. When some riders may tire a little bit, Scott Redding doesn't. He just gets better and better and better as he comes in through the heart of Druids. But one thing's for sure, if you look for dogged determination, a picture of Kyle Ryde in the dictionary, he's not going to give up. And neither will Max Cook. Max can sense a victory. The Bemota's fresh, it's young, it's still being developed. But to be this far up this early in its career is a sensational way to see that KB 998 Rimini, and that's what we want to see from the Bemota. Still basically a Kawasaki at its heart. The parent company of Bemota is Kawasaki, but looking really strong in the hands of Max Cook. Rory Skinner under attack from Glenn Irwin as they go down in towards Hawthorns. Christian Innan at the group of this. This is 7th, 8th and 9th as we watch them come along the Derek Minter Straight. And Christian Innan has had an okay weekend on the Senkat Yamaha. They seem to get better and better as the season goes deeper. They just needed to hit the ground running that little bit more at the start of the year on that lovely turquoise and black Senkat Yamaha. But it's a completely new thing for them. Christian, remember, moving over from the FS3 team at the end of last year across into Chris Barnes' Senkat squad. Rory Skinner's having a look up the inside, but he's too far back. One Yamaha on another as they come in and through the heart of Clearways. But watch for Glenn Irwin, watch for the Ducati power on Rory Skinner. He comes alongside Rory Skinner, tries to come through, and then says Skinner, though, brave as you like on the brakes. And Glenn Irwin has massive respect for Rory Skinner. We have spoken about that at length, the pair of us. He just thinks that Rory is one of the real talents of the UK. And Glenn will enjoy this race with Rory. The gap at the front stabilises to 6/10 of a second. Lap time last time round, you ask? OK, let me give you that. It was a 1:24.6 for Scott Redding. Surprise, surprise. 1:24.6.
Metronomic, isn't it? One lap after another.
1:24.6 so for Kyle Wright and for Max Cook. Braden Elliott's gone down at Stirling's. He'll take a trip to the medical centre, and we will have a safety car because the bike has decided to set fire to one of our rector-cell blocks. So that's not good. So Braden Elliott down at the Stirlings, the Port West Race Safe Marshals picking the MP Racing Honda out from a rather smoky rector-cell bail. Now, I think that's the brake discs that have actually done that to the bail, because the bike has been pulled out. It doesn't look too badly damaged, but Braden Elliott will take a trip to the medical centre and the race is neutralised. Now, this is not what Scott Redding was wanting. You know, we heard Jack Kennedy saying, well, or was it Luke Mossey, I've had no luck with safety cars, red flags, you name it. I can never get going again, can never get the action. But we wait to get that cleared up at Stirling's for poor Braden Elliott and the NP Racing Honda. Just better put a safety car out there than control that under a yellow zone, and that's exactly what we have done. But the riders now need to keep the heat in the tyres. Redding isn't really wanting to hold him out too much. He wants to catch up with the safety car, which is parked directly underneath my commentary box on the slip road that brings you back into the paddock from the exit of Graham Hill Bend. The safety car will join from here. Chris Glendenning now rolls forward. The lights are on the safety car, and away he goes onto track. Scott Redding will head round to the back of that. He won't race to it, but he'll head up there and then hope he's got enough heat in his tyres.
Just looking on the timing screen, it's not been a great weekend for Josh Brooks, has it? No laps completed in this race.
Dear, that's a good point. I missed that one, Alan. Sorry, your name. Yeah, I missed that one. Well, Larry, it's a fair old way up the pit lane. I'll maybe do a text message and find out what happened to Josh Brooks for us here, actually.
Good idea, and get the binoculars out.
Well, I can't see around corners with the binoculars yet.
Have you got no mirrors? Nothing reflective.
I'm trying.
But the big question here is just how is this going to upset Scott Redding's rhythm, because he was in a good zone, wasn't he, there leading the race. The tyres will cool down. For anybody that wants to know about a safety car, and apologies if you do know the rules probably better than we do, then the race is currently neutralised. All these laps count towards the full race distance, and the pace is controlled by the safety car at the front, whereby the riders have it round, but there is no overtaking allowed. As soon as the safety car is deployed, there is no overtaking allowed. When the race is coming to an end, as far as the neutralisation is concerned, the lights on top of the safety car will be extinguished, which means that will be pulling in at the end of that particular lap. Well, you can see that the lights are still flashing on the top of it, so they're going to take them round for at least one of the lap, and until the riders pass the point that they're about at now, they will see a green flag there as they come across the line, and that is the restart of the race, where racing recommences. That is the reason for the safety car, just so that we don't have to throw a red flag and go through all the rigmarole again. It just allows the Port West Race Safe Marshals and medics to work in relative safety so that they can continue the race without interruption.
Thank you very much, Larry Carter. Yep, and if you're a fan of NASCAR, you'll be very much up to speed on what a safety car is.
Caution!
Yeah, a caution flag. Or maybe even the British Touring Car Championship. That's another one for us to look at. Now, the light's still very much on the safety car, so that means we are not getting anywhere. Well, we might be close now, because the Port West Race Safe Marshals run back to their point. I think, well, lights go off the safety car as I see it on screen. I think a little round of applause for the marshals up there at the top of Stirling's. There's not a lot of space, Alan. And they've got to do a good old bit of work there. Braden Elliott sitting behind a bush, but he is up there. That's the most important thing, doing a great job of camouflaging himself.
What is Scott Redding doing? He's nowhere near the safety car.
That's very true. You're not allowed to back them up too far, are you?
Tommy Bridewell, Alton Park.
Well, yeah, well, Tommy Bridewell was a start and then a
Bradley
stop
Race,
and then a start.
Netterton.
Yeah, looking over his shoulders. But I always think that sometimes they get a bit too close to the safety car, and it gives me the heebie-jeebies as they get too close.
I knew that word was coming.
Pit lane. Yeah, here comes Redding having a look over his shoulder. He's not actually accelerated away and slowed down. He comes through Stirling's, and this will be him trying to catch back up or getting himself ready for a restart as we come down towards the bridge. Now he is slowing right down. This will be looked at by Race Direction. That's not really the done thing to do, but we'll hold our own opinions on that.
I think that is, there'll be sort of people looking at that seriously, Dunk.
Well, crossing the line, a nice safe restart as we make our way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Redding still leads the way, and he holds that through Paddock Hill Bend. He needs to try and maintain that tyre temperature. Can he get back up to having that 0.6 of a second lead? This is Christmas for Kyle Reid, because Kyle can now sit on the rear tyre of Scott, and if anything, Kyle can maybe have a dive through. That's what he's been very good at this weekend, making those tiny little movements. But Scott Redding, I've got to say, through the heart of the Graham Hill Bend is stunning. The way that Ducati accelerates off the bottom of that corner has already given him a couple of tenths of a second as they go up onto the Grand Prix. Look at this. This is vintage Scott Redding, pulling away at the sharp end, managing to just basically pull the pin when the safety car pulls in, and away he goes. As through on the inside of Bradley Ray goes Leon Haslam to put the Moto Rapido Ducati up into 4th place. And Ryan Vickers now all over the back of Bradley Ray. Brad's had a little bit of an off-colour weekend, and that's nothing to do with the anniversary colour scheme. Oh, I think it looks absolutely lovely, and it makes me want a chocolate Boost bar. But it's good to see Brad Ray a little bit of an upturn in form, but not what we've been used to seeing as we come through Stirlings and head down towards the Grand Prix loop. Scott Redding has been working hard around the back of that circuit, and you can see the small, slight gap that he has over Kyle Reid as they come back onto the start-finish straight for another lap. They cross the line. Oh, Graham Irwin's gone down, and that bike is on its side, unfortunately. Graham Irwin up on his feet and perfectly A-OK. Always going to be a tall ask for Graham Irwin to come here. A long time since he raced here around the Grand Prix circuit, and that's at the exit of Stirlings as well. Thing is, the race safe marshals will get that bike up. They'll get a strap through the back wheel, and they'll move that very quickly. As you can see, a replay of Graham Irwin going down. And the Poor West Race Safe Marshals already running towards Graham Irwin before he's actually stopped. That is commitment for you, and it's so good to see. So I said there was a couple of tenths of a second. There is 0.2 of a second is the gap from Scott Redding back to Kyle Reid. Onto the Grand Prix loop, under the bubble, tucked in, bring everything in, full throttle, down towards Hawthorns, on the brakes, pop up from the bubble, head back to your apex, try and make sure you get through there and get on the gas next nearly to drive it through Hawthorns. There's a wide Christian Eden, there's a retiring Christian Eden. Christian Eden's in trouble. The Senkat Yamaha has stopped on Christian Eden. He's going to have to try and get off the circuit. He's not in a good place. And that's a great shame. He's having a big look down to the side of the bike. He obviously feels something is wrong, and Christian Eden retires from 7th place and gives that position to Rory Skinner. Everybody else behind Eden moves up 1 place. What a great shame for Chris Barnes, Pete Jennings and the guys down there in that pit box. Christian Eden didn't deserve that. He was a really strong showing and being the second top Yamaha as he crossed the line. Ducati, Bimota, Ducati, Yamaha, Honda, Yamaha, as they go in and through Paddock Hill Bend. We talked about chess games earlier on, and the Super Sport race was a game of chess. I don't know what this is. This could be like snakes and ladders because of safety car and various other things.
Good one.
And Kyle Reid is very much coming back towards Scott Redding. Although across the line it's 0.2 of a second, it does look closer on braking zones because you get the natural concertina effect where the closing bike catches up on the brakes, but then the leading bike springs out the corner on the power and the gap reappears. That's what we're getting. 0.27. They're lapping a 1:24.604. Now, that's the exact lap that I remember Scott Redding doing in free practice 3. He's just done that on the last time round, and it's the fastest lap of the race. Kyle Reid was some 0.07 of a second slower than him, but they're 1:24.6, 1:24.6, 1:24.6, 1:24.6. The top 4 all lapping within the same time frame around this 2.3 miles of Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. This really is a classic way for us to end the day. There is one other race after this for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike, but all eyes on the Superbikes as they come back in to the Indy Loop. And you know what's interesting? Redding isn't pulling away from them, but he's also... Nobody's dropping off the back. Max Cook is not dropping off the back, and neither is Leon Haslam. Haslam is getting stronger as Vickers goes through into 5th place. He goes past Bradley Ray. That was lovely. Real classy, lovely manoeuvre there from Ryan Vickers to go through the inside.
Briefly, Scott put in the fastest lap of the race with a 1:24.5, but then Haslam put a 1:24.566 fastest lap of the race.
Did I just say that Leon Haslam was looking pretty strong?
You did.
And getting better as he goes on, like a fine wine, Alan, like yourself, gets better with age and the longer the day goes. We'll take it from that one as we make our way on towards the Grand Prix Loop. The front of that Moto Rapido Ducati well, making a few shapes and sizes underneath Leon Haslam as he went through Surtees as they come down towards Hawthorne. One of the fastest parts of the circuit. 171 miles per hour for Scott Redding through the speed trap as you enter Hawthorns. And you know what? They don't bleed or scrub too much of that speed off as they get back to the apex, and they're back on the gas as they go through that corner. Redding with more power in a straight line than anybody else down there, just willing to try and stretch it ever so slightly. He goes fastest of anybody through sector 1. Kyle repeats and takes that fastest of anybody in sector number 2. So this is two guys at the actual peak of their powers in the British Superbike Championship, giving us a summertime duel around the Grand Prix circuit of Brands Hatch. As once again they come through, that gap looks like it's come down a bit. That has come down ever so slightly. It's now 1/10 of a second. Kyle Ryde starting to get into his territory, swinging in his direction.
Fastest lap of the race as well for Kyle, 1:24.3.
Well, we saw him do a 1:24.0 earlier on, and Scott even commented that the pace was incredible, was insane, the pace that they were doing around here. I mean, we didn't expect the 1:23 at all this weekend. We had it, we almost had it in race trim as well, which makes it even more impressive. Just how far can these two push these Ducatis, these lovely Panigale V4Rs? The eyes of the world very much will be on them today. No World Superbikes, no Grand Prix. Everybody watching the BSB to see what these guys can do. This is a fierce championship as they make their way through Hawthorns. Max Cook isn't falling off the back as well. He's only half a second away. And you know what? Max Cook looks even closer as they go through Westfield on the KB 998 Rimini. Has Leon Haslam peaked? Has he had a moment out there that we haven't seen? Last time round, he was 0.2 of a second slower than Cook and was a half a second slower than Kyle Ryde. So he didn't have a good lap, the Pocket Rocket, but my goodness, he didn't leave anything on the table coming through Stirling's, out over the exit curb, right up to the grass, and never missed a beat. Across the line once again, Redding has put in a lap and a half. That's a bigger gap across the line. Redding 24.6, 24.9 for Kyle. Half a second, like that. Half a second is the gap now. Scott Redding pushing towards the sharp end, but he already is, but trying to inflict this on the rest of the guys who are following him. The relentless pace of Redding. If 24.5 is where I have to go lap after lap, 1 minute 24.5 is where I will go. The Hagar PBM bike makes its way along in towards Surtees. I know Bruce from Hagar is here this weekend. He'll have a big smile on his face, but there will be very, very tense faces down there in that PBM garage on the likes of Frank Bird, Jordan Bird, Johnny Moat. They will be concentrating and willing their man along. The riders race it on the track. Their team live it in the pit box 100%, as we see Ryan Vickers comfortably pulling ahead off Bradley Ray. Behind Bradley Ray, here comes Glenn Irwin. Glenn Irwin on the second of the nitrous competition Ducatis, getting up there. And Danny Kent having a good old battle further down. Danny Kent and Joe Talbot, that's 9th and 10th place as they disappear down Dingle Dell. They're ahead of Lee Jackson, and in the Osho, Jason O'Halloran in 12th place. I mean, these names that you're reeling off that deep into the pack is incredible. 13th place, more points for the BMW of Ilya Mikhalchik as well. Look at this lead now for Scott Redding as he comes through. Has he stretched it anymore? It was 0.4 of a second across the line last lap. They crossed the line this time, and it's gone up by 0.02 of a second. And the lap time again from Scott Redding, 1:24.5 to a 1:24.6. So Redding really trying to squeeze this one at the sharp end to see if they can do anything else. Was that Rory Skinner passing? No, that was Joe Talbot repassing Danny Kent. We'll get that one right. One of the Cheshire Moulding Yamahas being passed by Danny Kent. There was a manoeuvre from Danny Kent, but Talbot cut back through on the inside. Those guys coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Talbot, Kent, Jackson, O'Halloran, then back to Mikhalchik. Then we've got Storm Stacey. A little bit no man's land for Storm Stacey, and they just need to find their way a little bit more on that Batham's AJN Ducati. They were in such a good place, really, until Snetterton, and then the wheels kind of came off with a couple of mechanicals and a crash for Storm.
it's every lap that Scott Redding in that second sector is putting in by far the fastest time, 1:72.5. That wasn't even a personal best. Incredible pace in the second sector.
172.5 miles per hour towards Hawthorn. Everybody else 167. Redding, whether that's a gearing thing or whether
It's
that's
the only one in the 70s. Yeah.
Whether that's Redding getting the power on out of Surtees, the drive up, over and down to Hawthorns, that's huge. That is big speed, ladies and gentlemen. Crossing the line, 0.4 of a second, goes to 0.4 of a second, and it goes back to Kyle by 100th. Although Kyle goes 0.03 of a second a lap faster, a 26.6 for Scott, a 24.6, sorry, for both Scott and Kyle. But Max Cook faster than the pair of them with a 1:24.5. This is tense, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very, very tense race that we are witnessing here at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit. And it's for the Pt2 King of Brands. Scott Redding leads as he goes on to the Grand Prix loop. This is pressure for Redding, but it's also pressure for Kyle Ryde. Kyle has a championship lead. He doesn't need to push Scott Redding this hard, but he's a racer. He wants to win every race. He likes trophies. He likes to take them home. And who doesn't, Alan? Not that we've won many. But, yeah, Scott Redding is making it pretty difficult for Kyle Ryde, as Danny Kent's now got ahead of the second promoter of Joe Talbot. And Joe, remember, in his rookie year in this class, doing a fabulous job ahead of Lee Jackson and Jason O'Halloran, vastly more experienced on superbikes than the guys he is racing with. As we wait to see them coming back in towards Surtees area, leaders will be through. Leaders are already in towards Clearways, and it's now just three at the front. Leon Haslam has not been able to keep the pace these guys are doing at the front, and I think Kyle Ryde's caught Scott Redding ever so slightly on this lap as he crossed the line. Yes, it comes back down to 0.3. It almost got up to half a second. If it had got to that magical half-second mark, I have to say that's when it might have been a slightly different ball game. But Kyle Ryde did not let the gap go above half a second, and trust me, he is digging in so deep as he comes down and in towards the Graham Hill bend area of the track. This is where Redding looks so good. He drives off Graham Hill, he gets good drive along Cooper Straight, and that makes it nice for him as they come in towards Surtees. Surtees, hold your line, get through the heart of the corner, and let's watch the speed build. Building all the way, building up as you come up towards the bridge, builds even more as you go over the crest of the hill and use a natural downhill to get more speed. 173.8 miles an hour for Scott Redding.
Purple again.
It's getting faster and faster, but Kyle Ryde's getting closer and closer as they come through the tricky corner of Westfield. Every time you go through there, it kind of feels like you could have maybe gone through faster, but there's too many bumps and ripples. And the fastest lap has gone to Kyle Ryde at 1:24.3. We had that quite early in the race, but Kyle last time was a 1:24.404. Redding out over the edge of the curb and almost off the track as we see a bit of a Jason O'Halloran manoeuvre on the inside of Lee Jackson. Oh, the Osho up the inside. Wow, that was just about a little bit of manoeuvring out the way there from Jason O'Halloran. As he crossed the line now, that's down to 0.2. It's down to 1/10 of a second, Larry.
170 miles an hour. There is another rider which has gone into the 170s. That's Ryan Vickers on that sector.
Good speed for Honda now, Larry. This is going up and down, this gap, but it's come down consistently over the last 3 laps. If you're Kyle Ryde, Larry, do you try and strike instantly, or do you just pressure Redding power?
It's one thing catching him. It's the old idiom that we've said many, many times over the years. It's one thing catching the rider in front. It's another thing passing him.
Bang on. And that's when Larry's been around for so long. That's impressive pace from the Honda. I've got to say, Vickers 170.3 miles per hour. There ain't nothing wrong with the top speed of that Honda as we make our way down towards the bottom of Hawthorns. 174.7 miles an hour for Scott Redding. He's gone up 1 mile per hour every single lap. Another purple speed sector. Alan Hyde's loving this.
Absolutely loving it. It's mouth-watering speeds. It's just incredible.
174 miles per hour towards Hawthorns. Trust me, that's not hanging about as Redding comes through in towards Stirling's. The bike seems to be working underneath him, but Kyle Ryde can answer everything that Scott does. These two seem to be on a slightly different level from everybody else. But having said that, Max Cook is only 1 second behind. They're keeping each other very, very honest as they come through here. The Ducatis both driving well off that last corner. They cross the line. It's kind of a lap of 2 halves, if you like this, back up to 0.2 of a second. It looks like Scott's better through the initial start of it. Definitely Graham Hill bend, off Surtees down towards Hawthorn. Then it comes back into Kyle Ryde. He looks stronger for the second part of the lap, especially the drive from Clearways through Clark Curve and the run to the line. That could be telling. That really could be telling. If you're getting better drive there, you'll get a slipstream. And we know that Kyle likes to do a bit of passing in towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's not an easy place to pass. He'll say it himself. But as they come through onto the Grand Prix loop again, Reading, let's watch the speed this time. Will this be the first time that he doesn't go higher in the speed chart, or is he just winding it that little bit more? Well, only 172 this time, but Kyle, 168.1, so there's still a speed advantage to the Hager PBM Ducati, but now we see the swingometer kicking in, and this is where it comes into Kyle being the slightly better through the next series of 4 or 5 corners, which brings us back round to the start-finish line. We're on lap 19 out of 20. My palms have got pretty sweaty in the commentary box here, and I can't stop pacing about the room in a circle, Alan, as we watch them coming down towards Clearways. Again, look across towards the Brands Hatch Centre, and there are your two race leaders. Scott Redding at the sharp end from Kyle Ryde, the defending champion, having to use all his powers against the former series champion as they cross the line. 124.6 again for Scott Redding. Metronomic was a word that Alan Hyde threw out earlier on, and I think it's absolutely spot on. This is the last lap. It's now or never for Kyle Ryde. He needs to try and bite that screen, but Reading Power will equally bite back down towards Graham Hill Bend. Through the heart. Watch the Hager PBM Ducati just get a better drive off the corner and runs along Cooper Street, and that is what keeps him safe as they get to Surtees. He has a nice long line with a late apex. He picks the bike up and drives so well here. Whatever Johnny Mort and the guys have done in that garage, they have put the setting back in that he likes. And he liked it earlier on, down towards Hawthorn, 172.5 miles an hour, only 162, 10 miles an hour of a difference there for the bikes, for Kyle Ryde to Scott Redding. So Kyle having to force it all on the brakes so hard towards the end of this lap as we come through Westfield, down through the bottom of Dingle Dell, and then up to Sheen Curve. Big, deep intake of breath, blind corner up over the crest. Redding looks like he's in control, but you can never see that when Kyle Ryde is on your tail. Through Stirlings for the last time, down towards the Grand Prix loop. This has been a sensational last lap for Scott Redding. He comes into view. The gap looks good enough if he can get it through Clearways, off Clark Curve, down towards the flag. Redding is victorious in race 3. He takes the checker flag, and that, ladies and gentlemen, was an absolute demonstration of ace superbike control from Redding and from Ryde. They pushed each other within an inch of existence, and that is how it should be done. 9/10 of a second was the gap across the line, but Kyle did throttle off. We could see that wasn't going to work for him towards the flag. Gracious in defeat as ever. He will be thanking and applauding Scott Redding as they go through the heart of Druids. That was something just... I mean, tense is one thing, but good grief. How do you like your superbike racing? Did anybody see that coming? After Kyle Ryde has been so dominant, did anybody see the upset from the Hager PBM team? We found out that the different setup, the original setup that Reading Power liked, was put back on the bike, and he has absolutely delivered. And so many times we've seen this happen in race 3. Pumping the biceps. As well you should, young man. Former world champion Danny Kent congratulates Scott Redding. But it's Reading Power who wins from Kyle Ryde. And Max Cook, I've got to say, hats off to that Bimota team. Hats off. Brilliant riding from the Bimota team of Max Cook. Third place, finishing only 3.5 seconds off the lead of those factory Panigale V4R Ducatis. Leon Hassam, a good 4th place. Ahead of Glenn Irwin, who comes home across the line in 5th place. Ryan Vickers, a good 6th for Honda UK, with Rory Skinner 7th. Bradley Ray drops to 8th place behind Rory Skinner, making Rory Skinner the top Yamaha today in this 3rd race. We have Danny Kent in 9th place, and Joe Talbot rounds out the top 10 in the 2nd Bimota. Lee Jackson, Jason O'Halloran, Elia McAlchick, Storm Stacey, Luke Hedger, Richard Kerr and Rhys Irwin. And the ITS Tool King of Brands, the ITS Tool King of Brands, the 100 trophy, Kyle Ryde. He takes the most points away from today, and he gets the King of Brands trophy. He takes it from Scott Redding. So that will be just a little bit of a sting in the tail there. But what a super big race. we just witnessed. Larry Carter. Alan Hyde said something in the middle of that race which sticks in my mind. Metronomic. That's exactly what we saw from Reading. A 1:24.6 for the majority of the race. But Larry, he was matched by Kyle Ryde. Those guys at the peak of their superbike powers.
I don't know how they do it for Dunk, because 24.6s, 24.5s throughout the course of the race. These are incredible lap times that we've seen on a tyre that really shouldn't be doing them sort of speeds. It's the SC1 that was supposed to just not slow the bikes down, but just equalise the performance a little bit more. But these riders, the World Championship riders, quite simply, we have got some of the very best riders. Here is Kyle Ryde. That's 10 wins, 5 podiums, and he's not happy with that. Just a shake of the head there to the team, and something inherently not 100% right with that. As yeah, he's just a winner, is Kyle Ryde, a winner out and out. And the fact is that his comprehensive lead in the Zin British Superbike Championship means nothing to him because he didn't win that race, and he'll be absolutely spewing about that one. Max Cook, he'll be happy with his weekend's work. That's 3 podiums there for him as Scott Redding rolls down pit lane to the adulation of the crowd. And here he comes, the Hager PBM team. And the Cowboy's done it. He's ridden them to a fantastic victory, and he gets the hugs of Harry Parkinson, of Wazza Bardsley. You can see James Mead in there, Frank Bird Jr., and the bike, he gets a pat on the back there. But Max Cook, what a cracking ride it was for Max Cook, as he gets a reasonable weekend's work for you then, Max. 3 podiums, you'd have settled for that when you came through the gates at Brands Hatch earlier on in the week.
Yeah, 3 podiums is yeah, amazing, you know, for me and also the team. Obviously, yeah, when I did it at Donington, I didn't think it. Well, I wasn't too sure when it was going to happen again. So, yeah, to have it at Brands Hatch, yeah, amazing, such a special place. So, yeah, it was really, really cool to be able to do that, and you know, to be able to be at the front, you know, with these 2 boys in front of me, you know. So it's yeah, really, really, really cool weekend.
We'll just save the triple victory for Thruxton today.
Absolutely, yeah, can't wait.
Look forward to that one. Thanks very much. There is. And I'll tell you what, you'd think the PBM team had won the championship there, because that is fantastic. I'll tell you what, Cowboy, you rode them to your heart's content there. What a fantastic ride. The safety car might have just scuppered the pants, but you were having none of it.
That was everything I had right there. I got the gap up again. I thought, right, I feel good. Keep my rhythm. I was really locked in. I was a bit upset earlier. And the safety car came out, and I was like, come on. So the gap came back, and I thought Carl would maybe have a go into turn 1, so I improved my braking. And I just slowly was creeping, coming back, and I thought I'm just going to have to defend. But sometimes I was getting my weak sectors really good, so it didn't give Carl so many attacking opportunities. But it's a massive thank you to my team. They put a good bike underneath me. After a struggle of 2 races, we came out on top, so I just want to thank my team, and thanks for all the fans that stayed for the last race.
Yeah, 24.5s, 24.6s all race long. Well done, Scott. Well, there is Max Cook. He just... Carl, mate, you're a winner. You couldn't have done much more out there, but I saw the shake of the head when he come in. Not happy with things?
Just had a front brake issue, so even if I got close to Scott, I didn't dare pass him. I was... Every lap onto the back straight, I was pumping it to make sure it was still there. So, yeah, second was all I could do there.
That would explain why you were 10 mile an hour slower than him on the back straight. It's an important point. 10 wins, 5 podiums. And you're the king of brands, mate, adding your name to some wonderful names on the list there.
Yeah, obviously that's a great achievement. But, yeah, I really thought I could win all 3 races there if it weren't for that brake issue. So, yeah, had some good speed, but unfortunately, yeah, second's all I could do there.
Oh, well, it's a cracking race. It takes the championship lead into Alton Park in a couple of weeks' time, when we will reconvene up there in Cheshire for the next thrilling round of the British Superbike Championship. Right, well, you've heard from all of the riders. It will take just a few minutes for them to conclude the TV interviews, so it might just be a little while before we get there. And what we're going to do is the riders are going to go round on the car. We're going to give you an extra bonus here after the podium presentation, because what we're going to do is we're going to get the BMW car out onto the grid. And what we want you folks to do around the track is we'll make a deal with you. We'll send the riders out in the car with the open top car so that you can show your appreciation, providing that you make plenty of noise here at Brands Hatch. Don't dash off, especially down on South Bank where there's a massive contingent of cars. Get the headlights going, get the programs raving and everything else. Stuart Higgs down here. Well, it just goes to prove that car ride is beatable in the end there, Stuart. And what a cracking weekend we've had here at Brands Hatch. We've still got one race to go, but British Superbikes again delivering.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, Larry. And just before, obviously, this race, the Supersport race, arguably the best race of any race this year, showing great depth of competition and parity between the manufacturers, which is what we like to see. But all credit to Kyle and to Scott. They put on a fabulous display this weekend. The pace has been absolutely savage, going faster and faster. So, congratulations to them. And it's nice to see the King of Brands trophy go to Kyle.
Yeah, we're sticklers for tradition, you and I. We like to see the victory car when we used to see the likes of Barry Sheen and Mick Grant and Barry Ditchburn, Dave Potter, everybody else here at Brands Hatch and around. It's something that we try and keep reinvigorate the old traditions. I think that's important, that the fans love it, because you don't see that at a MotoGP.
Well, indeed. But the July Superbike weekend, obviously, it's great having Troy and James Toseland here. They were performing in front of those huge galleries back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And Troy will be doing the King of Brands Trophy presentation, Larry, right. So if you can conduct that, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's it. And we're going to do the lap of honour in the car afterwards. Yeah, thanks, Stuart. Right, so don't dash off, folks, because it's your chance to show your appreciation to the 3 stars of the show that have been with us all weekend. Kyle Ride, Scott Redding and Max Cook. They will be doing the lap of honour at the conclusion of the podium. So don't hang around, don't dash off, folks. Do hang around and show your appreciation. And you folks down on South Bank there, we want you to interact with them. Get the horns going in the cars and get the lights flashing, get the programmes waving. Let's recreate this wonderful atmosphere of the 1970s and 1980s here at Brands Hatch at the end of this podium ceremony. Headed up to the podium now, boys.
Now, Larry, I'll let you head up there and I'll throw a kind of, is it a question that you don't need to answer? What's that called? A rhetorical question.
Rhetorical.
Right? You've been around long enough. I mean, we look back on fantastic Superbike races. We think back to the championship finales that we've seen here in October many a time. But for you guys out in the crowd, where and what can you measure that up against? Because that was a tense affair. That was so incredible. The metronomic lap times that were coming in, the push from Kyle to come back to Scott, the answer from Scott to try and push away back from Kyle. As Kyle said, he may have had a brake problem, so he couldn't have got past anyway, but still to be delivering those lap times. And also to see another manufacturer up there only 3 seconds back, the Bimota, that was one of the quickest 20-lap races I have ever seen and called around the Grand Prix circuit of Brands Hatch. Alan, that was
a stunning race.
So enjoyable.
It was an absolutely stunning race. It could have almost been the championship finale here at Brands Hatch in October, but for the sunshine. That was the giveaway.
Well, we'll have sunshine in October, but it's just low through the trees at that point.
And a bit
chillier, yes. But wow, fantastic. I enjoyed that, and it'll be great to see them going round in our open-top BMW.
Yeah, we like that.
Driven responsibly by somebody who should be behind the wheel, not by myself or Alan Hyde or Larry Carter, but if Larry Carter was behind the wheel, good grief. Imagine that. Imagine that. The pit lane opens in 21 seconds for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike race.
It's not me driving it, we'd get to curfew.
Well, we would get to curfew, exactly. Oh, that was fabulous. Great stuff. I'm so impressed with what we just witnessed there. I thought Kyle was going to have a dig towards the end, but Scott Redding showed, their true gritty determination and colours. You said he was a little bit off colour in the chat. I bet if you had a chat with him
he was
now,
a bit serious,
yeah,
I think is the best way to put it.
If you had that chat now, I think you'd get a different Scott Redding.
I think he'd be a bit jolly now.
But that's what it comes. That's what racing does to you. The raw emotion of racing. It keeps these guys going. It's what makes them tick, Alan.
It is. It absolutely is. They want to win. Second place is not what they want to do. It's not why they're here. And Scott Redding has proven it. He's done it a few times this year, hasn't he? 2 wins to Kyle and 1 win to Scott Redding over the course of a weekend. This is a battle of the Titans in the British Superbike Championship this year, and we're all very lucky to be enjoying it. The next race of the day is for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. They're making their way around the circuit now. Don't forget, of course, we've got our top 3 riders fresh from the podium. They'll be heading into the open-top BMW and making their way around the circuit for your applause. And, of course, we've got our podium to look forward to with Larry in a couple of moments. But I can say very quickly, happy 21st birthday to Evie. Love from Mum, Dad and Amelia. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Thank you for all your messages today. They've been absolutely fantastic response. A big shout out to Vicky and 2 Olivers, my first BSB. What a fantastic week weekend for a birthday treat. That comes from Wayne, and this one says, please congratulate Mason and Tyler celebrating at Brands this weekend. And this one says, hi to my partner Cal and my brother Andrew. We're enjoying your Christmas gift at Brands Hatch with lots of love from Sharon. Right, how are we doing on the podium, Laz?
Perfect timing, Al. The riders have just made their way up here. Here's Kyle Ryde, here is Max Cook, and just expecting the race winner Scott Redding to make his way. We have got the additional podium presentation for the ITS King of Brands, which hopefully Troy Bayliss will be coming and presenting, but if not, we'll manage to find somebody else to do that. There is Wazza, there is, here is Troy Bayliss. So, yeah, I think we are just about ready to go with that podium presentation here in round 15 of the Zen British Superbike Championship with Pirelli. So onto the podium for a 7th time this season for AGN Steel Stock Bimoto. 3rd place to Max Cook. Follow Max. 2nd position after a dominant weekend, a 15th podium of the season for Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati, Kyle Ryde. And taking his 4th win of the season for Hager PBM Ducati, the Cowboy, Scott Redding. And Warren Bardsley will collect the team award on behalf of the Hager PBM team. And we'll ask Mr. Nick Ricketts, the president of Oral Products for PMI, to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, Max Cook. Max, who gets his 9th career BSB podium, his 2nd treble, and his 3rd podium here at Brands Hatch for the youngster from down there in Wiltshire. 2nd position then, that goes the way of the championship leader, Kyle Ryde. 15 times on a podium this year, 76 times on a career podium, and a 15th here at Brands Hatch. And they're taking victory for the 4th time this season, and a 4th at Brands Hatch, a 22nd career victory for the Cowboy, Scott Redding. And the team award as well goes to Warren Bardsley. And what we'll ask now is we'll ask Troy Bayliss to make the podium presentation to the winner of the ITS Tools King of Brands, and that goes to Kyle Ryde. As Troy Bayliss makes his way to present Kyle Ryde with that King of Brands trophy, complete with a prestigious list of names behind it, and he dedicates that. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect please for the race winners. National Anthem. The 3 gladiators who've been on the podium all weekend once again celebrate with a Baglietti Prosecco supplied by Lanchester Wines. As they let loose with the juice, they get busy with the fizzy here at Brands Hatch. And as we said, folks, as soon as they're finished with these podium celebrations, we're going to get them down through the corridors and onto the victory car to take part in that lap of honour before we go with the final race of the day for the 1P Mobile National Junior Super Sports Stock Championship. Well, the riders are just finishing off with their stuff. You look a little bit wetter than when you first arrived, mate. So all part of the job of being a crew chief for one of the top riders in the world. And let's face it, Scott Redding is one of the top riders in the world. And he is, we're very privileged to have him here in the Zin British Superbike Championship. So, well done, Wazza. Hopefully they've got a change of clothing for you, because I don't want you travelling back up to Preston or Lancashire in like that. I always think it's, if you get pulled up, well, you tell the police, have you been drinking, sir? Well, no, I've just had a bottle of champagne tipped over my head. Imagine that they're going to believe that. Kyle, you're going round on a lap of honour in the car, so if you can get down there as quickly as possible, and we'll tell the other riders. Scott, you're going on a lap of honour in the car, if you could, mate. And likewise, Max, if you can go on the lap of honour. And what we're going to do, folks, is we're going to cheer them off as they go out onto their lap of honour. The car, not too sure who's going to be driving the car, whether or not it's Stuart Higgs or whether it's going to be one of the other chief officials. But you will be picking up the various pictures there. One of the TNT Sports cameraman is going to be travelling around in the car. Here's Kyle Ryde, and you never know, there might just be a cap that goes off into the crowd, there might just be an odd knee slider or whatever, so don't worry too much if that's the case. Don't come onto the track, whatever you do, please do not encroach onto the track at this point in time. It is still very much a live track. We don't want anybody to come onto the track. You can do that after we're all done and dusted here, and after you're just about to make your way home. If you do want to come onto the track, then I'm pretty sure that will be okay then. But please do not encroach onto the track just at this particular juncture. There we go. We've got Max Cook just about to climb into the BMW Cabriolet. We've got Scott Redding there just about to climb in as well. And there's Kyle Ryde as well, making it up onto the back seat of the car. In fact, it's James Hales who's going to be driving the car. James, who makes his living these days in the Formula One industry. I hope he doesn't drive the car like a Formula One. So here we go, folks. Let's hear it all for the top three. Kyle Ryde, Scott Redding and Max Cook as they make their way around. And whether or not, Duncan, you can take them out of my sight as they go in towards Paddock Hill Bend and in towards South Bank, where we want you people down there to give them a reception like they've never had before here at Brands Hatch.
We're getting a great picture, Larry, of the drone following them around. We've got a cameraman in the car as well. So give it up, Brands Hatch, your podium for race 3 of the weekend for the British Superbike Championship. And of course, the 3 riders that you've seen on the podium at every round of the 3 rounds this weekend at Brands Hatch, just making their way up Hellwood Hill, up towards Druids, and can hear the hooters going as well. So you're making a great noise, everybody. Thank you very much indeed. It's a great tradition here at Brands Hatch, and long may it continue. Up towards Druids they go and make their way around the hairpin down towards Graham Hill Bend with, as Larry was saying, James Hale at the wheel. They're heading down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend now, so it'll be in front of South Bank. So get your horns ready, everybody, and make a lot of noise for your podium party for race 3 of the weekend. Your 3 riders that have been ever present on the podium this weekend in that beautiful open top BMW, making their way around the circuit. And the drone is keeping up as well. Some fantastic pictures from Pete, who is our drone pilot, as they head up towards the left-hander Surtees to take them onto the Grand Prix circuit. Great to see Scott, Kyle and Max having a little debrief in the car as well about the race that they've just enjoyed. And of course, now they just head out of our sight now from the commentary box and head onto the Grand Prix part of the circuit. So absolutely fabulous reception, everyone. When they get back down towards the Indy circuit and Clearways, I'm sure you'll give them a very rousing reception. But we're not getting the pictures from the Grand Prix part of the circuit. Not sure the RF camera is going to work all the way over there, or indeed the drone. So we'll get TV pictures when they come back into sight down at Clearways. But a great tradition, Larry, I'm sure you'll agree. And already we've got bikes lined up on the grid for our final race of the day for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. And back in the commentary box is Duncan. What a great way to celebrate.
Oh, fabulous. I do like that. Like Larry and yourself and Stuart and everybody else, traditions are fabulous and they should never be forgotten or never be missed. The open top car. I tell you, James Hales isn't hanging about there actually. He's trying to get around as quickly as he possibly can. We've lost hats when we've had this happening before as well. I see Kyle has turned his hat round the other way. He's maybe taken off. But fabulous to see them on the top of that open top BMW. Did you call it a coupe cabriolet? Is that what you call that, Alan? Is that soft top?
Open top.
Open top.
Yeah.
There we go. We're open top. The 1P Mobile National...
The cabriolet, I think. Yeah.
Cabriolet, yeah.
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 Lovely.
Yeah, I can't remember, but it sounds great. Looks lovely in that blue. The 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. They're on the grid, ready to go for their second race and their final race of the weekend. 10-lap race with Ben Jolliffe on pole position on the Dunsley Heat Racing R7 Yamaha. I can see him sitting pride of place on the front row of the grid, with Lakin Payne in second and Luca Hopkins in third. They're going to go round for a warm-up lap just to get a bit of heat back in the tyres. Marley McKenzie, race winner yesterday, finds himself at the head of the second row of the grid alongside Kylan Shuttlewood and Mason Johnston. We then have Luca Wilkinson, Freddie Oakley and Lewis Mullen on row number 3, and row 4 is Isaac Mark, Jamie Hanks Elliott and Arnie Carr. The 5th row has Rory Creeth, Sid Marshall and Finlay Page. With
Give it up, Clearways. Because the riders are there now.
All right, okay, sorry. Give it up, Clearways, because the riders are there now. Row 6, Archie Ormond, Ben Hardwick and Jamie Muir. Finn Harrison and Holly Harris go from the last row off the grid, the 7th row off the grid. Riders making their way into the pit lane. Not the racers, not the racers on track. The riders in the back of the car.
And I was just thinking how beautifully choreographed the timing was of all of that from race control. Absolutely perfect. The bikes head off and the riders come back in the BMW. Perfect.
Deputy Race Director Claire Neat very much has her finger on the pulse. We saw that yesterday as well when, unfortunately, we had a bit of trouble during the Yamaha? I don't know what that is. It's been a long day. The Yamaha celebration lap, we had a bit of a problem. Nothing to do with the llama, I'd like to point out.
Still
no llamas
not as
were
good
harmed.
as the seat that belonged to Shannon.
You can listen to that if you scroll back through
Oh,
yesterday.
don't you worry, there'll be a remix.
I sat in Shannon's seat. Now try and say that really quickly 3 or 4 times. Sat in Shannon's seat.
Not what you said yesterday.
That's not what I said yesterday, but I did apologise to everybody. You're making me blush. I'm going to change this camera because I feel a bit weird. Oh dear, yeah. It's been a long day, but it's been a fun day, and we still have one race to go. 10 laps of the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship that myself and Alan Hyde will bring to you live with every corner, every bit of action. You know, the thing is, the juniors will have watched that Superbike race, and we've got a rider down on the warm-up lap there. That is number 83, Kylan Shuttlewood's gone down. So where has Kylan gone down about is the question. I can't tell you from looking at that picture. But not ideal for Kylan Shuttlewood. So that's a mistake we don't normally see him making. Middle of the 2nd row of the grid, there will be a hole where Kylan Shuttlewood would have been. I'm looking at that's Westfield Corner, the dreaded Westfield Corner. So it looks like Kylan's disappeared and made his way to a position of safety, Alan. Oh yes, he's over the tyre wall. Oh, I feel sorry for that young man. Oh, look at that, it says it all.
Goodness me, if a picture could paint 1,000 words, eh?
I'm glad you said that. I would have said something different, you know. Green flag at the back, and for one last time, Alan Woods will clear the front of the grid. We are under starters' orders. Let's go racing for one last time at Brands Hatch today. Oh, there's a little bit of movement from Ben Jolliffe. He did creep there, but let's hope that doesn't come back to haunt him as they make their way down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Ben, it just looked like when he put the bike in gear, it lurched forward. Let's hope that is A-OK, and the stewards will keep an eye on that as there's a little bit of bunching mid-pack towards the back, actually, as they all make their way up and in towards Druids for the first time of asking. Marlon McKenzie trying to go through and inside. He was trying to force the issue there, but it was getting shown no respect, and nobody wanted to let him get through on that area of the track. As we now make our way along through the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, everybody getting through for the first time of asking. Oh dear, that's somebody's actually parked their bike in the gravel trap and the bike's still sitting upright, Alan. I've never seen
that work?
I have
defies
never
physics.
seen that before. That's bizarre. That's Finn Page. How has he done that? The bike's still sitting upright in the gravel. I suppose it makes it a nice, easy recovery for the Port West Race Safe marshals in that area of the circuit. But it must be a deep pan gravel trap. But Finn Page walking away from his bike. So a couple of bikes off at the start of this one. We have unfortunately lost our. Lost Kylan Shuttlewood, who we would expect to be at the sharp end, and not just Kylan Shuttlewood. We've also lost one of the kind of, I would say, kind of rookies. Finn Page has been involved for this for quite some time, but he finds himself now in a bit of world of trouble up there, walking away from that bike that stands upright in the gravel itself. It's like he put the side stand down and walked away to the
It's
shop.
exactly as it looked.
Ben Jolliffe up the inside of Lake and Payne. Lake and Payne says, nope, not going to happen today. I'll take that away from you. And he lays the bike across the nose. And as he does that, we watch them come through and pass our start-finish line, across the control line, down towards the inside of Paddock Hill Bend. And who is that diving up inside? That looks like it was Luca Hopkins on the SBR, Team SBR powered by DKS Drilling. ZXR 4RR, ZX 4RR, he does go through and he makes a lovely manoeuvre. Marley McKenzie now scoping and lining up his championship rival who is just ahead of him, and that's Luca Hopkins. Mason Johnson just behind Marley McKenzie, and then it's also Lewis Mullen on the red, white and blue R7 Yamaha. So 3 R7s and 3 Kawasaki's in the mix here, showing that the balance of performance the parity level, as Larry does like to call it, is being very well monitored in this class, and it's going pretty well as you go on to the back straight. Now, have a look at the main speeds down here, Alan. You'll find them just a little bit different from what we have been seeing in previous races. 132 miles per hour is not bad, though.
It's not bad at all, is it? Goodness me.
Not bad on a little 400, I have to say, as they make their way in towards Westfield. This is where we lost Kylan Shuttlewood in the warm-up lap. Just wondering if that was maybe a slightly cold tyre that caught him out, but he's far enough round the lap at that point, as Luca Hopkins has Marley McKenzie round the outside of him. That was nice. Marley McKenzie, very strong manoeuvre to go round the outside of his championship rival and put a bit of dominance on him in that area there, making their way down in towards the Grand Prix loop. Once again, it's still Ben Jolliffe at the sharp end from Lake and Payne. Marley McKenzie hovers in that third place. He'll be thinking about a championship at this point, but here comes round the outside Luca Hopkins, the team SBR Kawasaki Power DKS drilling side by side with Marley McKenzie. There's a change of lead though. Oh, Marley McKenzie actually goes from third to first into Paddock Hill Bend.
That was terrific.
So I was going to say Lake and Payne has gone to the lead, and he still might go to the lead as they come up towards Druitt. Who's brave on the brakes, Alan? Marley McKenzie. Kirkcaldy Kawasaki, Marley McKenzie makes that move. That's one of the longest overtakes we've ever seen. It started going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, now back up inside Lake and Payne. He'll run wide. Marley McKenzie cuts back on the exit of the corner. Good bit of racecraft as they get a little bit close for comfort on the exit, and then Ben Jolliffe sliding back up inside. This is a good race, Alan.
It's a great race, yeah, absolutely superb. Really putting on a display for the final race of the day. Bear in mind, they were out for their warm-up this morning at 10:15 this morning. They've waited all day for this.
Yeah, that's very, very true. 76, Luca Wilkinson has just ridden down the pit lane. The Sutton Coldfield rider on the Speedy Freight NW Racing ZX4RR. That's not good for him. He retires, and Marley McKenzie hits the front. Once again, he has been in sensational form through the start of 2026. He come from the Super Teen Championship, and he come with a whole bit of form as well. The Super Teen Championship no longer continuing, and a lot of the riders from that coming into this championship. And Marley very much striking while the iron was hot at the start of the year, picked up quite a lot of victories, and he's kept that momentum going, but he doesn't have a huge championship lead. That's another thing we should say. The championship lead hasn't really given back for the amount of race victories that we have seen him get, but this is getting extremely close with Lake and Payne. Lakin has got a turn of speed that we haven't seen before as they cross the line up the inside of Marley McKenzie, but he's on the outside. Ben Jolliffe's going to take that position away from Lake and Payne. But I held my breath there because I thought they were going to both apex at the same point on different lines and converge together. As Luca Hopkins comes up the inside now and puts himself on that Team SBR Power by DKS drilling. SBR, by the way, stands for Steve Brogan Racing. And if you say, hang on, I know that name, Steve Brogan. Yes, you do. You really do. Steve Brogan. Can I say the great Steve Brogan, lad? Is that okay? Baywatch Brogan, Brogy. He's got a couple of young riders out here, and he's a good team boss.
Yeah, the slowest talking Scouser in the world, isn't he?
Even when he's in a rush.
Yeah, even when we saw him, I still think it was a mirage when we actually saw him running down pit lane at Snetterton.
Oh, remember that, yes. And he ran from the bottom of the pit lane all the way to the top, back to the van, then gave you an interview, but...
He was like a broken-winded horse, wasn't he, in the end there when we were trying to... He was like... As you know, I'm an athlete, Larry. He had to run back to the truck to get a transponder, didn't he, for one of his riders. And poor old Baywatch, who used to call Baywatch because he could never get him off of the old sun lounger in the back garden up there in Scousland where he lives. But yeah, he's been a stalwart of the sport, a classic rider over the years, and now running his own team where he's doing a cracking job with Isaac Mark and Luca Hopkins.
Yeah, Brogy was very much like how John McGuinness was on Friday when he popped up here. Walked in, I put the headset on him, opened the microphone, and McGuinness couldn't get enough oxygen out that was going out. So
you recall that back in 2011, I think it was, there was a massive accident at Snetterton where two bikes ended up going something like 100 feet in the air. I think Jonathan Palmer was circulating in the helicopter at one point in time. They tried to join him in the cockpit, and the two riders that were involved in that, and
I think I know that one. Yeah,
it was Simon Andrews, great Simon Andrews, and Baywatch Brogan, who was
turn one,
and he ended up having to get a parachute to bring him back to terra firma.
Yeah, I remember the late Simon Andrew's been involved in that. Turn 1 at Snetterton many years ago. Bikes higher than the scary tree that we used to have at Snetterton, which was a feature.
Oh, scary tree.
Sorry if I triggered you.
Yeah.
I've just said the trigger word, Alan.
Yeah.
Larry, I should warn everybody
I
that
miss
one.
scary tree.
Yeah, I think you do. You look like one of those
Give
people.
him another boost bar, quick.
Yeah. take this, Heidi.
He's down on sugar
He's
levels.
obviously running on empty at present, his old Heidi. We've had the best out of him this weekend, haven't we? He's now about gone.
Watching the main screens around the circuit, Marley McKenzie has really put his head down while we've been having a bit of a joke with Steve Brogan, but it's all in good taste because Brogy is a friend of the commentary team, and I do love it when Larry just opens up about something in the past history. I mean, 2011 is not that long ago, but I take it kind of actually is, you know. It's pre that area. What was that area called?
15 years ago.
Pre-COVID, 15 years ago. My goodness, I was only 15. There you go, that's impressive, isn't it? Yeah. As we watch the riders making their way down towards the Grand Prix loop, Marley McKenzie's already through Clearways and Clark Curve, getting himself tucked in. The Chunk has put together a pretty good run this season, and he must be one of the favourites for the championship as they're 3 wide behind that. Mason Johnston up the inside, Lewis Mullen involved in that, and Ben Jolliffe. The 3 Yamahas all together. The 3 Kawasaki's have wriggled away a little bit at the sharp end, and Luca Hopkins puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:36.562. Luca Hopkins looking pretty racy on that, I'm going to say it, Team SBR powered by DKS Drilling. It's always good to give the sponsors a shout out. We also have the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki off Marley McKenzie, and Lake and Payne out there on the LP41 Racing Kawasaki. Dunsley Heat Yamahas, Ben Jolliffe and Mason Johnson. It was Johnson ahead of Jolliffe at this moment in time as they come back up onto the Grand Prix circuit. And then behind them, number 12, Lewis Mullen on the DG Racing Yamaha R7 as we are on lap 6 out of 10. Marley McKenzie making hay while the sun shines here. But Alan, he had a bigger gap than that a lap or so ago, and Luca Hopkins charging up to the back of him with a lot of purple sectors.
Yeah, and it was 6 bikes for the lead of the race, and I was thinking early on in this race it could be any one of these 6, and now they've kind of broken off, haven't they? So, yeah, it's how the second half of this race is going to be, perhaps.
That's what you did wrong. Bit of thinking. Never does anybody any good, that, does it, at the end of the day? And Alan Hyde putting the commentators think curse on somebody. Who's this making a mistake further back down? Well, it's Archie Ormwood making a nice overtake and almost oversteps the mark, actually. Number 40, Archie Ormwood from Ormskirk on the AO40 Racing ZX4RR. That was just a twist of the wrist too far. Well, that could be the name of a good book, couldn't it, actually?
Or a band.
Twist of the wrist.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that, actually.
Yeah.
Copyright to Vincent, first of all, as we watch them making their way towards Druids, excuse me. Marley McKenzie holding up bay, Luca Hopkins. Then we have got Lake and Payne, Ben Jolliffe, Mason Johnson and Lewis Mullen. We haven't mentioned Freddie Oakley in this race. That's because he's in 7th place in a little bit of no man's land. Just ahead of Isaac Mark, Rory Creeth, Jamie Hanks, Elliott, Ben Hardwick, Archie Ormwood, who we've just seen had a bit of a moment as we get to 2/3 distance. Sid Marshall, who is on the number 14 bike ahead of Jamie Muir and Finn Harrison. Jamie and Finn still both circulating. We have lost Arnie Carr into the pit lane. Holly Harris still on track, and Luca Wilkinson. Luca Wilkinson came through the pit lane though, so there was a bit of a ride through and then leaving back onto the circuit. 33 and 51 have entered the pit lane, so that is Arnie Carr and Holly Harris. I still think Holly's not 100% right after that near miss she had at Snetterton, and I think you'll hopefully agree with me on that one, Larry, that she very much dodged the bullet when it came to that one when Ryan van Newkirk, who I don't think he stalled on the line, he just couldn't get the bike to go into gear, and he sat there with his hand in the air, and I think, Larry, you heard the and there was nothing else after that, but it was one of these moments where it was a bit of a flashback to 12 months ago when we had the Josh Owens incident there as well.
Yeah, going back a few years, there was a very nasty incident involving Aaron Clifford as well when
Yeah.
he got clattered on the line. I think it was just before your tenure dump, but
I do remember it, Larry.
yeah, it was every now and then we dodge a bullet. We did so with the Yuichi Kiinari here once. He stalled on the grid on the HM plant Honda, and 20 odd bikes behind him managed to to miss him. And when you consider that Superbikes are doing probably from the back of the grid to where Keogh was, probably around about 120 miles an hour, just how we got away with that one as well. But every now and then we do dodge a bullet, but Holly did clip the back of the bike. Ryan van Nieuwkerk, the South African, is supposed to be back with us at Alton Park along with a teammate in a couple of weeks' time. So looking forward to seeing if that one materialises.
Who's your teammate, Larry? Do you
we
know?
don't know. When I was...
will it be a young South African, another one that Hudson will bring over?
It might be Alan North.
It might be Alan North. That wouldn't be a young teammate, though.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't be allowed in within the regs, even with the widest stretch of the imagination.
I think Alan's age adds up to everybody in the grid. Maybe not taking anything away from Alan. I'm not saying he's too old, but a legend of the sport.
Well, if there wasn't such an age limit on this one, we could even think about putting Hardy on it, couldn't we?
Well, he's the right size, let's face it, you know. He's got the hands
like
and feet
a pea
for
on
it.
a drum, isn't he?
Yeah, well, we've still got to get him on the back of a sidecar. You can't say a comment like that, close the mic and walk away and leave us in the state.
He dropped the mic. It was as simple as that.
Really not very fair, Larry. 1/10 of a second is the gap from Marley McKenzie back to Luca Hopkins as those two battle away at the front, with Lakin Payne in third place on 72. Ben Jolliffe holding his own in fourth place. Now he's got ahead of his teammate, but only by 2/10 of a second. We cross the line. We start lap 9 out of 10. And Luca Hopkins has a long look up the inside, but is unable to go through. You know, we've got quite a lot of Harrisons in another class. We've got a couple of Lucas in this class, haven't we? We've got Luca Hopkins, we've got Luca Wilkinson, and it does another good fast name that we can find. Lakin Payne, that's one of the names I do like. It's a new name that's come towards us as well in 2026. And Lakin Payne, as the flames come out the back, that was a brilliant beauty shot. If one of the photographers is still out there to catch that on the Luca Hopkins bike, the overrun from that ZX4RR, flames all the way in towards Graham Hill Bend. That did look really good. And Marley McKenzie has got his hands full here. Here comes Luca as they come out from underneath the bridge, side by side, down towards the bottom of, wow, Hawthorns. McKenzie, I don't know if they're actually braking in a straight line there, Alan. It just looks like they kind of scrub speed off as they head to the
I don't
apex.
think they are, and we're not even on the last lap yet.
I know, the speed gets scrubbed off on the way to the apex. The corner speed through is incredible. They're still managing to do almost 130 miles per hour towards Hawthorns. I don't think they scrub much of that off as they go through. Watching them come through, Stirling's out up over the exit curb is one of the favourite things. Oh, a bit of maybe a twist on the span adjuster for Luca Hopkins here. And if you're not aware what a span adjuster is, nothing to do with the spanner, it's span, brake span. So when you pull the brake lever back towards you on your handlebar, it can come right back and touch your fingers, so you need to move the lever away, a little bit like what you used to do in your BMX or your old rally grifter many years ago, your chopper. You would just extend the brake a little bit, wind the cable up just to give you a little bit more. There's something on these bikes that you can just push the lever away from the handlebar, and it looked like Luca was having to do something like that as he left Stirling's and headed down towards the Grand Prix Indy Loop. Now that's not good if he's coming into this the last lap and he's got to start worrying about brake span, because it gets to a point where he will not be confident about outbraking Marley McKenzie. But having said that, I don't think he's got much to worry about, because Luca will go up the inside at the first available opportunity. We're watching them go onto the Grand Prix loop, everything getting tucked in. They tuck behind these bikes so well, Alan, and that's the part of it. But he's gone the wrong side for me. He's gone to the left. That's not the side he wants to be on, unless he can drop it across the nose of McKenzie. Dangling foot, but no, he doesn't go through there. They're so close as they go through the heart of Hawthorn along the Derek Minter Straight. McKenzie again covers off the inside in towards Westfield, and they bounce away through the apex of Westfield. Both bikes on the absolute limit and the ragged edge as they come down Dingledale up to Sheen Curve. It's a blind apex. You find it over the crest of the hill, and McKenzie picks it up, as does Luca Hopkins. This is a good strong lap for both these guys. Personal best first sector as well, so it shows they're pushing it. Marley McKenzie just squeezing away ever so slightly on the run down in towards Clearways. We look out the side of the commentary box window, and here he comes through Clearways. Marley McKenzie's going to double up, and he backs it up and goes to winning ways here at Brands Hatch. Marley McKenzie rounds out the day in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. Race 2, punches the air with delight in towards Paddock Hill Bend and takes the race victory from Luca Hopkins and Ben Jolliffe rounding out the podium. Great race from those guys. They'll be very happy with that. We've also got Mason Johnson, Lewis Mullen and Lakin Payne down to 6th place. Freddie Oakley, Isaac Mark across the line as well. Jimmy Hanks Elliott and Rory Creeth rounding out the top 10. What a day's racing we have had here at Brands Hatch. A couple of last bikes coming in, crossing the line, and Alan, it's a joy to be a part of that, to watch all the classes. Thanks for joining us. It has been absolutely wonderful.
It's a privilege, isn't it?
My name's Duncan Vincent. Working with Alan Hyde, working with Larry Carter, doesn't get any better.
It doesn't get any better. Well, it might do if you were lying in the sunshine over in America. So I reckon that's probably what you're about to
That's
look
tomorrow.
forward to doing. Yeah,
my scooter is at the bottom of the building. It's like Elvis has left the building.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Off you go, Duncan.
We'll see you at Oldham Park.
Absolutely top work. Thank you very much indeed for all of your sterling work, and a well-deserved holiday is on the horizon for Duncan Vincent. But in the meantime, what a super way to finish the day. Great race from the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. We'll take a quick break and be back with Larry Carter in Park Fairmay.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
This is the sound of British Superbikes online and on FM radio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
In the evening sunshine here at Brands Hatch, 88.3 FM. Great to see so many of you stayed to enjoy the final podium and interviews of the day down there in Park Fairmay with Larry Carter.
Yeah, with three riders have been hanging about all day for their race here in the sunshine, and it's still, the sun is beating down. And yeah, Chunk McKenzie just says, yeah, I'm the number one. And well, congratulations, Chunk. That's another double boxed off, and obviously after the disaster at Snetterton, it was important to get back to winning ways.
Yeah, I mean, both races this weekend have been pretty difficult. Ever since Snet, it's been, I think, the competition's way higher and it's enjoyable. I mean, after Snet, 2 7th places, it wasn't what I wanted, and to come back this weekend, quali went well, race 1 went well, and race 2 better. So I can't thank my team enough, everyone who supports me, Kodi Kawasaki, ATP and everyone. It's just, what a team, one effort, and what a way to complete a weekend.
Yeah, and it takes a rider to do it as well, Marley, so don't do yourself down too much. Well done, mate. I'll go and have a quick chat with Luca Hopkins down here. Don't be too disappointed, Luca, because one of these days that victory's going to come.
Really good race. Fair play to Marley because, I was putting under a lot of pressure there. I tried on the last lap because out the last corner, how we've sort of got the bike set up, it's really strong, but just coming through the second last corner on the first grab, I took the front, which sort of lost a bit of ground. But massive thank you to the team and all my sponsors.
Well done, Luca. Thanks very much. And like it be, we're going to head down to the podium down here. It is a detached podium from the one that we have been doing the majority of the senior class races from. This is the junior sport bike again for branding purposes. We've just got to have it just down here underneath the main podium. So if you're looking up at eye level effectively, just cast your eyes down at 45 degrees and that's where you'll see us. It's a little bit hard to see behind one or two of the buildings down here. But that is very much the case. We've got Mr. Clifford Weatherall, who is the MD of 1P Mobile. He'll be making the podium presentation. And again, our thanks to 1P Mobile for being title sponsors of this, the Junior Sport Bike National Championship, and a very welcome addition they are as well. Well, here comes Ben Jolliffe, here comes Marley McKenzie, and just waiting for Luca Hopkins. Yep, we've got them here. So I think we are just about ready to go then. It's the final race, round 5, race 10 in the 1P Mobile Junior Sport Bike National Championship. And onto the podium for a 6th time this season for Dunkley Heat Racing Yamaha, Ben Jolliffe. Well done, Ben. Onto the podium for the 2nd time this weekend. 2nd position then for Team Steve Brogan Racing and DKS Drilling. The 7th podium of the season for Yorkshire and Luca Hopkins. But out of the 8 races so far, this is his 7th win. Back to winning ways for Kokodi Kawasaki and for Scotland, the race winner, Marley McKenzie. The team award goes to Kokodi Kawasaki. And once again, we'll ask Clifford from 1P Mobile to make the presentation to the 3rd place rider, Ben Jolliffe, here in this glorious late afternoon sunshine that we've got here. So BJ gets his 6th podium of the season, a 7th podium of the season for Luke Hopkins, making the trip back up to York this evening. And a little bit further, another 3 hours further up the road from that, the race winner, Marley McKenzie, back up to Scotland later on this evening. So there you go. That is the... we're going to make our way around here because we don't want talking with the Prosecco just to drive home with there. But that just about concludes things. They're just having the final podium pictures taken then of the weekend. So that just about wraps things up as far as I'm concerned. Thanks to Duncan for another sterling job, and I hope he enjoys his holidays, flying out to the Estates where he's meeting up with his family out there, and he deserves a well-earned rest after 3 weekends on the trot. To you, Alan Hyde, as ever, thanks for all your help this weekend, mate. It's been one of them weekends whereby we've worked together wonderfully as a team, and I'm very proud and privileged to work with you and Duncan over the course of the weekend. So thanks very much for all yours.
Likewise, Larry.
So this is Laurie Scoop Carter signing off for the final time. I'm heading back up the 5 hours back up to the People's Republic of Yorkshire very shortly, and we'll do it all over again in 2 short weeks' time at Alton Park. Finally, thanks to the Port West Race Safe Marshals and Medics for doing a wonderful job, and thanks to each and every one of you here at Brands Hatch who's come along and spent that very hard-earned leisure pound on behalf of Motorsport Vision and Brands Hatch. Thanks very much for your attendance and choosing us to be part of your weekend entertainment here. This is Larry Scoop Carter signing off and handing back to Alan Hyde in the studio for the final time.
Thanks very much indeed, Larry. Absolutely top work by you and Duncan all weekend as ever. And we'll be back on the airwaves in a couple of weeks' time with the continuing story of the British Superbike Championship with BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. If you can't make it up to Alton Park, you can, of course, catch us on our British Superbike channel live YouTube stream, or on tsl-timing.com, or trackside will be on FM radio. That all recommences on air in 2 weeks' time. Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for your company and your messages as well here at Brands Hatch. If you like your four-wheeled action, we're back in action once again next weekend here at Brands Hatch. Ferrari Challenge UK heads to the Indy Circuit and the Grand Prix Circuit over 2 days here at Brands Hatch. Be great to see you back here. But if you are fans of Brands Hatch and two-wheeled racing, well, make a date in your diary for the championship finale here in October. Thank you very much indeed, everybody, for coming along here to Brands Hatch. Hope you've had a really good day. Thank you for all your messages as well. Have a very safe journey home. Good night.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.